Hey everyone, in this particular video we are going to create this fantastic looking AI Gumroad clone using Next.js, and for data we are going to use Firecrawl. So we will be implementing the Firecrawl search, scrap and JSON mode with structured output feature. For payment we are going to use Razorpay. Now before we'll discuss the demo in detail, so let's see in short what are the things we're going to build. So as a creator you can create your draft product. Once you do that, this is where it will become very interesting. So in this Firecrawl input suite you can actually search result and then you can scrap it. Once you'll do that, you will be getting all the images back. Okay, and also Firecrawl is going to generate an automatic description. So here you can ingest these images and also you can apply this description to this particular product. You can set these images as a cover and then you can publish it. Now from buyer point of view, you can then buy this product using Razorpay. Okay, so we are going to learn each and everything that how you can integrate Razorpay also, and once the purchase is successful, this user will be redirected to the library page, right? So in the library page we can then download those assets this user just now bought. So this is what we are going to build in this particular project. Now let's see the demo in complete details and what are the things and what are the tech stack we are going to use in this particular project. Alright everyone, so now let's see the demo in complete details. Okay, so first we'll start with our auth flow. So let's create a new user. So I'm just going to give this one as Thom, and here I'll do thom@gmail.com. okay, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's create the account. Now we'll be in the login page and then we can log in with our credential. So once we log in, we'll be in the home page, right? So now this is where things will become very interesting. So first we'll check the dashboard flow or the creator flow, right? So here as a creator you will be able to create your first draft product. So first I'm going to click on this add new product, and let's do this one as maybe we are going to do something called let's do cat images. Okay, and then I'm just going to give this one as 500, and then we are going to save the draft. Now once we're going to save the draft, this will be saved, and then we will be having our main feature, which is our edit flow or the Firecrawl import suite. Now what actually Firecrawl and what are the features that we are going to import? Now see, in short, Firecrawl is nothing but it's going to turn any website into LLM ready data. So here let's see what are the features that we are going to implement. So mainly we are going to implement search feature, scrap feature with JSON mode or the structured output. So let's see in demo. So what I'm going to do, right, in this search feature, so first I'm just going to search as 4K cat images. What it's going to give you, it's actually going to give you, or basically we are going to extract all the URLs from different website with a structured output. So I'm just going to click on search. Now once we'll search here, and you'll see that you are actually getting the result from different websites, okay, with the URL. What we can do, right, we can simply do or simply click on this quick import. What it's going to do, it will go to this scrap tab. Here it's going to scrap that particular URL. It is going to give you the images back, as well as we are going to use something called JSON mode with structured output, where it's going to create an auto-generated description. So let's do one thing. Maybe I'm just going to click on this second one and I'll do quick import. Once we'll do that, you will see that it is actually going to generate an automatic or automated description here. Okay, and also you're going to get the images back. Alright, so you can see that it actually created a description with the images of cats. Okay, what we can do, we can select these cat images, right? So maybe let's do 4, and then we can do something called ingest. What you're going to ingest, what will happen, these images will be considered as the digital assets of this particular product, and based on that we can set the cover image. So first I'm going to click on this ingest. Once we are going to ingest, what will happen, these images will be also stored in your Cloudinary cloud storage and then in your DB. Okay, so this is now ingested, and then what you can do, right, you can also apply this generated description which is generated from Firecrawl JSON mode, or basically you can call that as structured output. So we're going to do apply. Once we'll apply, now you can go to the edit view and you can see that this description is actually applied here automatically, and now you will be having all the images here, where you can just click on any of the images to set as a cover image. Maybe I'm going to set this one as a cover image, and then what you can do, you can first save this product and then you can publish this product. Once we're going to publish, now let's go to our home page, and you can see that we'll go to our discover page, and this is where we'll be getting our this particular product just now we have created. Now if you just click on this, right, so first of all you can't buy your own product. So what you're going to do, I'm going to now log out and log in with a different user. So I'm going to log out and let's log in with a different user which I already created, maybe with this particular user. Okay, and then I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's do login. Once we log in, now we'll go to the discover, and then we can buy any of these products. So I'm going to click here. Once we'll do that, now let's see, here we are going to implement Razorpay payment integration, right? So I'm just going to do buy now. It's going to open your Razorpay pop-up. You are going to give a mobile number, so I'll give any mobile number here, some random or dummy mobile number, and then what you can do, you can just copy the number from here, and then let's fill all of this, and then I'm just going to do save this card, and we'll do continue. If this is successful, so what will happen, the order will be created and you will be redirected to the library page. So let's wait and we'll see if this is getting successful or not. Alright, so this is now successful, and you can see that you are getting the newly created or newly purchased product here. You can click on this, and then you'll be getting all your assets. So you can directly download, and this will be downloaded, right? So you can see that this is downloaded, and you'll be seeing the image here. So this is what we are going to build. Also, if you just log out and then you just log in with the new user just now you have created, right? And you can see that we'll go to the dashboard, and then we go to sales, and you can see that this is the just now the other user actually bought the product. So you will be able to track that which user actually buy and which product. So this is what we are going to build. So please check out Firecrawl. I added a link in the description, right? You can join for completely free, right? And you can register, and then you can just go to their docs. You can explore all the features they provide, although we are going to cover each and everything step by step. So that's all for the intro. Now let's get started, and good luck. Alright, so we'll start with a blank folder. So first we are going to do a couple of things. So first we'll set up our backend and front-end folder, and then we are going to set up all the envs at once, right? So we are going to use Firecrawl for our way of scrapping, search and crawl. I already explained in the intro. Then we are going to use Razorpay for our checkout. Or we also going to use MongoDB and Cloudinary for our assets. So now first let's do one thing. So first let's create our backend folder. Okay, so I'm going to create a backend folder, and at the same time what I will do, right, we are also going to create our client folder. So I'm going to do npx create next app @latest and enter. Okay, so let's see if we can increase this, or I think this is fine. So first we will be giving the name, so let's give this one as client maybe. So I'm just going to give this one as client, and let's do customize. So I'm going to use TypeScript, yes, ESLint no, React compiler no, Tailwind CSS yes, source directory yes, app router yes, customize the import allies no. So it's going to create the front end side, right? So now what I'll do, right, so let's open another terminal. So first what we will do, so we'll do npm init, oh sorry, we have to go to the backend folder. So I'm going to go to the backend folder, let's clear it, and then do npm init -y. Okay, so it's going to create a package.json inside backend. Now first what I'll do, right, let's create our env. Okay, so I'm going to create our env. So now what I'll do, right, so let's install a couple of packages that we need. So first we will be using our Express version 4. I'm using CORS, cookieperson.env, Mongoose JSON web token, and decrypt.js. Now for authentication we'll be using normal JWT. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and then let's install. Also we need to install the types, so I'm going to copy this at the same time and then install this. Let's wait. This is done, and let's install all the types. Also we need to install TypeScript and TSX. Now what I'll do, I'm going to copy this. Now this will be our TS config. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create our TS config. So inside backend, first let's create our TS config.json, and then just paste it here. You'll be getting all of this in the source code, right? So you can just copy paste. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be our next step? Now next we are going to use a couple of more packages, but that we are going to do later. For now we need to explain that what will be our env variables and everything, right? So first, if you see why these things are very important, right? So see, these will be little advanced level of project, right? So you have to understand all those things, that what are the things that we are going to create. Now definitely we can add all of this whenever we are going to implement that section, but what I decided that I will be setting up all the envs at first, okay, so that we don't have to do back and forth. So we need the port, right? These you can run any port, Mongo URL, our DB URL, This will be your cookie name, JWT secret and JWT express. Now these you can change based on whatever you like. This will be your Cloudinary config, so you need the Cloudinary cloud name, API key and secret. This will be our Firecrawl API base URL and the API key. So I'm going to show you that how you are going to get it. And then we need the Razorpay key ID and Razorpay key secret. I'm not going to use a Stripe and PayPal. So first of all, PayPal I've already used in my previous videos. I don't want to do that because so many people actually suggested and requested me to implement the Razorpay, right? So you are going to learn everything that how you're going to do in this particular project. Now first let's start with Firecrawl. Now what actually this is going to do. Now remember, in the intro I already discussed, right, that this will be like a Gumroad kind of clone, right? So that we are building, so where creator can create the product. Now where this Firecrawl is going to fit. Now for example, let's say I will be creating any product. Now I need to get some assets, right? So maybe some from some competitor website. So what we are going to do, we will be creating or implementing three different logic. One will be search. So whenever you're going to enter any URL, it's going to give me the suggestion, and based on that we can scrap, and also we can go for the deep dive, or basically we are going to use something called crawl feature, right? So what you need to do first we'll be getting our API key, right? I added the link in the description, so that is absolutely free, so please click on that link, right? So that is my only request, click the link, because you can directly definitely can sign up here, but I added the link. You click there and then register for completely free using Google. Once we'll do that, so maybe let's say I'm just going to click on sign up, and then I'll just continue with Google. So let's select this account, and then first of all you need to get your API key, right? And you can see that this will be our API key, right? So this is what we are going to use. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, right? So this will be my Firecrawl API key. So what you need to do, you have to use this. So for now, let's do one thing, copy these three things. Okay, so you copy port, Mongo URI, front-end origin, and also let's copy all this also, this cookie name. So I'm just going to copy these 6. Please do it all this along that I'm doing, right? It will be easy for you, so that you will not be lost that what is happening here. So I'm going to minimize this, just paste it here, and also let's go here, copy this till this part, and also copy the Razorpay related envs. So we're going to do all this at once. So first you'll be getting the Firecrawl API key. So just click the link, register, and then just copy from here. So just copy, and then you just replace this one with this Firecrawl API key. So that will be the first step. Second, I already created the MongoDB. So I'm just going to do connect. Just create one MongoDB. It's very, very simple. Just click on MongoDB for VS Code, copy this, and then I'm just going to replace with this Mongo URI, and the password will be this. Now again, I'm going to delete this particular DB once I'll record this, so don't use this particular, although I'm showing that is absolutely fine, but please create your own. So these two things. Now next will be first let's start with the Cloudinary. Cloudinary is actually very important because this is where we are going to store all our assets in the cloud instead of in the local. So just get the cloud name, and also you'll be getting the API key and the API secret, and that you can go from, just go to this API keys and you'll be getting all these three options, right? Cloudinary, cloud name, API key, and API secret. Now the most another important part is that Razorpay, right? So now remember, if I go to the Razorpay dashboard, you will see that I'm using the test mode, because if you're using live mode, or let's say you're using for your business, then you have to do a lot of formality, right? You have to complete your onboarding, KYC, and those kind of things. But for now, because we will be just doing this one for test purpose, so what you have to do, just enable this test mode from the below, and then once you go to this account and settings, there you'll be getting the API key. There will be some merchant ID and everything, but I'm not going to show you the API keys. You'll be getting the API keys from here. Okay, so very, very important, first get the Firecrawl API key. Please click on that link and register for free, and you'll be getting the API key. Second, get the DB URL. Third, get the Cloudinary keys, and fourth will be get the Razorpay keys, right? So two things you need to get for Razorpay. One will be the key ID and key secret. Now all these things now I'm going to fill, because definitely I'm not going to show you. Now here, coming to the cookie name, you can give any cookie name you want, right? For example, let's say I'm going to give AI Gumroad clone, and you can give some JWT secret. You can change this one later, it's up to you. You have the full freedom. Now these three things I'm going to fill here. Once that is done, then we'll start setting up our backend. Okay, so I'm just going to pause this, and then I'm going to just fill all these details. Alright, so now I already completed creating the envs. So the next step will be what we're going to do, right? Let's go to our package.json, and then I'm going to create for now the first script, which will be our dev script. And here I'm just going to do this on as tsx, and I'll do watch, and then I'm going to create a source folder, although we haven't created. So I'm going to create that, and inside that server.ts will be our entry file. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Now what I'll do, go to backend, go create a source folder and create our server.ts file. Okay, now what will be our folder structure? Now folder structure, let's create at once, right? Now, so first thing what I'm going to do will be having our models. So this will be our db models. Second, I'm going to have our routes. Now I'm not going to create a separate controller folder for this one. I'm going to keep this one simple because we have very logic inside each and everything, and then it will be very time consuming creating a controller and again creating routes. For you, I think if you have already worked with this kind of project, you already know what I'm talking about, right? So you can create a controller, you can keep the logic there and just use in a separate routes file. And here I'm also going to have the middleware. And what else? So we also going to have our lib folder here. And also let's create our couple of files. So I'm just going to create a db.ts. I'm also going to create a app.ts file where will be our express app logic will stay. And also let's create our utils folder in case if we need. So this will be the folder structure that we are going to follow. Okay, so what will be the first step? The first step will be what we'll do, right? So let's go to our app.ts. And before that also let's do our db logic first, because we already have all the envs and everything ready, right? So first I'm going to import. So let's import mongoose from mongoose. And then second thing, I'm thinking to increase this one, right? Maybe I think let's keep increase only, right? This is looking a little bigger, or this is fine. I think let's keep like this only. Okay, so first what I'll do, so I'm just going to do export async, and let's do this one as function, and then I'm just going to do connect mongo. Okay, and inside this what we will do first, it will be very simple. So just going to use await. I'm going to do mongoose, we'll do connect, and then I'm just going to use process.env dot. So you have the mongo, let me just copy from here. So I'll be using this mongo URI, right? So this is what we are having. So I'm going to do mongo URI. Okay, that's it. And then you're just going to do log, and you'll do mongo connected. I think this is the only thing that we need here. Okay, so once that is done, the next step will be let's create our app.ts logic first, or maybe let's do create the app only. So let's do it. So first I'm going to create this. So first what I will do, right? So we need express. So first I'm going to import express from express, and also I'm going to have our chords here. So I'm going to do import chords from chords. Alright, so next we need, so let's get the cookie parser, and also maybe first let's create our functions. I'm just going to do export function, and let's do create app. Okay, and here first so let's create our app first. So I'm just going to do const app, and this will be, so we're going to call express. So this is going to create express application, and then first I'm going to use the chords, which is very important, right? Because whenever you're going to deploy this, you have to use chords. So you have to know all this, or you have to do all these setups at beginning or initially. So first you're going to pass origin, and I'm just going to do here process.env, and then we'll be having the front-end origin, this one, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and you're just going to paste it here. Okay, second you're going to pass credentials will be true, because why? Because we're going to use cookies. We'll be implementing a JWT, right? After this I'm just going to do app.use, and let's do express.json. okay, and what else? We also need to use the cookie parser. So I'm just going to use the cookie parser. Okay, and now what we will be creating all our routes here. So all the routes will come here. So I'll do all the routes placeholder, and at the end, for now, you're just going to return this app. So now this is where we'll be creating our all app or express related logic. Why? Because we want to keep our server.ts file as clean as possible. So now here I'm going to create that. So first I'm going to create an async function, and you'll be creating this one as main. So after this, first I'm going to do avid and I'll do connect Mongo, right? So it's going to connect to DB, which is very important. And then we're going to call this app just now we have created. So I'll do const app, and this will be create app from app. Now you just have to do app.listen, and it's going to listen to the port, right? So we'll be using process.env.port because this is what we have used. And now you're going to take a callback. This is just normal. I'm not explaining because see, this is a little medium level of project. I will say not advanced, but that's why I'm actually thinking that you already know all of this. If you don't know how to express, how Express works or how to create all this app, I think you are in the wrong place, right? So you have to learn all those things. Or let's say if you don't know, you are learning by doing this project, that is absolutely fine. So you can do that. Let's say you're stuck in some place, you don't know what is this method is doing. Just go to Google and search it and then understand that what actually this is doing. So what I mean by this, I'm not going to explain each and every line of code in this particular project because you will understand why I'm talking about, because there will be a lot of a logic that we need to handle. So here I'm just going to do API is now running. API is now running. Okay. And here what we'll do main. So this is going to give you this will be a promise. So we'll do catch, and then I'm just going to take an error, and for now I'm just going to log this, right? So maybe let's do log, or let's do error. So I'm just going to do error. I'm going to log the error, and then you'll do process.exit. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass maybe that boot failed, something like this. Okay, so I think this is done. Now if I go here, right, and let's do npm run dev, because we have the dev script that we have added, which is targeting to the entry file, right, which is server.ts. So if I enter, let's see if this is running or not. So database should be connected, and we'll see what is happening. So okay, it's telling Mongo URI it should be a, oh, I need to verify that whether I have added the correct URL or not. So let me just open got undefined. Okay, let me just check it quickly. Actually, I understand why this is happening. It's not related to the env. We have to get the .env, right? So we have to load the env. So I'm just going to import the .env from .env. That's what I'm thinking, and then just call this, right? So I'm just going to do .env.config, or you can also call this one before also. Now I think this should work. Okay, now you can see that injecting envs from env, Mongo connected, and API is now running. So you have to log this. Or else what I will suggest, right, you can also create a separate env folder and then manage all of this. Now actually some of you actually commented on my videos that okay, why we are using envs differently and then using some default values and then pushing to the code in GitHub so that it will be exposed. It's not like that. If you notice, for example, let's say here I have this port Mongo URI front-end origin, but you should have some kind of sense, right? Here, let's common sense that why you will be taking the JWT secret there in that env file and pass a default value. You don't have to do that. I'm not telling you to take default value for all the envs. For example, let's say you have a API key. You don't have to pass a default value, right? You are going to pass the default value where actually there is no problem of sharing those data. For example, let's say in which port you are running, right? Or maybe what is your origin or URL, some non-sensitive data I'm talking about, right? I never told that you have to pass the secret in the env if you're creating and then passing a default value. Absolutely not. You don't have to do that. But this is also fine that you can directly use with process.env.port. So with this setup is now completed. So what will be our next step? Now we're not going to stop because we have a lot of things to do. Like there are quite a lot of things. We'll start with creating the user model, and I try to keep each and everything very simple, the model, so that you'll understand what is actually we're doing and it will be easy for you to implement instead of just making the project very, very complicated. What I'll do, let's go to the models, and then I'm just going to create our user.ts file. One more thing I wanted to mention, you will see there will be some places where you have to write all types, right? So type, or let's say interface. There I'm not going to write all the interfaces and the types line by line. Why? Now let's say there are 30 types we need to write. How much time it will be taking, right? Instead I'm just going to copy paste only the types I'm talking about, not the logic or the JSX, right? Copy paste the types, and then I'm going to explain, okay, this is what we are having, and you will understand why I'm telling, because this video I have to keep in a particular time frame. I can't make this on like 20 hours, right? It will be very difficult for me to upload also. So just one highlight I wanted to mention. So first here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to import mongoose from mongoose, and also let's import the schema. So we need the schema. Now remember, see, first of all we are creating a type. So this is what I'm talking about. So for this one I'm going to create, so I'm going to create a user type. So I'm just going to do this one as user doc maybe. So this is going to have a name which will be string. It's also going to have an email which will be string, and also I'm just going to create a password as this will be string, and then I'm also going to do is creator. Why? Because whenever you're going to register a login, see, if you go to the Gumroad, right, so there everyone can sell and everyone can buy, means you can buy some other people products, right, and you can also sell. So something like this. So here also any user can be creator and any user can be buyer. So here I'm just going to do, this will be boolean, and then I'm also going to have the as usual created at, which will be what, date, and then I'm going to create one more which will be updated at, which will be also date. Now this is what I was talking about, these types. See how much time it took me, almost 1 minute. Instead, next time what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to copy paste, and then I'm going to explain that these fields I have, okay, and it won't be that much difficult for you to understand. Now I'm going to create the schema. So I'll be creating let's create const, and I'll do user schema, and this will be new schema, and you have to give the type. So here you're going to pass this type. So this will be your type of user doc, and now we are going to create. So first let's give the name, right? So we're going to have the name. So name will be maybe I'm also going to do type will be string. I'm going to do required will be true, okay, and also we are going to do trim will be true. Now let's copy this, and I'm also going to do the same for email. So let's do this one as email. So type will be string, required will be true, trim will be true. I'm also going to do lowercase, this will be true, and this is very important, so you have to take unique, right? So if you see, whenever I will see that, okay, this part I need to explain, I'm going to explain that part, right? So in case you are thinking that I'm doing little first, okay, this is done. Now next thing, I'm going to take the password hash, and here I'm going to take password hash. Let's take this one as type, and this will be string, and also I'm going to do required will be true. Then I'm also going to take is creator, so I'll do is creator, and here I'm just going to do type will be boolean, and also I'm going to pass a default will be false, right? And here after this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass so let's pass a timestamps, and this will be true, okay. Then what I will do, simply you're going to do export. I think this is fine, so I'll do export const, and I'll do user. So this will be mongoose.model, right? So you have the model, and here you have to pass the type, right? So you're going to pass the type. So this will be your user doc type, and then you're going to give the name and the schema. So name will be, let's give this one as user, and then I'm going to pass this one as user schema. Just now we have created, okay. So this will be our user schema, and this is done. So now let's save this. So the first step is completed. So what will be our next step? Next step, now we are going to start working creating the routes, right? So how many routes are going to create? We are going to create the register, login, and logout, and we are also going to create one more, which will be to get the current user. So I'm going to explain what actually we need. So first we'll start with routes. Now this is where I was talking about that you can create another folder here, which will be controller, and you can keep your business logic in that, and then you can use that logic in your routes. Normally I used to do in previous videos, but this is for this particular one I'm not going to do that because it is little time taking, and for me, like, I need to complete the feature so that you understand that how this Firecrawl, scrapping, and then Razorpay, especially Razorpay, all these things, how it will work. And this will get very, very interesting, right? Once we'll implement all these features, just wait for some time. So first what I'm going to do, first I'm going to close everything. So let's first import from Express, right? So I'm going to import from Express. So I'm going to take the router, and here I'm just going to first create our auth router. So I'll do export const, and I'm just going to do auth router, and this is where I need this router. So this will be the first step. Now I'm going to create auth router.post. So this will be a post request, and this is where I'm going to give this one as register. So this will be your first register route, and here I'm going to do async. So we'll do request response, And inside this, what we'll be doing, first we're going to get our name, email and password from our request body, right? So I'm just going to do what, so take from our request dot body, or else I'm going to keep this one as empty. So I'm going to get three things. I'm going to get the name, I'm going to get the email, and I'm also going to get the password. So these three things we need. Now let's give a small check, right? So I'll do here if not equal to name, or not equal to email, or not equal to password. Okay, and in that case I'm just going to do maybe return res.status. I'm actually thinking, right, maybe let's increase this, right? I think I'm not sure how you guys are seeing this. This is smaller or this is better. Okay, let's keep it like this. I think this will be better, right? Little. Okay, let's keep it. We'll use the same, right, from now onwards, or maybe we'll keep this one clean. I don't know how. I'm thinking better for you only, that how you guys, maybe you guys can comment it out that you want little bigger or like medium, like this is fine. Okay, I think this should be fine, right? Or this is fine. I'm confused. Okay, let's keep it like this only. So I'll do res.status, and then I'm just going to do 400, and then I'm just going to do this one as JSON, and inside this I'm going to do OK, and let's do a false, and then I'm just going to do, and remember I'm going to use this format, right? I'm going to do OK, or maybe success is also fine, or OK is fine. I think OK is fine, right? So OK, and then let's return a error here, right? So I'm just going to do error, and I'm just going to do name, email and password needed. Password needed. Okay, so this will be the first check. Second thing we need to check as user, like the user that is registering, whether that email is present or not, right? So that is the reason we make the email actually unique. So here that is the reason we make this one as unique. So I'm just going to do const, and I'm going to do maybe exist, and we'll do await. You're going to import the user model, and this is going to give you the find one method, right? So I'm going to use the find one. And now I'm just going to do email. So I'm just going to check if the email is present or not. So I'm just going to convert this one to string, and I'll do email. Maybe let's do 2 lowercase. Okay, and then I'm just going to do .lin. So now I'm just going to check if this exists, this user is already present. So that means I'm going to return a 400. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this will be email already in use. Okay, so email already in use. So this will be our second check. Now next, what we need to do, next we are going to create the password hash. So I'm going to do password hash, and this will be await. And maybe let's do one thing, right? Maybe let's create a I'm going to create a auth in the leave maybe. So let's go to leave. So I'm going to create a auth folder, sorry, file. So I'll do auth.ts. Okay, so first I'm going to import, so I'll do bcrypt from, and I'm going to do bcrypt. Then I'm going to create, so first let's do one thing. First I'm going to create the hash password. So I'm going to do export async function, and let's do this one as hash password. So here I'm just going to do plain password, which will be, let's say, string, and you're going to just do return. So we'll do bcrypt dot hash, let's do this one as pass, and I'm going to do pass, and maybe pass a salt of 10. So this will be first, and the second will be, I'm going to copy this, and let's do this one as verify. So here I'm going to get the password, which will be plain password, and the hash password both. So I'm going to do hash password, which will be also string. And then how you can check it, so you just have to pass. So we'll do bcrypt dot compare, and you're going to pass the password, the normal password, right, and the hash password. So these two for now. We need to add a couple of more, but for now I think this is fine. So now this is going to hash the password. Remember, this is a very important step that you need to do. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the hash password, and then you're going to pass. So just do a string of password. Now remember, this password is which password? This password, the password that you're getting from your UI. Okay, the user is typing that password. So now you're going to create the user. So I'll do user, and this will be await user dot create. So you have the create method, right? And here you're going to pass all this. So you're going to pass the name, because these has all this property, right? So you're going to pass name, which will be string of name. Pass the email, which will be string of email dot, I'm going to do 2 lowercase. Then I'm going to pass the password hash, this password hash that we have created, right? So this one we're going to pass, and fourth we're going to pass the is creator, which will be what? False, right? So it will be false. So now we are not going to return the token or the cookie. We are not going to create here. Why? Because once user is going to register, user have to be logged in, right? Then only they can enter the dashboard, or maybe they can be considered as an authenticated user. So what I can do, right? So I'm just going to return a res.json, and sorry, this will be res.json, and here I'm going to pass OK will be true, and maybe I'm going to do message that account created successfully. Okay, and also this is actually important that you can return the user here, right? That this user which is created, or maybe this you can give this one as my favorite variable name, which is newly created user. This I use. Okay, so here what you can do, simply you can pass the ID. Now what will be the ID? The ID will be the newly created user ID. So here you can pass string, and then you're going to pass this newly created user, and then if you do dot, right, you're going to get the ID. Okay, so we're getting the ID here. So this ID will be created. Then you can also pass the name, which will be user, this newly created user dot name. You can pass the email, which will be newly created user dot email, right? So if we do dot, and see that you'll be getting the email. Okay, and then also you can pass the is creator. This is optional, you can pass it, and then you'll do newly created user dot is creator. So you'll do is creator. That's it. So with this, the registration logic is now completed. So users should be able to register once this is done. Now what we're going to do will be creating our login. So let's create one more. So I'm just going to do auth router. So do post, and here we're going to pass /login, and let's do async, do request response. Okay, so inside this also we forgot one very important point, and that is, sorry, my bad, I'm going to cut it from here, and I'm going to take our try catch block that we haven't taken, which is actually very important. So I'm just going to log this, right, and then inside this I'm going to paste it here. And here what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to return a res.status of 500, and I'll do internal server error. Okay, so this is very important, we need to use this. So now here also I'll do the same thing. So I'm going to take a try catch. So for catch you can use the same thing, you can copy this and we can paste it here. Now inside try, the first of all what you need to do, first instead of taking the name, email, password, now you'll be getting what? Only the email and the password. Normally that will happen, right? You're going to enter your email and password, and you will be logged in. So first what I'll do, I'm going to copy this part. Okay, so this part I need to copy. So first till this one I'm going to copy, till this exists. So I'll copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. Now see what are the changes. First of all, we don't need the email. Okay, so this email is not needed, so we're going to remove this, and also this not needed. Exist, this we need to check, because let's say you are a user and you are not registered to a particular website and you are trying to log in. So what will happen? You have to register first, right? Or else they will give you that, okay, you haven't registered or logged in, you have to first register yourself first. So that means if this user is not present, so in that case what we are going to do, also for this one we can do simply, we can remove this, right? You can directly check this. I'm going to make this one as user. So let's do user. Okay, so I'm going to check if the user is present or not. And now I'm going to check if this user not present. So here I'm going to return an error. So I'm going to copy this, and you return 400, definitely we need to return, and I'm going to do maybe what we can do, maybe invalid credentials. So I'll do invalid credentials. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what are you going to do? Now we will be creating the token, right? So we're going to create the token. We also, before creating the token, we need to verify the password, that if the user entered the password that is correct, which is stored in our DB or not. If that is not stored, that means the user entered a wrong password. So in that case, I'm just going to do OK password, something like this, whatever you're going to take, and then I'm going to take await. Now which method you're going to use? You're going to use the verify password method. Remember the password we created here. And now here you're going to pass two things. So one will be the plain password and second one will be the hash password. Now let's see if you can understand that where actually we are going to get all this information. So this password is nothing but this password here, the plain password. So we're going to pass this password and or maybe let's do a string of this. So I'll do string of this password. And the hash password will be that password that is stored in your DB, which will be user.password. If you do user and see, you are going to get the password. If I just wait and see, you are getting password hash. So this is going to give you that if the user entered a wrong password or not. So you're going to do OK password. If this is false, means this is also invalid credentials. Okay, so this is done. Now you're going to create the token. So I'm just going to do const token. Maybe what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to create here, let's create a sign JWT method. So I'm just going to go here and I'm going to create a function. I'll do export function and I'll do sign JWT, and inside this I'm going to get the token and I'll do string, and here what I'm going to do, my bad, this will be the not token. Here for sign we need the payload. So I'm going to get the payload, and this will be, I'm just going to do JWT dot JWT. We need to import the JWT first. So I'm going to import these from JSON web token, and this will be JWT dot I think JWT payload. Oh, this will be small. JWT dot JWT payload. This is what we need. And here I'm just going to return, so I'm just going to return jwt.sign, and I need the payload, so this is my payload. Also I need to pass the jwt secret, so I'm going to get this process.env dot, so you have the jwt secret, right? And then what I'm going to pass, we're also going to pass this option. So I'm just going to do expires in, and this will be my this process dot expires in this part. So the process dot env dot jwt expires in. Okay, we have to give a type it, so let's give this one as jwt dot sign in options, and here I'm going to pass this one as expires in. So I'm going to do expires in. Okay, so this is what you are going to pass. So I think this is done. So now what will be our next step? So I think sign JWT. Okay, we also need to create one more. I'm going to create the verify also. So I'm going to do export function, and let's do this one as verify JWT, right? And here I'm going to get the token. That token I need to verify, which will be string, and here I'm going to get the JWT payload. Now let's do one thing. Here I'm going to create one, so I'll do export type, and let's do JWT payload. And here I'm going to pass the user ID, which will be string. Okay, so I'm going to just return this. I'll do JWT payload, and here I'm going to do return. So I'm going to do JWT, and this is going to give you this verify method. Okay, now how you're going to verify? You're going to take this token and then you're going to pass this JWT secret, because this is going to verify based on the JWT secret. So here you're going to pass what? So you're going to comma JWT secret, and then you're going to pass this one as, and we'll do JWT payload. Okay, and I think this is done. So now this is going to verify the JWT, and then this is going to create the JWT token. So what will be our next step? So now once the user is going to log in, we're going to create the token. See this, understand all these things. So we're going to create the token. To create the token, we're going to pass the payload. Based on the payload, it is going to create the token, and then when we're going to verify, we will be getting the payload back. I hope this is clear. Once that is done, then we are going to do what? We are going to set the cookie. Okay, so let's see how you're going to do that. So first let's save this, we'll go here. Now we're going to create the token here. So how we are going to create it? So I'm going to call the sign JWT, and what this is going to receive, this is going to receive the payload. So how you're going to pass the payload? Now remember, we are going to pass a user ID. Okay, this is what we are going to receive when we are going to verify it. So I'm going to pass this on a string, and how we will be getting the ID of that user. This user is nothing but this user is going to give you the ID. So if you just go here, I'll do user dot and just wait, and I'm going to do, see, you're getting the ID. So this is what going to create the token, and then I'm going to create a method. So I'll do set auth cookie, something like this, whatever you can do. You're going to pass the response, and then you're going to pass the token. Okay, this we are going to create, not created here, and at the end I'm going to do return res.json. I'm going to do okay, be true, and I'm going to pass the user, and here I'm going to do this same thing, right? So maybe let's copy this ID, name, email, and is created, right? See, remember, we are not returning the password here, which is very important. Newly created user will be this user that we have. So we're going to change this one to this. Okay, and now let's create the set auth cookie. Go here and let's create this. So here I'm just going to do function, or maybe why we need this, man. So let's I think we are doing this one, we don't need any extra function here. Maybe you can just simply do this, right? So I'm just going to do, so I'm going to do take res dot, I'm going to do cookie, right? So this is going to give you the cookie, and here you're going to pass the cookie name. So now I'm going to do process.env, and then we'll go here and see we have the cookie name that we have created. So copy this, and then you can just pass it here. So the cookie name, you're going to pass the token, right? Token, this token that you have created, and then what you can do, right, you're going to pass HTTP only. So I'm going to pass this one as true. You're going to do same site, this will be lex, and also for now I'm going to pass the secret, this will be false, right? And this for localhost we are using this, but we need to actually make this one true whenever we are going to deploy this one to prod. Okay, so with this, now this is going to set the cookie, and then at the end we are returning the response back. Okay, this is the return, we are returning the response back. So now we can save this. So with this, the login is also completed. So we have login and the register. So next will be the logout. Logout also will be simple. So we'll do auth router dot post, and then I'm just going to do logout. So let's create our async. So we'll do request response, and inside this I'm just going to do try catch. So for this one I think we can use this same thing, and in this try what I can do, simply we're going to do res dot clear cookie, and you're going to pass the process dot env dot cookie name. So you're going to pass the cookie name, that cookie you want to delete. Okay, this is the first thing, and then you're going to pass the options, right? So I'll do HTTP only, true. I'm going to pass same site lex, and also I'm going to pass secure will be false. Okay, and at the end you're going to return. So I'm just going to return res.json, and then just pass okay will be true, and this we're going to make this into error. Okay, so save this, this is done. Now what we are going to do, right, so we need to have a protected route. Now remember, that is the reason I mentioned that you can move this one to a different controller, but for now I'm going to take it here, and that not that much simple. So we're going to have the protected routes here. What protected route we need? Now let's say if you are already registered or you are already logged in, then you'll be able to get the user information. Let's say there is a user A and user B. So based on the token we can understand, right, if the user A is logged in or the user B. I hope you are getting. So for that we need something. So what actually we need? We need the middleware. So middleware is going to decide if the user is an authenticated user or not. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So inside middleware I'm going to create, so let's do require auth.ts file. Okay, this is actually very important, right? If you already worked with all this, you already know what I'm doing, or else just understand that what actually is happening here. So I'm just going to export. So the async function and I'm just going to do require auth, and here couple of things we need. Okay, the first of all we need our request, so I'm going to create an auth request here. We also going to have a response, which will be our response. So response will be our response from Express. Okay, so these we are going to import. So wait, I think it's not given. Let me just import these from Express. Now it will give you suggestion. Still it is not giving response. Also need the request here, so I'm going to take the request. So first let's create the type. So I'm just going to do export type, and then you're going to do auth, maybe auth request, and here I'm just going to take the request. So this will be my request, and I'm going to add a couple of other types here. So first I'm going to take if the user is present, so I'm going to add a user property where user is going to have an ID which will be string. This is very important. It's going to have a name which will be a string, and also it's going to have an email which will be a string, and also it's going to have a isCreator property which will be a boolean, and then you're going to pass this to this type. Now your request object is going to also have this user information. Okay, this is just that. Then also you're going to have the next, which will be your next function, which is very important because you need to call the next middleware. Now you're going to get the type, try catch. Okay, let's take error only here. Okay, so first what are you going to do here? So first we'll be getting the token from cookies. So I'm going to do const token, and this you're going to do request, and you'll do dot cookies. So you're going to get the cookies. Okay, and then you're going to check that if the cookie is present, how? So you're going to get process.env, and then you're going to pass the cookie name. So do dot cookie name. Okay, so this will going to give you the cookie. Then you're going to check if the token is not present. Okay, what you're going to pass? You're going to do return. So we'll do raise.status, but remember you can't pass 400. That's why I mentioned that wherever I need to explain, I'm going to explain. Here you're going to pass 401 because the user is a not authenticated user. So you're going to pass OK will be false, and then I'm going to do error, and I'll do unauth user. Please log in. Something like this, right? So do please log in. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the payload. So how I'm going to get the payload? I'm going to get the payload based on the verify payload method that you have created. So I'm just going to do const payload. Now you're going to do verify JWT, and what you're going to pass here, you're going to pass the token, this token. So you're going to pass the token. Now what you need to do, this payload is going to give you what? This payload is going to give you the user ID. Right, because in your token user ID we are already adding, right? So that means whenever the that token will be created, it's going to create the token based on the payload, right? This payload is going to have the user ID. Why, if you ask me? Because if you noticed, when creating the token we pass the create user ID here, so everything is linked. So now this payload is going to have the token. So now I'm going to get the user ID here. So I'm going to get the user ID here, right? So you'll get the user ID here. Now you can get the user information. Why? Because if you have the user ID from your database, you can fetch the user information, right? So now you can do const user, and you'll do await. You get the user model first, and this is going to give you find by ID. Okay, see, and then what you can pass, you'll do payload. See this payload, if I do dot, what actually this will give? It's going to give me the user ID, and then you just do lin. And then I'm just going to give one more check, right? So I'll do if not equal to user, and I'm going to return something like this, invalid session or something like this. We'll do invalid session here. Okay, so again this is done. Now it is very important. What you need to do, you have the request object, right? This request object is going to have the user information. See why? Because we have already attached this type. Means what I'm doing that whenever a user is logged in, so that request object is also going to hold the user information, so that we can understand if the user is a authenticated user or not. Now you can pass the ID. Now see, these all are coming from here, so we're going to pass the ID. So ID will be, so I'm going to take the string of the user dot ID. Now this user is the user that we have taken from the DB. We're also going to pass the name, which will be user dot name. You're going to get the email, which will be user dot email. We're also going to have the is creator, which will be user dot is creator. And I think this is done. So now this is going to have the user information. Now what you have to do, if you can tell what you need to do, I think you already know the concepts. So can you guess? So you have to call the next middleware. Very important. If you don't do this, what will happen, right? Your application is stuck here because the Express doesn't know that from here where I need to go next. So I have to always call the next middleware. And here what I can do, right, maybe I'll copy this and I'm just going to return the internal server error or something. And I think this is done. Or you can also return 401 maybe. I'll do invalid session, right? Invalid session. So this is completed. So now whenever I'm going to get a protected route, what I need to do, I need to protect that particular route with our middleware. So now let's say if I wanted to get, okay, I'll do auth router dot get, right? So this will be get. Here I'm just going to do, okay, this will be my let's say I'm going to taking my user information, and then I'm going to do async. Now see what I'm doing. I'm going to do request, and here I'm going to get the auth request I created just now here, and I'm going to get the response. And what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return, so I'll do res.json. See how actually this is very clean, right? What we have done, it's very clean. And if you know all of this, you'll understand how you can implement the JWT properly. Even if you're creating your own SaaS or anything, the only thing you need to understand that how you're going to create the cookie, because cookie is very important, right? You have to make the cookie secure, all the properties that you have to practice by yourself whenever you're going to implement. But this will give you the clear practice. So request is now I have the user information. Okay. So this is done, but is this completed? No. Why? Now you have to protect this with your require auth middleware. So I'm going to pass require auth here. Means what? Now this user is a protected user, a protected route. If this user is not authenticated, it will break here. It will never go in this particular logic. Okay. So this is now completed. Also you can take the try, right? I'm thinking. I think taking try catch actually helps. Sometimes you will do some silly mistakes, so this is actually important. So just return this. So this is completed. So now where we are going to use this, so we'll be using this in our app.ts file. So what we can do, simply we can go here, all the routes placeholder. So the app dot, you're going to do use, and then I'm going to give this on a /API/auth. So for auth routes, I wanted to use the auth route. So here you're going to use auth router. That's it. And now if we just go here, save this, let's see if we are getting any error or not. Fantastic, no error. So you can test it also, right? Maybe let's do one thing. Let me just quickly open the Postman. Okay, so I'll just do post, and then this will be /auth/register. I'll go to body, and here I'm going to pass name, so I'm going to pass Sangam. I'll pass email will be sangam@gmail.com, and here I'm going to pass the password, which will be I'll do password what we have taken. Okay, we have the password has, right? So you can pass this on 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this will be post. Now let's send this. Fantastic. So this is created. So if you go here, let's go this, and then I'm going to just do browse collection. I wanted to check if this password has is getting stored or not. That is the only thing I need to check. It's very slow, man. Now the test we already have. User collection, and we'll see if the user password is hashed now. Awesome. So now we'll go here, and then I'm going to remove this name. Okay, and then I'm just going to do this one as login, and we'll see if this is present or not. So okay, true, and you are able to log in. That means this is working fine. Let's see if I give wrong password here, 7 8 or whatever, send this. So invalid credentials. Fantastic. So that means the backend logic is now completed. So with this, now we'll start working with the front end. So first what I'll do, we're going to set up or install shadcn, and then directly we'll start implementing the login and the register page. Remember, I wanted to mention one more thing, because we are using this Gumroad clone, right? So I tried my best to keep the UI as simple. I think you have seen the intro, right? So for images, what I will say, right, I'm going to use the direct URL, okay? But what you should do, I will suggest, see, until unless you're going to use, very important point, until unless you're going to use that in some commercial or let's say your own business, don't use their images, because you're going to get some copyright or something. That you should not also do. But for learning purpose, either you can directly use the URL, that is absolutely fine, or you can download that image, place the image in your client public in your assets folder, and then you can use directly from there also. So both the options I've given you. For my tutorial purpose, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the direct URL, but the alternative I've already told you that what you can do. So with this, now let's start implementing the UI for the register and the login. Alright, so now let's start working on the front end. So first what I will do, right, I'm going to open a new terminal. Let's go to the client folder first, and then let's install the shadcn. So I'm going to do npx shadcn @latest, and we're going to do init. Let's wait. Okay, so now let's enter. So it's going to install. So after that, we're going to create or install all the components one by one. So first, what we will be doing, okay, now remember, we are also going to do a couple of things, right? So first, I'm going to create some helpers that we are going to use throughout this particular project. For what? For calling the API, so that we don't have to write the same logic again and again. I hope this is clear, right? Okay, I think this is done. So first let's do one thing. Maybe I think we can install some of the components that we need, right? So I'm just going to clear this. So let's do npx shadcn @latest, and I'll do add. So we need the button. Maybe let's do the card component, input component. I think we need definitely. What else? I'll do text area. At once I'm going to install in case later we need it. Set component. Then I'm going to do sonar. What else will that? Button, card. I think this would be fine, right? Install all the other components. So first, what I'm going to do, so first create the folder structure. So I'm going to close this first. Inside client, go to source, go to app, and here I'm going to create a route group, and I'm going to give this a name as auth. Okay, so that will be our first step. And inside this, I'm going to create a layout.tsx, and here I'm going to create our two pages. One will be our register page, so we'll start with register, and this will be page.tsx, and also I'm going to create one more here, which will be login, and this will be what? Page.tsx. Okay, now let's close everything else, open the register page, open the login page, and second thing we are going to do, what? Inside our client folder we will be creating our env file. So do .env, and what env? Two envs we need. Okay, so for now here if you see, we have this what is that? Next public API base URL. This is where our API is running, and later we are going to add this Razorpay key ID. For now I'm going to just add here, add this one, and then just paste it here. This is important. Okay, this you have to do it. So first we'll start with creating the layout. What is layout? So that we are going to have one layout which will be shared by both login and the register pages, so that you don't have to write repetitive code. Okay, so first I'm just going to do export, and let's do default function, and I'm just going to do this one as auth layout. So this is going to receive children, and here you are going to pass the children. What will be the type? This will be react.react node. Okay, so this will be a react node. Inside this you are going to return, so I'm going to return a, and then I'm just going to do common auth layout. Okay, now see, I'm going to save this. For now we are not rendering this, or maybe let's render these children also, right? So I'm save this. Sorry if you're getting any noise, I think that is coming from outside. So here I'll just create the login page, right? So let's create the login page, or let's do the register first. I'm going to do export default, I'll do async, I'll do function, and I'm going to do this one as login. Sorry, this is register. Always make these mistakes. So this is the register page, and I'm going to return. So I'll do div, and this will be my register page. Copy this, save it here, and then I'm going to do the same for this also. So I'm going to do this one as login. So this will be our login page. So this is done. Okay, now I wanted to test it. So we'll go to here, let's go to the CD, go to client, and I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to do I'm going to clear first, and then we'll do npm run dev. Okay, so now let's open this. Alright, so here I'm just going to go to first login page. So you can see that you're getting common auth layout and the register page. Okay, so these two things. So here we're going to have the common layout. This is where you're going to have our main content. So this is what we're going to create. So first let's do one thing. Maybe let's create the layout page first. Now if in case I wanted to make one more thing is clear, that I think some of you actually commented these things, and some of you wanted to know that how I'm writing all these CSS classes and everything very quickly. Two things. First, some of the things that I will be creating while recording, some things maybe the base structure that is I already created. Okay, I'm not going to lie or anything, right? So that is the reason. See, if I just do and everything while recording this video, this will be like very difficult. This video length will go very high, and that is the reason you see that if I just give here, right, let's say maybe you see all these things, right? This I already created the dummy project, so that I already have one more laptop where I'm actually seeing the structure, so that I can quickly record and do the logic on top of it. Okay, so that is the thing. Now coming to the point that how actually I'm memorizing all these things, I'm very simple. That is coming from experience and the number of projects that I've created, right? So for example, let's say if you tell me that okay, in this particular part which CSS class I need to use, I can tell you very quickly, even I can write, but doesn't mean that I can memorize each and everything. Not possible. So that is the reason some of the things that is already pre-built I'm actually seeing from there, and some of the thing that I'm creating while recording the video. I hope this will clear the doubts. Okay, so now first thing what I'm going to do, right, so here I'm going to go to the layout page, and it's not like that you have to memorize. That is a very bad thinking that you have. You don't have to memorize, you have to understand where you are going to apply what. I also go to the official documentation and learn all those things, right? Doesn't mean that I memorize everything. It's coming from after practicing multiple times or doing multiple projects. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, so first let's remove this, and here I'm just going to do again while writing the CSS. I think some of you already know I'm very like I don't like it. This is becoming very boring, right, all these classes. So I'm going to do very fast. Okay, so I'll do min height, and let's do a dvh. So 100 dvh I'm going to give, and here I'm going to have the left panel, and then I'm going to have the right panel. Okay, so I'm going to have the right panel. Okay, so this is my left panel, this is my right panel. So here I'm just going to give a class name, and I'll do flex of 1, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and here I'm going to render these children. Maybe let's do left side only, and then I'm going to take the class name. So I'm going to do mx of auto, and I'm going to do flex. I'll do height of full, I'll do max w 2xl, and also I'm going to do flex of column. And here I'm going to take, so let's take this on a class name. So I'm going to do this one as relative. I will do hidden, I'll do width of 40 vw, and I'm going to do a border of L, means left, right? So it's left style and left width it's going to take, and then give a border zinc 200, and I'm going to do, because we are doing this one hidden, so it will be always hidden, but you have to show it for what? For larger devices. So for larger devices, what you're going to do, you're going to take a large, right? So based on that, it's going to apply media query. This is what I'm talking about. So that means this is the place I know that okay, I need to apply this query. I hope you're getting, right? So these things no one is going to teach you, so you have to understand where you're going to apply what. So here I have to do, make this one as block. That's it. Inside this I'm going to take an image, and now here I'm going to take a source. So for source I already mentioned I'm going to use the URL, so I already have the URL. So copy this. You should not do this, okay? You don't do this, or you can download this and then directly use here. For showing purpose, I'm just using this alt, and then just give this on a class name. So I'll do absolute, and you're going to do an inset of 0, and I'll do height of full, width of full, and you're going to do an object cover. Okay, save this. So you're getting on the right side. Fantastic. Okay, let's see if you're getting the same for login also. You'll be getting the login. See, this part is common. So now here we are going to create. Now before that, let's do one more thing, and that is, let's go to our layout. Layout is our main entry file, right? This is where you can see that you'll be getting this create, next tab and everything. So first I'm going to change this on to Gumroad AI clone. Now let's keep small only, right? And this will be generated by create next tab. This we don't need for now. And here what I can do, I can remove this, take the body, and here what I'm going to do, let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do same mean height dvh, and I'm going to do bg. Now I'm going to use this color, right? So I'm going to give the body only. So I'll do f6, f6, f4. So these colors and everything I already decided, because this I can't memorize. You got it what I mean? And here I'll just do zinc, and I'll do 900. And not me, I think almost all the YouTubers actually do like that only, right? No one can memorize each and everything. So I'm going to use this here. And now remember, I'm going to give a placeholder which we are going to do later. Now there are multiple ways we can do that, but for now I'm going to write. So this is where you are going to use our Razorpay script loading. Okay, this will be our Razorpay script loading that we are going to do later. Now you can just render these children. Okay, so save this. So it's changed the background color, you see, right? It's now coming little grayish. So now this is completed. So first what we are going to implement. So first we'll be implementing our register page. So we'll go here, and before that also, let's quickly create the leave here. So right, we have to create a leave. So I'm just going to create inside leave. I'm going to create an API, and maybe let's do two here. One will be client side helpers and one will be server side helpers. Two files. Also I'm going to create one more here inside this leave. So I'm going to create an auth folder, and let's create a get me.ts. So first I'm going to create these three files in the next part, and then we'll start with creating the register and the login. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next. Alright, so before we'll implement that, I think if some of you don't know or actually not aware that we have something called import server only directive, which we can actually use whenever we are going to write some kind of code in the server, right? So you see we have something called use server, right? Whenever you're going to create the server action, so this is what you're going to use, and it's very good. Okay, so what we are going to do, so users will be just have to add this, just like you do use client or use server. So you have to add this import server only at the very top of the file that contains which must remain on the server, right? So you can do functions that access backend resources and blah blah, whatever you want to do related to server side. What we can do first, we'll go to the server.ts, right? Now remember, this I'm creating inside leave. You can create any other, wherever how you're going to structure. Maybe you can do better than me in terms of folder restructuring, so please feel free to do that. You don't have to follow each and everything that I'm doing. So first we're going to do what? So we're going to do import server only. Okay, then what we need to do, right? We need the cookies. Remember, it's very very important because we are using cookies. So something we are going to import from where, so we'll have next/headers. Okay, so you have the next, and this is where you need the cookies. Now see what you're going to do first. So I'm going to get our API base. So I'll do API base URL, and this will be process.env dot, and we have this next public API URL. Remember, it should start with, you should start with this with next_public API base URL. Okay, and then I'm going to create two helper function. First one will be async function, and this will be API server get. So I'm going to do API server get. This will be related to your get. Now you can create any number you want. I'm going to pass a generic, and then I'm just going to give a path because I need to get the path here, so which will be string. And then what I'm going to do, so this is going to return a promise of this generic t, right? So this can be any type here. And then what you're going to do, first you'll be getting out cookies. So I'm just going to do cookie store, not cookie store, and this will be avid, and you're going to call the cookies and then I'm going to create the response. I'll do res, this will be await, so this will be await. So I'm going to do fetch. Now what I have to pass first I have to pass the API base URL, right? So this will let's give this one caps, it will look good. So I'll do API base URL, something URI, or let's do URL. And here what I am going to pass, it is going to pass this API base URL, and then what you have to pass, you have to pass the path, right? So you're going to pass the path, that's it. And then after this I'm just going to pass a method which will be get. See, that is the reason I wanted to mention one very important point. You see that some other videos, so let's say any other YouTube video, they try to use very fancy packages and everything, try to make the project very cool. But if let's say you are watching as a student, maybe you don't have that much professional experience, right? But let's say in case you are watching, whoever is watching, you are already working in a company, you know that companies actually don't like that. And I hope you're getting what I mean. The big companies, right, they're creating very big products, they try to keep everything in their own hand. What I mean by this, so instead of creating their own third-party packages, what they will do, right, they're going to create their own library, right? And why they do that? See, the reason is very simple. Let's say after 6 months, if the library that they're using, the third-party library, that is the community support is not there, or that library is going to get deprecated, so what company is going to do? For company it will be what? Huge loss, right? So they need to again implement all the logic and everything, the resource problem, more money they have to spend. So that is the reason I always mention, when you have something called fetch, right, you can use, and then you can create something on top of it. Why you need some extra library to use all these things, right? Just to make things cool. Yes, some cases you can do that, but most of the times you can do whatever is already there. Okay, so this is very important, so I just wanted to mention. Now what I'll do, right, I'll do headers, and then here I'm going to pass a cookie. And how you're going to get the cookie? So you'll be getting this cookie from this cookie store, and then you're just going to do toHistory. Okay, and then what I'm going to pass, right, I'm going to pass a cache, and let's do no store. I don't want to store this, so I'm going to do no store. And once this is done, then I'm just going to return. So I'll do res.json, that's it. Now I'm going to copy this and then just paste it here, and I'm just going to do API server post. Now some changes will be there here. So first I'm going to get the path, and I'm going to do body, and I'm going to do body is not any, but I'm going to keep this one as unknown, right? So here I'm going to pass unknown because it can change, right? So first this line will same API base URL everything, these will become post. Here headers, cookie you need to pass, right? So I'm going to cut it here. Inside this, first I'm going to create a content type. So I'm going to pass application /JSON until unless you have something related to form data or anything you're doing, so you have to change this, but for now I think this would work. And you have to pass, don't forget to pass the body. Some people actually forget, so you have to pass or else it will not work. So do json.stringify, and you're going to pass the body here, and this will be cache will be no store. That's it. So we have created two helper functions. These helper function we are going to use throughout this project. We actually am trying not to make this particular project very complicated. Instead, you will see this is actually very good practice that we are using. Even if you're working in a product based company, or let's say you are going to work, you will see that they are going to use the exact same kind of things. It's not like in companies they will do some very fancy some things, not like that. You are going to see similar kind of things only. So this is actually very well or I will say that very good code that we are writing, or the approaches that we are using. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to use client, and I'm also going to have Axios. So I'm going to install Axios. So we'll do npm install Axios. Okay. So first I'm going to import. So I'll do Axios from Axios, and then I'm going to do again. Let's copy from here, man. I don't want to write. Copy this, paste it here, and then I'm just going to create a API client. You can also create interceptor and everything if you want. For now I'm going to create only API client, and I'm just going to do axios.create, and I'm just going to pass a base URL which will be API base URL, and I'm going to pass a with credentials will be true, right? So because we have the cookies, and I think that will be more than enough. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create this auth and get me helper function where I'm going to get the if the user is authenticated or not. Now one thing I wanted to mention, there are n number ways you can check this. You can create a middleware in your client side and then you can protect the routes, but this for this particular project you'll see that how I'm going to keep this one very simple yet very effective, means very effective way that we can protect the routes, right? I'm not going to use middleware because I've done intentionally, because in my previous all the videos I have done middleware. You'll see any videos you'll see in YouTube, they are going to use middleware, but I'm going to show you a very simple way that we can do that. So for now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to create a type here. So I'm just going to do me response, and here I'm going to get, so in the response what we are getting, let me just check. Okay, so we have the okay will be true, and user we are getting, right? User will have what? ID, name, email, and is creator. So what we can do, oh maybe I think we have already created here. So let's copy this part, these 4 things. So I'm going to copy this, we'll go here. So first I'm going to receive a okay, which will be boolean, and I'm going to get a user, right? And this will be all these properties, right? So we have the string, yeah, name, string, email, string, and is creator is boolean, and this will be, you can give this one as boolean. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'll do export async. Okay, then I'm going to do function, and I'm going to do get me. Okay, or you can do get, now let's skip get me only, I think it is fine, get me. And then I'm just going to do try catch, and I can simply, maybe let's return here directly. So I'll do okay will be false as me response. Okay, so because this is optional, right? And in the try what you can do is just do return, you'll do await. And now I'm going to do what? I'm going to use this API server get, right, which is going to pass the cookies and it's going to return the response back. How simple. So you can just do API server get, right, and then what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the generic, the type. So this will be of me response, because this is the response that we need. That is the reason I pass this, right, and this is what it's going to return, right? I hope this is clear. And then we'll be going to API /auth/me. That's it. Okay, so now this is going to give you if the user is authenticated or not. Simple, right? This is what we are going to check. So now everything is ready, we can start working on creating the register route. So what I mean by this, right, so let's say now whenever I'll be creating our register logic, what I can do, so maybe let's say here, see, I'm going to show you that how this will work. So I have this, right, inside this app, maybe let's create one creator group here. So I'm going to have a creator, and also I'm going to have our buyer, both the group, right? So we have the creator and the buyer. Inside creator, let's say maybe I'm going to have a dashboard, and then for now I'm just going to create a page.tsx. Later I'm going to delete this. Okay, so I'm going to do page.tsx, and here maybe let's say I'm going to create a dashboard component. So I'll do dashboard, and I'm going to return, let's return a div with dashboard. Okay, let's save this also. If I go here and let's say try to access dashboard, so here the dashboard page, but now let's say I wanted to make this route as a protected route, means until you are logged in you can't access this. Let me check if I have any cookie or anything stored or not. Okay, let me just clear this, and I'm going to, I think we don't have. Okay, now what I'll do, let's see, if I go to this register, okay, this register route, or maybe let's do the opposite, go to this dashboard. Now I'm going to simply check that, okay, const me, and then I'll do await, and also I'm going to convert this one to async. So I'll do await, and then I'm going to call that API server, right? You can call this, or you can directly call this get me. I think we can call direct get me, right? So I'm going to do get me, right? And then I'm going to do if not equal to me dot okay, means what? Means user is not authenticated. So what you can do, you can call redirect, and then you can redirect the user to the login page. This is what I'm talking about. So with these 2 lines, what is the advantage? You have all the control in your hand. You can do, now let's say if you don't want to rewrite this, you can also create a hook or whatever you wanted to do, but this is one of the way. Now if I try to go here, See, it's already going to the login page. So try to access the dashboard, right? So go here, try to give a dashboard. See, you can't access. Why? Because user is not authenticated. So with these 2 lines, now you can protect any page you want. Also, it is very simple yet very effective. I'm not saying this is the best way. Definitely there are a lot of other ways you can do that. Or let's say, instead of writing this 2 line multiple times, you can create some hook or whatever. You can create some global context multiple ways, but this is one of the most simplest way that you can do. So just check if the user is authenticated. If not, you redirect the user whenever you want to redirect. So this is one logic. I think this is done. So with this, we have created all the what is that, helper function, this get me function. Now we will start working on the register and the login page in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the register page. So for first what I'll do, right, so let's remove this. And for register and login, the structure will be same. So we're going to copy paste couple of things. First we'll be creating this. So let's start with creating a header. And let's give a class name. So I'm going to give a class name of maybe flex. Let's give flex column. I'll do gap of 4 and let's do border bottom. Let's do a border zinc of 200, padding of 8. Let's do a SM padding of 16, and I'll do for MD padding of 8. Inside this, let's take a div, and inside this I'm going to take a h1, and here let's take a link component, and here I'm going to just render or write Gumroad, and I'll just do href, so it will go to the home page. Okay, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do font semi-bold. Let's do a tracking tight. For these, let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do hidden. For SM, I'm going to do block, and also let's do text 3xl. And for this div, what I can do, to take a class name, I'll do flex item center, justify center, and I'll do gap of 2. Okay, so we save this, and now after this h1, let's take another div, and here I'm just going to take one more link, and I'll just do login, and this will be href, so it will go to the login page. Okay, and here I'll do class name. So let's do font medium. I'll do underline. What else? Let's do maybe, I think this is fine. So let's see how this is looking first. So go to the register page. Okay, we are getting these. So what we can do, let me just check. I think yeah, I think we are using flex. Something we're missing here. Okay, first let's do one thing. Let's give this one first. Here I'm just going to do a flex. I'm also going to do item center, and also let's do a gap of 4, and I'll do text of SM. First let's complete the structure. I think, let's see, I think this should be something we are doing. Okay, this should be justify between, and maybe let's do a text MD. Okay, so I think this is fine. Now after this, what I'll do, so here maybe let's take a h2, and I'll do sign up, and let's take a class name, and I'll do text 3xl. I'll do font semi-bold, and let's do a tracking tight. Okay, let's do this one 2xl. All right, so I think this is fine. What else? Okay, I think after this, what I can do, you can take a div, and I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do padding of 8, and I'll do SM padding of 16, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and I'll do a class name. I'll do max WMD, and here I'm going to create a register form component. So we'll go to the components, and here I'm just going to create auth, and let's do a register form. Okay, so this will be a client component definitely, and here I'm just going to create the, so let's do register form, and here let's return a div. Okay, so save this, and then we're going to use this here. So I'm just going to do register form. All right, so I think this is done. So now let's create the form component. Now for this one, this form component, it will be exactly similar to login also. The only difference is in register you are going to have a name field extra. In login we are only going to have the email and the password field. So first let's take all our state. So first I'm going to take the router because we need the router component, and I'm going to get the router from next navigation. And after this I'm just going to do name. Let's do set name. Let's keep this one simple. So I'm just going to do use state of empty, and then I'm just going to copy this, and let's do the same for email and the password. So I'm going to do email, and this will be set email, and I'm just going to do password, and this will be set password. Okay, and also maybe let's do, so we can also take a loading state. So I'm just going to do loading set loading, and this will be equal to use state of false. Okay, now first of all let's create the structure. So here what I'm going to do, instead of this, let's return a card component from shadcn. So I already installed the card component, so import this, and then first I'll take a class name. So let's do a border of 0. I'm going to do bg as transparent, and let's do shadow none. And after this let's take a form, and here we are going to take a field set component, and inside this what I'm going to do, so let's take a legend, and I'm just going to do name, and then we'll be having the input. So after this I'm just going to have the input component. So I think input we already installed from shadcn, so I'm going to import this, and here I'm just going to first pass this one as required. We're going to keep this one simple. I'm going to do auto complete, so I'll do name, and let's do a value. So value will be what, this name. So I'm going to pass the value which will be name, then you're going to pass on change, so this will be event, and here you're going to do set name will be what, event dot target dot value. And now let's take a class name. So class name I'm going to do height of 11. Let's do a border zinc, let's do 300, and I'm going to do text of maybe 15px, and what else, maybe let's do a placeholder. So I'm just going to do text zinc 400, and I think this would be fine. So now let's save this. First let's see how this is looking, right? Okay, not bad. Also in this legend, so I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do text sm, and let's do a font of medium, and I'm going to do a text zinc of 900, and also let's do maybe margin, we'll do margin bottom of maybe 4. Or maybe let's do this one as 5. No, I think 2 is fine. Okay, yeah, I think 2 is fine. This looks clean. Alright, so I think this is done. And or maybe we can do one thing, right? Let's remove this. We can take a class name here, and I'll do space y of 2. Okay, so this is fine. Now what I'm going to do, right, so we're going to just copy this exact thing, and then I'm going to do the same for email, right? So this will be now email, and here a couple of changes will be there. So required will be there. Now just add a type, so this will become now email, autocomplete will be email, value will be email, and this will become set email instead of this, right? So we'll do set email. That's it. So now let's save this. Let's see. Also we are going to give maybe in this form I'm going to take a class name. So let's take a space y of 3, maybe 4. Okay, I think this is fine. Now after this email, so we are also going to take the exact same thing for what, password. So I'll copy this, paste it here. So this will become what, password, and this will become password, this will also become password, this will be also password, and here you are going to do set password. Okay, I think this is the only change that we need. Now let's save this. So we're going to have name, email, and password. Awesome. So once this is done, then what you're going to do, right? So after this I'm just going to render a button component, and here I'm just going to just take a loading, and I'll do if loading. So I'm going to do creating, or else I'm going to do create account. I'll do create account, and here I'm going to take a class name. So So I'll do height of 11, width of full, I'll do bg zinc of maybe let's do 900, I'll do text as white, I'll do shadow maybe sm, and I think this is fine. Let's give this one simple only. Save this. Also you're going to pass a disabled property, and if it is loading, so we're going to keep this one as disabled, right? Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we can do, we can simply create a on submit, right? So you have to create on submit. So do on submit, and I'm just going to do on submit or handle register, handle on submit, whatever you want to keep. Copy this, and then we're going to create this, right? So I'm just going to do create. So do async function handle submit. So here what you have to do first, event. So what will be the event type here? So this will be a form event. So we'll do react dot form event. Now after this, first what we need to do, we are going to do event dot prevent default, right? Or else it will refresh the page, right? And here I'm just going to do set loading will become true. Now after this, we're going to take a try catch, right? So here for now I'm just going to log this, and then I'm just going to take a finally. So I'm going to take a finally, and I'm going to make set loading will be what, false. And here what we need to do, we are going to call the API. It's simple. So do const res, and I'm going to do await. And now remember we created the API client, this API client. So you can call this API client, and this is going to give you dot post method. And then what you're going to do, you're going to call the API. So we'll do slash API slash auth slash register. This is what we have right here. Slash API slash auth slash login or register. So here this will be register, and then what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the name, you will be passing the email, and you're going to pass the password. That's it. And then just give a small check, right? Maybe what we can do, that if, or we can directly do this, right? If res dot data dot okay, if this is true, so that means this is a success. So what we can do, simply you can render the toast from Sonar, and then I'm just going to do success, and here I'm just going to pass res dot data dot message, okay? Or else I'll do account created, something like that, account created. Maybe let's do please login. Okay, this is done. And then what you're going to do, you're going to push this user to login page. So I'm going to go to the login page, and then let's just do a router.refresh. Okay, but to use the toast, what we need to do, right, we have to go to the main layout component, and then we just have to wrap the toaster component from Sonar. This you have to do it, this is important, or else this is not going to work. So now let's save all of this, and I think this is now completed. So what I can do, we can go here and test this. So let's refresh this. I'm going to give a different name. I'm going to do this one with John, and I'll do john@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then create account. Fantastic. So account created successfully. We'll go here and refresh this. That's it. So you have the new account of that user. Awesome, right? That means this is completed. Now exact same way what you're going to do will be creating the login page. So it won't be that much separate difficult, right? Or difficult means, I'll not say difficult, means it won't be that much different than the register page. So we can just copy paste instead of rewriting, because we have still a lot of things to do. We can go to the register page. Okay, first I'm going to copy the exact same thing and go to the login page. Okay, and we're going to do as quickly as possible. So we'll go here. For you have time. Let's see, you have to understand, for my side I have to keep this one within 12 hours, or else what will happen, I'll tell you. If this video crosses 12 hours, right, it will be very difficult to upload in YouTube. So you have to have some restrictions, right? So here what I'm going to do, right, so it will be Gumroad. Here in the login page, user will go to register page. So I'm going to go to the register page, and I'm going to make this one to register. This will become sign in or login, whatever you wanted to give. And what will happen, right, so I'm going to first remove this register form is not needed, and also remove this, save it. Now what will happen, right, so first we'll go here and we'll see. So we have Gumroad register. So if you click here, awesome. Now we'll go to the auth, and then I'm going to create a login form.tsx, And then what I'll do, right, I'm going to copy the exact same thing from the register form, complete the whole file, copy the whole file and then paste it here. First step. Now we'll go one by one. So we'll go here and change this one to login form. Okay, and I'm going to change this one to login form. Okay, this is the first step. Second, we don't need the name, right, because user is going to log in with email and password, so you don't need that. So what you can do, you can remove this field set from name. So I'm going to remove this. So this is done. Next, what I'm going to do, right, here I'm just going to make this one as login in, and this will be or else login, right? So we'll do login. This is done. What else? So we also need to change the this here. So what we are going to do, right, we have to change this one when you're going to when you're going to log in. So now instead of going to the login page, user will go to the, let's say, dashboard, something like that. So it will go to the dashboard page, right? And here I'm just going to do login successful, something like that, login successful. Also this will become what? It will become the login instead of register, and you have to remove the name. So these all the changes we need. Save this, and then also, okay, we need to import this in the login page. So here now I'm going to import login form. So save here. Awesome. So now go to register here. Now just now we have logged in, right? So now see, so I'll do john@gmail.com and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 and I'm going to log in. Fantastic. Awesome. Now what we need to do, let's see if we can guess this. First of all, you see, if I in this dashboard page, if I refresh this, you are still in this dashboard page. Why? Because now user is logged in. So just to inspect this, go to application, and you can see you have the Gumroad clone. This is the cookie. So we have already stored. Fantastic. Now if you go to this dashboard page, right, go to the dashboard page, we have this logic. But what will happen if I just go here and try to access the login page? You can still access, and this is wrong. Why? If user already logged in, they should not be able to access this page. So how we can do that? Now this is where also we can simply use this. Means if the user is already logged in, so we'll redirect the user if they try to access the login page. I hope you're getting. So I'm going to copy this, and then what you can do, right, go to login page and then just paste it first, import this, and what you will do, simply you're going to check that if user is logged in, means if me dot okay. So what I'll do redirect the user to dashboard or home page, whatever you wanted to do. Later we are going to change this one to home page, but for now I'm going to keep this one as dashboard. See now what will happen. And if I try to go to the login now, it's going to the dashboard page. Awesome, right? And the exact same thing we're going to do in the register page also. See, all this is very simple, right? Also for you it will be very simple to understand. If you're a student and you see, I already mentioned there are multiple ways you can do that. You can create a middleware, but sometimes these become very repetitive because I think you've already done all the same thing. This is a separate a different way, and this is very simpler way. Very simple to understand that if the user is logged in, you just redirect. And now you try to access the register page, right? So I'm going to do register. See, you're in the dashboard page. Now I'll go here, go to application, and then I'm just going to delete this. Now refresh this. You're in the login page, means user is not logged in, means cookie is not there. So I'm just going to do again gmail.com and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. You're in the dashboard page. Awesome. So with this, now what we have done, we have completed our register and the login. Logout we are going to do later. Now we will start working with the creator view first. Means first we'll start working with the creating the product. So product is going to have only what? Name and price. That's it. We're going to keep this one simple. Once we'll create the product, then we will start working on the main feature, which will be our Firecrawl suite. Now here we'll be having very advanced level of things that you're going to understand. For example, let's say you're creating any SaaS application, right? Maybe you're launching your own SaaS where you are actually you are competing with your competitors. For example, let's say you're creating some e-commerce application, right? What you can do, right, you can paste any URL here, you can search, you can get all your competitors for that particular part, so that you can just track it. Based on that, we can scrap all the images. So for now we are creating a digital library, so we'll be scrapping images for you. Once you'll understand, you can do whatever you like. first of all you're going to scrap, then there will be second option which will be crawl. So crawl will be like little more deep, right? So we'll be getting a lot of result, and then we are going to create or import those images, and we are going to tag those images with that product. So what will happen, right? Instead of creating the product, instead of creating the images manually, you are actually getting the images, and based on that we are going to create the product. It will be very, very interesting. So let's get started with the first task, which will be implementing our creator view. Alright, so first what we are going to create. So first we'll be creating our left sidebar because it's very important for navigation, and the right side content, and then we'll be start working with the backend first. So first we're going to create the product backends, which will be basic, right? We will not yet start the Firecrawl. That we are going to start in the next part. So let's do one thing. First what we are going to do, right? So we have the auth, so we have this creator. Inside this we have the dashboard, and now first of all what we are going to do, right? We'll be creating a layout component, which will be our base component or the common layout component for our dashboard view. So inside this I'm just going to create a layout.tsx. Now let's close everything else. So first let's create this. I'm just going to do export default. I'll do async function, and I'm just going to do this one as dashboard layout. And inside this we are going to take the children, and I'm just going to take what, so this will be our children, which will be react.react node. And inside this, first of all I'm going to take return, and now I'm going to take a div. Now here also you can give some ID, right? It's actually important because you can use this ID for a lot of purposes. One of the main purposes will be, let's say, writing your test cases. So I'm just going to give this one as dashboard layout or whatever you wanted to keep. Now I'm just going to give this one as class name, and I'm just going to do flex. I'll do height of screen, and I'm just going to do here flex column, which is very important. And for large device I'm going to do flex row. Okay, so it will be direction will be row. So this will be flex direction row. Okay. Inside this I'm going to have our sidebar, and after this I'm going to have our main component, and here I'm just going to render the children. So children is nothing but our right side view, and here I'm just going to have a flex 1, and I'm just going to do overflow y auto. Alright, I think this makes sense, right? We are going to keep this one simple. The main thing is yet to start. You just wait for some time. Okay, it will become very, very interesting. I'm telling you. Here also I'm just going to do me, and I'm just going to do avid. And now instead of doing in the every page, what we can do in the layout, so that you don't have to do these things multiple times. I hope this is clear. So now I'm just going to remove both the things. Okay, and then I'm going to, let's say, remove this part also, and let's remove this. So if you save this, right, this is fine. I'm going to get error, but here what you can do, you can use the API server get. Here I'm going to pass the me response, and then I'm going to call the /API /auth /me, right? And then I'm just going to do the same thing, that if I'm going to do if not equal to me.ok, then I'm going to redirect to the login page. Okay, so that means if this is not present, so we're going to go back to the login page. Sorry if you're getting any noise. I think some bike, too much noise from outside. So here we are going to save this. Now you can see that you're getting it. Now see, still you can go to the login, it will be in the dashboard page. Even if you refresh, it will be in the dashboard page, because this is actually taking care of all the logic, right? You don't have to do it. All the components that you're going to have inside this layout folder, it's going to handle by this logic. So that is the advantage of creating a common layout. Okay, so I think this part is done. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, I'll go to the components, and here I'm going to create the dashboard. Now remember, here in this dashboard only I'm going to create all the creator related components. Now what you can do, right, if you want, you can create a creator folder here. Inside this also you can create dashboard, product, something like this, right? Or maybe we should also do this. Let's do creator only, and inside this I'm just going to do dashboard, right? Or not dashboard, I think let's do common, because sidebar will be common, right? So inside creator I'll be having common, and then I'm going to create creator sidebar, or maybe let's do sidebar, because if we already have creator here, we don't have to give creator again in the file name, because it will be always in this directory only, right? So we'll do sidebar, and this will be tsx. Now I'm going to create this, what I've done, right? So I'm going to show you first. Let's write it. So I'm just going to make this one as a client component. Okay, so this will be a client component. Now first let's return the main JSX. So I'm just going to do export default function, and I'm just going to do this one as creator. Here you can do creator sidebar in the component name. Okay, so first I'm going to do return, and here I'm just going to return a nav, and inside this, first of all, what I'll do, right, so I'm going to do a class name. I'm going to use a class, I'm going to merge class, I'm going to import cn. Now cn is a utility function that is available always, right? If you go to utils, it's going to merge your classes, right? Multiple classes if you want to use. For example, how you're going to do this, so you have to give the inputs of the class values in comma separated. Like for example, let's say I'm just going to give flex, and let's say I'll do flex column, and then what we can do, right, maybe I'll do overflow x hidden, and I'm just going to do overflow y auto. Also I'm just going to do bg as black, and I'm going to do text as white. Now here I'm going to give a large, I'll do static, and also I'm going to do for large width of 52. Okay, and inside this, now first let's create the desktop view. Okay, so I'm just going to do div, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'll do hidden. So this will be hidden always. Only for the large we are going to make this one as flex. So for large it will be flex, and for large I'm also going to do flex will be 1, and also I'm just going to do for large this will be flex column. Now inside this, let's take a header, and what we can do, maybe let's render a div, and I'm just going to do dashboard. And for this, let's give a class name. I'll do padding or maybe 5, let's do 6, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do text excel font semi bold, and I'm going to do leading none. So save this. Now I'll go here, and then I'm just going to for now import this. I'm going to do creator sidebar. Okay, so if you save this, so you're going to have this. Okay, awesome. So now after this, what we are going to do, maybe let's go here. So we're going to render all the links. So first so let's take a section, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do margin bottom of 10, and here maybe let's do one thing, let's create a small component. So I'm just going to do a function, and I'm just going to do this one as links block, and here I'm just going to get the items. So let's take the path name, and also I'm just going to do on navigate, another prop. So here what I will do, right, so I have to take the types. So first of all, for these items, so let's create a type. I think I already created one. Let me just copy that from here. So this thing I already mentioned, right, the some of the things which will be time taking, so I already create. I'm going to copy paste, and then I'm going to explain. So here let's see what we are doing. So first I have a type, okay, which will have a label href and the icon. So here I'm using some top. So first of all, here we need for now products and sales, and the mid-level icons I'm going to render a discover, which will discover the products for the other creators, and this will be my library. You can check the Gumroad UI also, it is similar. So I'm just going to import all these icons from Lucid React first, because if you install shadcn, right, that icon package will come by default, so it will be already installed. You don't have to install it. Okay, so here I'm going to use this nav item. Sorry, this nav item will be typed, so I'm going to pass the nav item. Then I'm going to take the let's take maybe we have the path name, right? So I'm going to take the path name. So path name will be simply string, and also I'm going to take the on navigate. So this one, so I'm going to take the on navigate, and this will be, I'm going to make this one as void. Okay, and I think this is done. So inside this, I'm just going to return a div, and I'm going to take a class name. Let's do grid, and inside this I'm going to just log this items.map, and here what I'm going to do, oh, we have to take this one as array. So I'll do items.map, and inside this I'm going to take item, and what we can do, we can, so now we can create one more simple function here. So let's do one more. So I'll do function, and let's do this one as nav link. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, so first of all I'm going to take the current item, I'm going to take one more, maybe let's take a let's take active also property, and also I'm going to take on click prop. And here what I'm going to do, so item will be what, it will be nav item, right? This is the type, so item will be nav item. We are going to have the active, this will be a boolean, and then also we are going to take a on click, which will be nothing but void. Okay, and inside this what we are going to do, we are going to first we have the icon for everyone, we have the icon, right? So you can see that this icon, so what you can do, you can first take this icon, so the const icon, and this will be equal to item dot icon, and then I'm just going to return, so I'll return a link, and inside this I'm going to render the icon. And here what we can do, right, we can take a class name because we have taken the class name. So here you can see this, right? So we can take the class name, and maybe let's pass a class name as I'll do height of 4, this is standard, width of 4, and I'm going to do a shrink of 0. And here we have to pass the href, which is mandatory. So this one will be item dot href. On click will be on click. And what we can do, right, we can take a class name, and here I'm going to use a cn property. So I'm going to take cn, and inside this what I'll do, right, so I'm going to do flex items center gap of 3, let's do a truncate, maybe let's do border of y, and I'm going to do a border of white, let's do px of 6, py of 4, and I'll do text small, and then I'll do no underline, and also I'm just going to do a transition, just normal transition property. That's it. Give comma, and here you can give a hover. Now this color actually I have taken from directly from Gumroad, their CSS only. Okay, so that is the reason I mentioned, right, I already have done all the research and everything. You don't have to spend time on this CSS thing, just focus on this functionality. So let's use maybe 400, it will look good. And now what I'll do, right, you just have to give active. So if this is active, so I'm just going to do text this particular color only, so I'm going to use 400. Okay, so I think this is done. So this will be our single nav link, which we are going to return here in this links block. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return the nav link. So here you are going to pass the key will be item dot href, you can pass because that will be what different, right? For every link the href will be different. Here you can pass the item will be item, you can pass the active. Now how you're going to get the active, so here you have to check if this current path name is same as this item.href, that means we are currently in that particular link. So you can simply check if this item.href is equal to the path name. This is done, and then you're going to pass the on click, which will be on navigate. Okay, so this is done, and this we are going to use where, here, so in this section. So now I can call this links block. So I'll do links block, and then I'm going to pass items. So these items will be, first I'm going to pass the top items. So these will be my top items, and these will be my mid items. So here I'm just going to pass items will be top, and also what else we need to pass, we need to pass the path name. So for path name, what we can do, right, okay, we can take the use path name. So I'm just going to do const path name, these will be use path name, this we can pass directly. Okay, so this we can pass here, so this will be path name. Okay, I hope this is clear. And now we can copy this, and then you can just paste it here and just do margin bottom of 10, and this will become what, mid items. And if you now save this, okay, the color we are not getting it, and also the border is looking bad, man. Okay, so let's do one thing. I think we have the border white, maybe let's do divided of 50. Let's see how this is looking first. I think this is fine, maybe let's do 40. Okay, but why, I know why this is, but because I think we haven't rendered the text, that's why we have to render the text. I'll do span and render this item dot level, and here we can take a class name. So let's just use truncate. Okay, looking good, right? So your product, sales, discovered, and library. And at the end below, right, we can add the this logout also, but I think the border, I think we can make maybe 30. Let's do 30. Okay, so I think this is fine, or 40 was good. Maybe let's do 50. 40, I think it was good. Okay, so I think this is done, and at the end what we can do, right, we can render the we have, let's go here, so the header section, and then I'm going to take the footer. So I'm going to do footer. So here we'll take a class name, so I'll do margin top of auto, and here inside this let's take a maybe label, and here I'm just going to render a logout icon, and here I'm just going to do a class name, so I'll do width of 4, height of 4, and let's do a shrink of 0, and after this I'm going to take a span and then just do logout. So here I'm going to just do this is not needed. Here I'll do class name, so I'll do here flex item center, I'll do gap of 3, I'll do a border of y, I'll do a border white divided by 40, let's do 30, and then I'm going to do px of 6, py of 4, and also let's do transition, right? I think this will be fine, and let's save this. So we'll go here, so we're going to get this. Also let's do a cursor pointer, save this. So we're going to get this now. So let's do one thing, let's take on click, and I'll do on logout. So I'll go here, and then I'm going to create this, right? So we will create here, where is that, here. So I'm just going to create this. So I'll do async function, so I'm just going to do here logout, and then just you can take a try. This will be pretty simple. So I'll do error, just log this error, and here for now I'll do const res, so this will be await, and this will be API client. And now if you go here to the backend, let's go to the routes. So you have the post request, you don't have to pass anything yet, so you just have to do dot post. You have to import this, right? So you're going to import API client dot post, and here this will be slash API slash auth slash logout, right? And what we can do, right, simply we're going to check if response dot okay, if this is true. So in that case we also have to create one response here, right? So let's do this one as maybe we have created the, so let's copy from here only, we'll go here, and then we need this, so I'll just copy this, then we can just paste it here, and I'm just going to do this one as logout response. I'll do logout response, and here we don't need this, because why? Because if you go here, this is only going to receive this okay, which will be boolean, so it will be boolean, so you can pass this here. So this will be logout response, and now here, so this should give me this, right? So I'll do res.okay, sorry, this will be data.okay, okay. And now what I can do, right, so you can take a router, and I'm just going to do use router, correct? So we're going to do from next navigation, and then you can just return, so I'll do router.push, and maybe you can just log in, go back to the home page, or for now I'm just going to, for testing purpose, I'm going to do login page, and let's just do router.refresh. Okay, so now if I save this, let's see what is happening. So if I go here, so let's first check this inspect network, and then I'm just going to go to right side, and then I'm just going to click here. Fantastic, so it's going to the login page. Now see, this should work if now if you try to access dashboard, you will be in the login page, right? So you can't go back, so if you go back, you'll be in the still in the login page. That means logout is working fine. So now I'll do john@gmail.com, copy this 1 2 3 4 5 6, login dashboard page, and if you log out, you'll be in the login page, right? And if you try to go back, see, fantastic. So now this is done. Okay, so we have created all this. For now we have to create all these products, all this path we don't have, right? That's why we're going to get this 404, but we'll be start working on the products. But first, what we're going to do, first we'll be creating our backend. So backend for product. Now remember, there are two things we need to understand. One is, first we're going to create a basic product. Now we will not started the Firecrawl yet, because once we'll create the product, then we're going to use the Firecrawl AI to scrap, search and crawl. Based on that, we're going to get the images, and then we're going to, what we can say, the word like append or relate those images to that particular product. I hope this is clear, right? So first, what we are going to do, we will be creating our product schema. But before I'm going to do that, what I'll do, right, I'm just going to copy the type that I already created. I already mentioned it, that creating the type, it will be very, very time consuming. So I'm going to copy the type, and then we'll be creating the start creating the model first. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so before we'll start with these products, right? So one thing we need to do, and that is I missed. So for this sidebar, right, we are also going to render this in the mobile view. So we need to actually write the mobile view JSX also here. So what we can do, right? So let me just minimize this part. So inside this nav, after this, so we are going to render the mobile part. So I'm just going to do mobile navbar. So here, let's start with writing also. Let's give the end here. Okay, so inside this, let's take the div. So I'm just going to take a class name, and let's do this one as grid. Let's do grid columns, and here I'm just going to do auto underscore 1fr underscore auto. And here, after this, what we can do, maybe let's take the item as center, and I'm going to do gap of 3, p of 4, and for large, now we are going to make this one as hidden. So for large device, we are not going to render this. Here I'm going to take a div, I'll take a class name, and I'll do text base. Let's do font semi-bold. Let's do leading none, and also I think that is fine. Let's take the dashboard. Now here, after this, what I will do, simply let's take the set component that we have imported, right? So this we are going to use. So here, let's take maybe we also need to take one more state here. So I'm just going to take one more state, and I'm going to do this one as open. Let's do set open, and this will be use state of false. So here I'm just going to take a open. So this will be open, and also I'm just going to do on open change. So I'm going to do set open. Now inside this, we're going to take a trigger component. So I'll do set trigger, and here let's render as child, and inside this I'm going to take a button. So here I'm just going to do variant as, let's do host, and I'm just going to take a size. So I'm going to take this one as icon, and inside this, maybe let's take a menu icon from Lucid React. So here I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do height of 5, width of 5. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what we can do, right, let's take the content now. So after this, we are going to take the content, and here I'm just going to do side. So let's do a side left, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do padding of 0. Now inside this, now what we'll do, right, simply let's take a div. Let's do a class name. So I'll do bg as black and text as white. Now inside this, we'll take one more div. I'll take a class name. So I'll do px of 4, py of 4, text base, and I'll do font semi-bold, and here I'm just going to take this one as dashboard. Okay, so let's save this. So first we'll see what you're getting, right? Okay, so you can see that you're getting this, and on click of this, we are going to render this. Okay, awesome. So now what we can do, so maybe let's render the icons. So not icons, the menus. So after this, we'll take one more div. So we'll take a div, and Here I'm just going to take a class name, so I'll do grid, let's do gap of 6, and I'll do padding of 2. And here I'm just going to call the links block component that we have created. So here I'm just going to pass the items, so items will be top, and also let's pass the path name, which will be path name. And here I'm just also going to do if or navigate. So whenever you're going to click or go to a certain menu or certain page, I'm just going to make this set open as false, so that it will close that particular sidebar. Okay, so this is done. Now let's copy this, and then do the same for the mid also. So I'm just going to pass here mid, and the rest it will be same. So if you save this, right, now see, okay, so you're getting this, right? So if you, let's say if you click any of these, right, it's going to close this, although that page we haven't created, but that's why we have written this particular logic here. And now I think this is done. And then what we can do, right, maybe we can just take the same that we have created, right? So we'll just take this, and also maybe let's do one thing. I'm also going to take one more div here, and I'll just simply pass let's do a class name, not here, so the outside of this here I'm just going to not here, also outside of this set component. So here I'm just going to pass let's do a class name, and I'm going to do width as full. And also we have to render the logout also. Maybe let's do here on after this. So I'm just going to take a div, let's do a class name, and let's do margin top of 5, and I'm just going to take, so we have taken this, right, maybe let's copy this part only and we'll paste it here. So if this, let's see how it is looking. So you can see that it's coming in here, and then you're having the logout. Fantastic. Also if you click outside, it will automatically close. So this is one small thing that we need to implement. So now the base structure is completed. So what will be our next step? The next step will be, first we will be creating our product schema, because first whenever we will be going to the products page, as a creator you'll be able to create the products with name and price. Later we are going to do the when we will be implementing our Firecrawl suite, where we will be having the search, scrap, crawl with JSON mode. So in that case we are going to implement some advanced features, but that will come little later. First we are going to implement the products. So first let's go to the backend now. Okay, so first go to the backend, go to models, and I'm going to create a product model.ts. So I'm just going to close everything else for now. Now see, first of all I already created the type. Okay, so the same type I'm going to use here. So first let's copy this, and we'll explain that what actually we are doing here. So here I'm just going to paste it. Okay, the first thing is that let's see what are the things that we are going to have. So we'll be having a title, description, price, currency. Here please take this one as INR. Why? We are going to use Razorpay, so in that case there can be some restriction if you're using USD or something, so it's better just take INR. Visibility, we are going to create this, so we'll be having visibility as either the product will be in the draft mode or the product is in published. Then we are going to have the slug. Cover asset is nothing but our cover image or image cover for that particular digital asset that we are going to create. And then I have taken some stat. This is optional, you can take it if you, or you can not, but I will suggest just take these stats and then normally created it and updated it. So first what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to import so I'm going to do mongoose, from mongoose, and we're going to have the types here, and also I need the schema. Okay, now let's create the product visibility type. So I'm just going to do export type, and we'll do product visibility, and this will be either draft or this will be published. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to create the schema. So let's do one thing. So I'll do const product schema. So this will be new schema. Here you're going to pass the type, which will be our product doc. This is the type, and then you're going to create all this, right? So we'll be having our, first we're going to have the creator ID. So we'll be having our creator ID. So creator ID will be, so here I'm just going to give a type. So I'm just going to have the schema dot types dot object id, comma, we are going to have the required will be true, and also I'm just going to take an index. Let's take this one as true. The same way we are going to do for all others. So let's copy this. No, let's write one more, then we are going to copy. So I'm going to do title. So here I'm just going to do type, which will be string, and also here I'm just going to do these two things, right? Let's do required as true, and also let's do trim as true. Now I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this will be description, type will be this, required will be false, not needed, and here I'm just going to pass default. Why, you will understand later. So default I'm going to pass as empty. So after this we're going to have the price. So here type will be number, and we are also going to do required will be true. Next, what else you have taken? So you have the currency, right? So we're going to take the currency. So this also will be, type will be string, and also I'm going to take enum, and let's take this one as INR, and also I'm going to pass a default which will be INR. Okay, so this is done. Then we are going to have visibility. So visibility type will be, so we are going to have type will be string, enum, so let's take enum. So this will be either draft or published. So copy this and we'll paste it here, and this will be comma. Then we are going to pass a default. Default will be, see, this is the reason I mentioned, right, that's the reason I will copy paste all of this, because this is taking too much time, right? And then next time I'm going to copy paste for these models, and then I'm going to explain, so it will save some time, right? And then let's make the index as true also for this one. Then we are also going to have the slug. So for slug, let me just copy this part. So I'm just going to do this one as slug. So slug will be also type string, this will be true. Okay, this is fine. Next we are going to have the power asset id, image asset id. So here also this will be id, right? So it will change. So for this one, maybe let's copy this part. So just paste it. So this will be object id, default will be null, so just pass a default value. So default I'm going to pass, which will be null. Then we have the stats. So the asset count, so this will be type will be number, and default I'm going to pass this one as 0. And then we are going to have the sold count. So type will be number and default will be 0. And I think this is done. Okay, so now what we are going to do, right? So here I'm just going to take a timestamps, which will be true. This is done, and then we are going to just do export const product, and this will be mongoose dot model, and here we are going to pass the type. So type will be our product doc that we have created, and here we are going to have the product comma, and then you will do product schema. Okay, and I think this is done. So this will be our product schema, or all the properties that product is going to have, or the digital assets, whatever you want to say. So this is done. So what will be next step? Next step will be, now first we are going to create two routes. Why? Because whenever we will be going to the products page, first we are going to render all the list of products, and but before that, before we are going to render the list of products, we need to create the products, right? Or else how we are going to render. So first we are going to create the product, the base product or the draft product. Okay, so the draft product we are going to create, and then we are going to render the list of products here, and then we are going to edit. So edit part will be where we are going to introduce this Firecrawl. So now what I will do, I go to routes and then just create creator product. Okay, so I'm just going to do creator product.ts. Okay, so first thing, let's do one thing. Let's import router from Express. So I'm just going to do router. Now let's create, so I'll do export const, and I'm just going to do creator product router. Okay, and here what I'll do, right? So now I'm just going to do this one as router, Now first of all, what we need to do here all the routes, now consider this, all these routes will be what? Authenticated route, means if you're not logged in you can't access. So what we need to do, we need to apply the middleware here. So you have to apply the auth middleware. So how you can do that? So just take this, create router, this products router, and you're going to do use, and then we have the middleware, remember, and then you're going to do what? You're going to pass require auth. So that means now it is telling that, so we are keeping this flow simple. So it's simply telling that, oh, for whatever routes that I'm going to create, it's going to take this middleware. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's create our first two routes. So I'm going to do create product router, and I'm just going to do post. Maybe let's do the create first only. I think that is fine. So I'm just going to do slash, and then I'm just going to do here async, and here I'm just going to take request. So request will be our auth request that we have created, and then we're going to have the response. Okay, now always take the try and catch block. Just a minute. So we'll take the try and catch, and here I'm just going to log the error, and I'm just going to return a raise.status of 500.json. So I'm just going to do OK is false, and I'll error maybe internal server error. Now here in this try, first what are the things that we are going to receive? So first we will be receiving what? Title and the price. So I'm just going to take from request.body, or else this will be empty. So I'm just going to take the title and the price. These two things are mandatory first. So I'm just going to give a check that if title or if type of price is not equal to number, so in that case I'm going to return, so I'll do raise.status of 400. Maybe let's do .json. So I'll do .json, and here I'm just going to do here OK will be false, and I'm just going to do error. So I'll just do the title and price is required. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what we are going to do, right? So we need to create a base slug. So for this one, what we can do, right? We can actually, maybe let's do one thing. Let's create a utils folder where we're going to create the slug. So I already have the utils. Okay, so I'm just going to do here slug dot ts, and here maybe what I can do, right? So let's create a function. So I'll do export function, and I'll do toSlug, and here I'm just going to do input, which will be a type of string. So what I will do, right? Let's say your title or your input is something like this, maybe premium. So or else let's do premium space, and then you have pack, something like this. What this function will do, right? It's going to convert this onto premium hyphen pack. Okay, I hope this is clear. Alright, so what I will do, right? I already created. So let me just take the regex. So this I already created. So I'll copy this, and then we'll just paste it here. So what we are doing, simply we are just converting to lowercase, then do the trim, and then we just appending this particular symbol inside of this. Okay, so this will be the first. Now what we can do, right? We need to actually convert or create the slug. So maybe we'll do const, and I'll do base slug, and this will be equals to slug that we have created. And now we are going to just use a string. It's always better to give this all these extra checks and everything. So this is going to create. Now what we are going to do, right? We are going to ensure that this slug, whatever that we have created, okay, just remember, listen carefully. So whatever slug that we have created, we need to ensure that this is a unique slug. So how we are going to do that? So we need to create a one more helper function here. So first what I'll do, right? So let's create. So I'm just going to do export async function. So I'll do function, and then I'm just going to do ensure unique slug, and here I'm just going to take the base as input. So I'll do string, and what we can do, right? Maybe let's take a exist, which I'm going to take this one as a function. So I'm going to take a slug, which will be a string, and here this is going to return a promise of this boolean. Okay, so in first what I will do, so I'm just going to take a let, so I'm going to do let slug is equal to the current base. Then I'm just going to take let's n equal to 2. I'm going to explain what we are doing. So maybe let's say if the slug is already taken, so what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to append in that slug something like this, -2, -3, -4. Okay, so let's say I have a slug abc -xyz, something like this. Then I'm going to append like this. Okay, so I'm going to take n equal to 2, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to take while it is exist, so I'm going to do await, and then you're going to do what? So you're going to check this exist, this particular function that we're going to take, and pass the slug here. So I'm just going to pass the slug. Okay, what we need to do, we are going to append this. So I'm going to take this slug, that's why I've taken this one as late, and then I'm just going to take what? So I'm going to take the base, right? So this base, and then what you're going to append? You're going to append the n. Okay, this n, current n. So you're going to pass the n. But what you need to do, you need to normal concept, right? You are going to increase the n with 1 every time. So until it's going to exist this, so it's going to append, and then we are going to return the slug. Okay, so this is one helper function that we need. So now what we can do, right, so this is going to create the base slug. So now I'm just going to check const, maybe let's do slug, and then I'm just going to do await. Then I'm just going to take insert unique slug, and then you're going to pass the base slug, which is going to check that if this is already exist. If it is exist, so you're going to do what? It's going to append that, and here we're going to pass, we need to pass a function, right? So I'm going to pass s, and inside this I'm just going to do const, let's do count, and I'm just going to do await product model that we have created. Then what you can do, you have to count that how many documents we have. So I'll do count documents, and here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the slug, right? So you have the slug property in the model, right, and this slug you're going to pass. Okay, and then I'm just going to do return count should be greater than 0, which is going to return the promise. So this is done. So now what you're going to do simply, so I'm just going to take the creator, I'm going to do creator id, and I'm going to create a creator id. So I'm going to do new, I'll do mongoose, let's do types dot object id, and here how you're going to create. So in this request, if you go here, we have the user dot id. So I'm just going to pass this. Okay, so I'm just going to do here what? So I'll just do request dot user, right? So it has a user, right, and then you're going to do dot id. Okay, so it's going to create the creator id, that particular creator actually creating this product, and then you're going to create the product. Sorry, this will be await, and then you're going to do product dot, and this is going to give you the create method, and then you're going to pass all the properties. So let's start one by one. So I'll do creator id. I'm going to space with my my laptop is little slow, you'll notice this. So this suggestion and everything, it will be little for you if you're using some Mac and everything, it will be very fast sometimes. And here after this, what I'll do, okay, description, this is important. This you're going to pass as empty now. Okay, price, so price will be number of the price. Which price? This price is the price that we are getting here, this price. Then we will be having the currency I'm going to pass as INR. So I'll do INR. Then we are going to pass the visibility, which will be draft, very important. So this will be draft, because until unless we are going to publish this will be in the draft mode. Then what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the slug. Just now we have created the slug. Okay, next you're going to pass the cover asset id. What this will be? This will be null, because we don't have any image or anything. And then you're going to pass the stats, and here you're going to pass the asset count 0, sold count will be 0. Okay, so this is done. Now what you have to do, see, I already mentioned that every user can become creator and buyer. That is how in Gumroad also it will work, right? So you will go there, you can sell your product, you can also buy products from other creators. Whenever you'll be creating a product, means what? Now you are actually converting from a non-creator to a creator mode. So what I mean by this, if you go here, right, you have this is creator is false. So if you're creating a product, means is creator, you need to make this one as true. I hope this is clear. So you're going to take await, and you're going to do user, and user is going to give you this method. So you're going to update 1. Okay, and here what you're going to pass, right? So first you'll be passing the id. So this id will be the creator id, that which creator is actually creating. So it's going to basically check based on that. and here you'll be having the is creator, which will be false. What you have to update, so you're going to update what, so you'll be taking a set. So you're going to take a set, because set is going to set that particular property that you want to update, and I just wanted to make this is creator as true. Okay, so this is clear, right? So this is going to update, and at the end I'm just going to return res.json, and I'll do okay will be true, and I wanted to return this product that we have created, so you're going to return the product. Okay, so this will be the first route that we need. Now what I have to do, I'm going to create one more, which is going to give me the list of products. So what I'll do, right, so I'll do create product router dot get, and I'm going to get all the products. I'm going to do async, so I'll be having request, which will be auth request, and here I'm just going to give the, let's take the response, and let's take the try and catch, right? So always we have to take try and catch, which is boring, like writing same thing again and again, but we should write all of this. Also, this is not the best way, you should also write more better way handling the errors, but again for tutorial purpose I'm just writing, but in case you want to experiment more, you can learn and write more better and detailed the error handling here. So I'm just going to do products, which will be await, so it'll do product is going to give you the find method. This is normal, but how you're going to find, you have to find based on that particular creator. So you have the creator ID, right, but creator ID will be getting from your request ID, so do request.user.id, because this is going to give you the ID, right? Okay, and then maybe let's apply a sort. So I'm just going to do created at, this will be -1, and also let's do a lim. Okay, and then I'm just going to return, so I'll do res.json, okay will be true, and then we're going to return the products, these products. Okay, so for now these two we need. I hope this is clear. Now what we are going to do simply, so we need to use this in our app.ts file. So here I'm just going to do app.use, and here I'm just going to do /API/creator/products, and I'm just going to do here creator product router. So let's go here, and I'm going to save this. Let's see if we are getting any error. Okay, so no error. So that means now this particular page, the backend logic is completed. So in the next part we will be creating the form first, where we are going to have the name and price. We'll be creating the draft product. Once we'll do that, we will be moving to the main functionality of this particular project, creating the suite, Firecrawl suite, right, where we're going to search, scrap, and implementing using the JSON mode, and also we will try to implement some crawl type of feature, but the main feature will be searching the assets, right, and then scrapping, and based on that we're going to get the images and the description which we are going to append. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so let's create the component, right? So I'm just going to minimize this. So now we will go to client side. So you have the creator dashboard, right? So you have the dashboard, and then inside this I'm going to create one more inside of the dashboard. Okay, inside of the dashboard I'm going to create a products folder, and inside these the structure will be, so inside products you're going to have a page.tsx, which will be our main products page, right? And inside these products again I'm going to create a new page which will be our add new product page. So this will be page.tsx. So now let's create this. I'm just going to do here, so let's do creator products, creator product list page, right? And here I'm just going to return the products for now, and this will be add new product, creator add new product page. Alright, so now if you go here, right, let's click this. So we'll be getting the products page, and then if I go to /new, so we create add new products page. Okay, all right. So the first thing what I will do, so let's start with this new page first, because first we are going to create, right? Then only you will be able to list. So first let's do one thing. Let's create this one. Oh well, let's remove this first. So here I'm just going to take a main, and inside this we'll take a class name. So let's do flex of 1. We will do this CSS classes little first, okay, because we have so many things to do, right? Like lot of things are there in this. So I'll do y auto. That's why I mentioned that if in case you want to change the CSS, even if you don't want to write the CSS, it's up to you, right? Just learn the functionality properly. So it is sticky, and then I'm going to do top 0 z, I'm going to do 20. Let's do flex column, and I'm just going to do gap of 4, border b, and I'm going to do border. Also I'm just going to do, let's do a bg of muted divided by 30, padding of 4, and I'm also going to do md padding of 8. Inside this, let's take a div, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So I'm just going to do flex item center, and I'll do justify between and gap of 2, and here I'm just going to take a h1, and inside this I'm just going to do publish your product, right? And here I'm just going to do class name. So let's do a line clamp of 2, and I'm also going to do this one as hidden. I'll do text 2xl, I'll do font semi-bold, and I'll do sm of block. So save this. Okay, and what we can do, maybe so after this h1, so let's maybe we'll render to one button. Let's keep one button only. So let's take a div, I'll do class, or let's take 2 button. So I'm just going to do grid, I'll do flex of 1, grid columns of 2, gap of 2, and I'm going to do for sm, let's do flex. For sm I'm going to do flex none, and also let's do a md of my of 2. Now let's do minus, and here I'm just going to take a link. So first I'm just going to give a href. So this will be our cancel, this will be our cancel button. So I'll do dashboard / products, and here inside this, so let's take a x square icon, and I'll do the as usual height of 5 and width of 5, and here I'm just going to do span, and let's do cancel. And for this link I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do inline flex, let's do height of 9, let's do items center, justify center, gap of 2, and I'm going to do rounded none. Okay, rounded none I'm going to do. I'll do border, bg I'm going to do card, px of 4, maybe let's do text small and font medium. Okay, save this. So getting this cancel. Now let's do this. Maybe we'll take a button component here. After this I'm just going to take a button, normal button component, and here I'm just going to do save draft. Class name will keep almost same, so let's take the class name as same only. Okay, type I'm going to keep this one as submit. I'm going to explain why, and also if some of you actually never use this or never implement like that we are going to do now, you will be learning a new concept, that when you have a button here which is a different component but your form is in a different component, so those two are not connected. Again, multiple ways we can do that, n number ways we can do that, but this is one of the best way that you can do. What you can do, right, whenever you have a button in a different component, you can pass a form id here. So for example, I'm just going to pass a form, and I'm going to pass a form id, this form id. So let's take a form id here. So I'm just going to take const form id, and let's do this one as new product form. Okay, and then okay, first of all, class name I'm going to use the same, but I'll just change the color. So for color I'm just going to use this, I already have taken red. So for bg card, instead of this, use this. I'll do ff90, let me check, ff90e8, Okay, so this is the color we'll be using. Let's see. And text, let's say text text white. If I do, how it is looking, I think black is only fine. Remove this cursor. I'm going to do pointer. We need to give space here. Okay, fantastic. So I think this is looking nice. I think that's all that we need. So now after this, after header, let's just take a div, and now we'll go to components, go to creator. This is creator common. So inside creator, what I'll do, right, I'm going to see the structure. So I'm going to create the dashboard, right? Inside dashboard, I'm going to create products, because this is how you should do it, right? Because see, what you should always do, right, do this, right, whenever how you have the page structure. For example, in your page level, you have creator, dashboard, then your product. Similarly, you should do it in the components also, so that you'll understand. Okay, then we have a creator. Common means where you're using common, all the common components and everything. Then you have dashboard, then you have products. Inside product, maybe let's do new product form. Okay, so all the products related components or helpers you can put inside here. Not helpers, the components. New product form. This will be a client component, and I'm just going to do this one as new product form, and here I'm just going to return a div. So I'll do new product form. Okay, just use this new product form, but we have to actually pass the form ID, so which we are going to pass. Okay, let's first take the so here what I'll do, right, I'll go here. So I'm going to take the form ID, and form ID will be a string. Okay, so here you can pass form ID, which will be form ID that we have created, this form ID that we have, right? So here let's save this. So you have the new product form. So now we are going to create this. Now this will be pretty simple, right? We are not going to make this one complicated. I actually tried this whole project, try to make this one very simple way, instead of making this one very fancy. But instead, if you understand all these things, how this will work, it will be easy for you to create project by yourself. So first we are going to take a form. Why? Remember, we have taken the button type as submit. We have a form ID. So somehow you are going to link this, so that we are going to do later, for not now. First I'm going to take a class name. I'll do width as full, and here let's take a section, and here let's do a MD of P8. Just one more thing, some of you actually know that how while doing this video, right, or while creating this or recording this video, some of you know any shortcut of writing this CSS, because see what will happen, right, whenever I record this, writing this CSS is very irritating, and also it's very time consuming. Why I'm asking all of you, or let's say maybe you have some idea, or let's say if you're watching some other YouTuber videos, if I spend less time on this CSS writing, right, I can spend more time and implement more advanced level of features. But the problem is I can't just directly copy paste, right? So that is the reason this is most time consuming part here. Whenever I'll be, and this is for any Monstack or any full stack videos I usually create, and I genuinely don't like this, but no options. In case you know some better way of doing this while recording, let me know in the comments. So I'm going to take a field set. Let's take a space y of 3 or 2 also you can take. Then I'm just going to take a legend, and I'm just going to take this one as name, and then I'm just going to pass a input component we have already installed. And here we are going to, okay, let's do one thing. Let's take the state also. State, we are going to keep this one very simple. First I'm going to take a router. So this will be my use router. I'm going to take, so we'll take title, set title, and this will be use state of empty. And also we're going to take a price. So I'm just going to do this one as price, set price. Let's take this one as 100. You don't have to pass types here, because this is a TypeScript concept, right? So it's actually inferred, so it's already know it's a type of number of type is number, it's already know that. All right, so now first of all I pass the name products. I'll do name of product, name of your digital product, whatever you can write, name of your digital product. Value will be title. Then you're going to have on change, so which will be event, and you're going to do set title will be event.target.value. okay, then what you can do, right, maybe let's take it loading also. So I'm just going to do loading, set loading, and this will be use state of false. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to pass a disable property here. So I'll do disable, and I'm going to pass if this is loading, so it will be disabled. Class name, so I'll do height of 10. okay, rounded none. I actually, because if you see their Gumroad inputs and everything, it don't have any border radius and everything, so we'll keep the same. Let's take a shadow, none. So shadow I'm going to do none, and what I'll do, so I'll do focus visible, ring I'm going to do 0. I don't like this. And then I'm also do offset, focus visible, I'll do ring offset 0. I think this is done. Let's save this. okay, and maybe let's do this one as 2. No, let's give 3 only, but 2 is also looking pretty good. Okay, that is fine, but let's copy this, and I'm just going to paste here. So change this one to type will be number. So this is for price, right? So I'll do name price of your digital product. This will become price. This will become what? Set price, but you're going to do this one as number. So just convert this one to number. So I'll do number of this. Rest you can say, okay, let's pass a mean property. Mean property I'll do 1. Rest I think you don't have to make any change. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So what you can do, right, so here I'm just going to create a method, but remember this is the part, right? I mean that you're passing a form ID which is attached to your button. So whenever I'm going to click here, although both are different component, right? So whenever I click here, this form will be submitted. So how you can do that, right? So first you have to pass ID here, and this ID will be to this form ID which is you are passing here. So this you can pass form ID. Okay, and then you're going to take it on submit, and you're going to pass, let's say, handle new product form submit, or maybe let's do on new product form submit. Okay, all right, so now let's do async function new product, and here you're going to get the event which will be react.form event, and I'll do event.prevent default, and I'll do set loading will be true. And here what I'll do, right, so let's take the try catch, and we'll take a finally, and let's make set loading will be false. And here so I'll do const res await. So first of all I need the API client that you created, and this will be a post request. So you're going to go to /API /creator /products, and then you're going to pass 2 things. One will be the title, second one will be the price. Okay, now what you can do, right, so here I'm just going to do if res dot data dot okay if this is true. So in that case what we can do, simply we can first of all we can push this to the home page, sorry not home page, the products page. So I'll do dashboard /products, and let's do router dot refresh. That's it. So now let's save this. We are also going to check in our DB also, right? So maybe let's refresh this. Okay, so let's do first, or maybe we'll do what we can do with dog images, something like this, and make this one to 250. Okay, now let's click here. See, it's already working, right? You don't have to check also. See, if you go here, refresh this, not here, man, you have to refresh here. Refresh this, let's see if we are getting the products collection or not. So the test, and inside this your products, so click here, let's see what are the things. So you have dog images, description empty, price, this is INR, visibility, fantastic, stats. So this is working fine, and this is your creator ID. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to render this page. So let's create this, right? So these so let's go here. What I can do, right, we have to go to the new and then this page. So this is our list page. So I'm going to close everything else first. Okay, so here first of all let's do one thing. Let's take this one as async. So this will be the first step. Now what I will do after this, so first we are going to check if the user is authenticated. I'll give a small check here, so me, and I'll do await, and I'll do API server get, and here I'm just going to do me response, right? You have the me response, and you will simply pass /API, or I think we already have the, why you need that, we have the get me or something, right? This one we don't even need, also we don't need this one also. So now what I can do, simply I'm simply going to give a small check. I'll do me. Actually logically, you know, if you go here we are giving this, actually you don't need this one, right? Because that's what I'm thinking, that if we are checking in that layout, maybe we don't need to do this. I think we are doing this one not needed, because we have the layout, right? In the layout level only if we are giving check, so means there is no point of giving here. I think then what you can do, right, you can simply take the data. So I'm just going to do data. So you're going to do await, you'll do API server get, and here I'm just going to create a product response now. So I'll do product res or response, let's do, and this will go to /API /creator /products. So let's create this type. So what I can do, right, I'm just going to do type. So the product response, so you okay, this will be boolean, and we are also going to get the products, right? So products will be here, this will be array, and inside this what I'll do, so first I'm going to get ID, which will be string. We are going to get a title, which will be string. I'm going to get a price. So whatever things that we need, that only those things I'm going to take here, number, and also let's take the visibility. So visibility will be maybe string. Okay, I think this is done. Or let's take the stats also. I'm going to do asset count in case we need to render this number. So this will be our type. Now this is going to give you data. So now if I just maybe let's log this, right? So I'm just going to log here data and see what you're getting. Awesome, right? So you're getting okay, and this is your data. So data is coming here. So now what I can do, you can simply close this, sorry, cut it, and then I'm going to write it here. So here first of all, maybe we can use the exact same way to write, right? So you can same header that you have created. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and after this let's copy this header. So first let's do some changes, right? Maybe I'll do products. So I'll do products, and here maybe this is not needed. Let's remove this. And what I'll do, right, okay, this also we don't need, remove this, and I'll do add new product. So I'll do add new product, and I'm going to take the let's do one thing. I think maybe we can take this inside link also, right? So I'm going to do link only. Let's go here, copy this, and I'm going to paste here. So this will go to /dashboard /products/new, and I'm just going to do plus icon here, maybe plus, and let's do this one as add new product, right? I think this is fine. So let's save this. So let's see what you're getting. Also change the color. So we'll take this color. So we have the BG, right? So let's change this to this color. Okay, and on click of cancel we are going here. Fantastic. Okay, so now what we will do, so this will save some time at least, so we can render the body directly. So I'm just going to take a section and let's take a class name. So I'll do padding of 4 and MD padding of 8 inside this. So first of all, let's do a small check, right, that if not equal to products, what we have taken, products, maybe let's take here, right? So I'm just going to take a products. So products, I'm just going to do data dot products, or else I'm going to do empty array. So I'm just going to do if not equal to products dot length. So maybe let's give a div something like this, and or else here we are going to do something. So in this, let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do rounded Excel. I'll do border, and I'll do BG of card, and I'll do padding of 6, and inside this just render a simple P, right, that no products yet, and here I'm just going to give a class name. I'll do text sm text muted foreground. So now here we are going to render the product, and we are going to keep this on simple, right? So what I'll do, right, first remove this, or let's keep the div only, that is fine. Let's give a class name. I'll do grid, let's do gap of 4, and I'll do for SM, let's do grid columns of 2, and for large, let's do grid columns of 3 maybe, right? Alright, so inside this, what we'll do, right, we'll just map the products. So I'm just going to do products.map. So I'll do P, and inside this, let's take the div. Okay, and let's do one thing. Let's first take the key here. So I'm just going to do p.id. Okay, and let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do rounded Excel. I'll do border, and also I'll do BG as card. P of 4. Let's do a transition, and let's do a hover for this one. So I'll do BG of card divided by maybe 80. Inside this, let's take a div, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do flex items start, and I'll do justify between, and I'll do gap of 3. Now inside this, let's take a link component and href. So I'm just going to pass slash dashboard slash products, and this will go to the product details page or the edit page. So here I'm just going to pass, so that we are going to create, we haven't created yet. So I'll do p.id. So this is done, and maybe let's take a class name. So I do no underline. Now inside this, let's take a h3, and I'm just going to render the product title. So do p.title, and in this class name, let's maybe do truncate, and I'll do text as base, and I'll do font as semi-bold. Let's remove this. Okay, so refresh this, so you can see that you're getting dog images. Okay, so this is done. So after link, I'll just take one more div, and let's render the price. So I'll do p.price, and I'm just going to do maybe let's give a space or whatever we can give, right? Space is also only fine. So I'll do p.stats.assets, and these many assets we have. And here maybe let's take a class name, margin top of 1, text as small, and text muted foreground. Okay, you can give some space also here or whatever. If you give something like this, not like this, let's keep it like this. So these many assets, because this is on the admin side, right? So we don't have to give any fancy or any what to say, style or anything. I think this is more than enough. Now what I will do, right, maybe after this, so let's take a div one more. I want to enter the ID of that particular product. So I'll just do MD of 4, I'll do flex, I'll do item as center, I'll do justify between, and I'll do gap of 2. And inside this, I'm just going to take a div, And here what I'll do, right, I'll take a class name, I'll do text as small, and I'll do text muted foreground, and inside this I'll just do id, and let's take a span. Class name I'll do font mono, and here I'm just going to maybe render p.id. Let's do a slice of -6. Save this. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, you can render the full id also, it's fine. Then we are going to only render the link here, so I'm just going to do link, and here I'm just going to do open or details, whatever you wanted to keep. So I'll do open here, and I'll do href. So this is also go to the details page, right? So maybe let's copy this and pass it here. And what I'll do, so let's give a class name. So maybe we can use the same class name that we have used for the this button, right? So we'll go here and we'll use this. Save this. Okay, so fantastic. So now let's just check it. So I'll do digital assets, and I'll do 250. Okay, save this. Fantastic. So you're getting the this list here, right? And remember, we are calling this one on the server side. This is not say client side API call is happening. So how clean this is, right? You just write this, you're getting the data, you don't have to write. So this is why this is one of the best way that you can implement. Now definitely you can put all of this in a separate types file, but I'm not doing that. But again, when you'll be watching the video, right, you have a lot of time, you can pause the video, you can go back, but for me it's like I'm recording, right? So what I'll suggest, you try to restructure all of this by your way, right? Whatever you like. For example, let's say create a types folder, create a product.ts types file, move this to that particular file, and then you can just import like that. So I think this is done. So what will be our next step? So I was thinking one more thing. Okay, let's do one thing, maybe inside dashboard, this inside app dashboard product. So let's create our product details page also. So I'm just going to do this one as product id, and let's do page.tsx. So this will be our details page main. So I'm just going to do function, and what name you can give here. Now this is the page where we'll be, or let's do this one as product editor page, because this is the main editor page, right? So I'll do product editor page, and here I'm just going to return a div for now, and let's do product editor page, right? So we save this. Now if I go here, right, and let's say if I click, so it will go to the product details or editor page, right here. Go back, click here, so it's going to the product. Also what I'm thinking, let's see one thing, right? I'll go here, and in this, right, I wanted to see how it is looking if I make the bg white. See, this is looking better, right? So let's keep bg white only. So let's copy this, and also I'm just going to do in the new also. So let's go here and then just do this onto bg white. Awesome. So I think this is looking fine. Fantastic. Now it's time to implement our main logic of this particular, where we are going to use the search scrap. For scrap you will be using the JSON mode. So we'll be discussing each and everything line by line, right? And also I'm also thinking to implement the crawl also, but these two is very important, right? How we are going to search. So search is nothing but what you're going to do, we can actually search anything. You can paste a particular, let's say you're creating a product, right? You're creating a SaaS. You have some of your competitor, you wanted to check something like that, or let's say you wanted to get some dog images. So you can give a URL, or you can give the keyword. It's going to give you the list of URLs that we are going to render. I think you've already seen in the demo. Those URLs we can scrap directly. So scrap is going to actually give you all the details. For example, let's say I wanted to get the images from that particular URL. So it's going to give you the images. What you're going to do, you're going to append those images in this product. Let's say I'm searching a dog images, so I'm going to append those images in this product. We don't have to do it manually. Then once we'll do that, and also if you go here, we don't have the description. Oh, let's make this on price, man. I haven't checked this only. Okay, let's make this on to price. this will be price, right? So we are not adding the description here, so we need to add it via this scrap. So whenever we're going to scrap this, we'll be getting a description. We're going to create a description, right? We will be structuring the data in the JSON mode, and based on that we'll be creating our final product, which we are going to publish. It will be very, very interesting. So let's start working on the backend first. So first we're going to create the backend, and remember one more thing I have done, I already created the product image asset model, right? So this will be our image asset model, where we will be having the source, cloudinary, and meta information. These I'm not going to write line by line because I think you already know that it's very time consuming. So I'm just going to copy that, and then we are going to discuss, and then we'll start with main logic, which will be writing all our router logic. So let's do that in the next part. Before that, one more thing I wanted to mention, I think I already mentioned multiple times, please sign up. It's completely free. I added the link, so please use that link only to sign up, register, and then you'll be getting the API key. So this API key only you needed. Okay, so with that, so now let's get started with the next section. Alright, so now let's implement our Firecrawl suite logic. But before that, one more thing will change, right? So this is, I have taken this one as $. So let's do one thing. Let's convert this one to INR so that it makes sense. So we'll go here, right? And you can keep $ also because we are using INR, right? So I thought it will be better. So here what I can do, you can simply do INR, and then we'll just INR 250. Awesome, right? Both we have taken as 250, is it? Let me just create one more. So we'll do new asset added. We'll keep 150. Save this. Okay, so this is working fine. Awesome. So now let's start with the, now I'm going to close everything else. Okay, so close all. Now let's go to the backend. So first we'll go to models. So we have the products model, and here first model we are going to create, which will be our main image asset model, which is going to hold all the images or the paid images that whenever any buyer is going to buy, so they need to pay, right? So that they will be getting those images. So this will be that particular model. So I'm just going to give this one as image asset.ts. Now I already created this one, right? So I already have this. I'm going to use this, right? So just copy this, and then definitely we are going to explain that what are the things that we have. You can get this from the source code, right? I hope that you already downloaded. You can download, and then we are going to first let's discuss. So first, for every image you're going to have the product ID, right? Means these images is actually for which product. So you need to have the product ID. Makes sense. Then creator ID, right? That which creator actually created that product. So we need that also. This will be normal, right? Source URL and the source page URL, right? From which page. So this is optional, but source URL we need. Now coming to cloudinary. Now cloudinary we actually decided to keep public ID. Now what this public ID? This public ID is a unique ID whenever you're going to store any images to the cloud, right? So now let's say you need to delete that image. So instead of deleting only from the backend and DB, not backend from DB, what you need to do, you should always delete it from your cloud also. So this is where this public ID is very, very important. This is the secure URL that cloudinary is going to provide, asset ID and the folder. Folder is nothing but in which folder we are going to store that particular asset. And then I have some meta information like file name, what is the content type, size, width and height, nothing to explain much. And this is our order index, one more property I've taken, and then created and updated it, as simple as that. Now here also simple exits all the things I think we have already done. I just taken the type, whether this is required, index is needed or not. So that is the thing that we need. So first let's import this from Mongoose. We also need the types. So I'm going to import the types, and also I'm going to get the Mongoose. Okay. So this is the first thing. So now I think this is done. So what we can do, we can just create this. So I'm just going to do, so let's, maybe I'm thinking what name we should give. Let's give image asset only. So let's do export const, and I'm just going to do image asset. Let's do mongoose dot model, and here I'm just going to pass image asset doc, and let's give this one as image asset. So I'll do image asset, and comma, I'm just going to pass image asset schema. Okay, so I think this is what we need. So now let's save this. So now first thing what we need to do, I hope you already have your Firecrawl API key. So first let's go here in the docs and go to the search. So how we are going to search it? So we have the search endpoint first of all. Okay, So if you go to the this node section, first we are going to create a Firecrawl instance, right? So this we are going to install this package we need, and then you have to pass, so you do new Firecrawl and you have to pass the API key, right? And this is going to give you this Firecrawl.search method where you're going to pass this, and then you're going to pass some other options. So we'll see that how this is happening, right? And what are the things that you're going to receive. So we'll be getting the success or not data, where every URL, title, description, and the position. Also will be getting the images. Okay, so now what I will do, right, instead of doing here, and also here we can directly pass this curl also. This also I'm going to show you both the ways that how you are going to do that. So basically I'll first call this endpoint, and then I'm going to use this with this Firecrawl.search method. So first let's do one thing. Let's create our Firecrawl file here. So let's go to the leaf, and I'm just going to do Firecrawl.ts. First what we need to do, we need to install their package, right? So we'll go here to keep it here, and then I'm going to copy this. So let's copy this and let's open a terminal. I think this is the backend is running. Let's do it here. So I'm going to clear this first. I'll go to backend and let's do npm install, and we need this package first. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's create the instance, right? So first, so let's see what they're importing. So we need to import this. So we'll copy this, paste it here, and then I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do get Firecrawl. And what I'm going to do, so first I'm going to get the API key, and this API key will be our API key that we have created. Now if you go here, right, we have the Firecrawl API key. I hope you already have taken this, so just take that, and then we are going to do process.env.firecrawl API key. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. Now just give a small check that if the API key is not present, so just throw a new error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll do Firecrawl API key is absent or not present, or let's do missing. And then what you can return, so you're going to return something, and that will be your this for new Firecrawl, and then you have to pass the API key, right? So go here and then just pass it, and this API key is nothing but this API key that you have created. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. Now we will be creating our Firecrawl search helper function. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that, because search will be the first step that we are going to implement. And if you go here, let's go to this. So basically what will happen, right, so we are actually going to pass the query. Okay, then also you can pass the limit. So you can see that we have the limit, query, and then some categories also you can pass, and also you can pass sources. If I'm not wrong, I've taken this. So sources also you can pass here, these sources, right? So sources will be web, if this is news related, and this is image related, right? This is pretty cool. So for now we are going to pass web related. Why? Because whenever I'm going to put any URL, I need to get all the other URLs related to that search, so that based on that URL I will be able to scrap it. Okay, so for that first I'm going to take, let's take a export function. Now first we need to do async. We'll do async function, and let's do this one as Firecrawl search. Okay, now first of all I'm just going to take some input here. Just a minute. So here I'm just going to do inside this I'm just going to take something like args, and here I'm going to get the query. Okay, so query will be string, and also I'm going to take, maybe let's take a limit. I think these two should be fine. Limit, I'm going to take this one as number. Okay, so first I need the API key, so I'm just going to take it from here. So this is my API key, and then I'm just going to do a base. So I'll do base, and here what I'll do, right, we already have the base URL here. This is the base URL we need. So if you go here, this is the base URL. Let's say you have this version 2 and then search, but this is the base URL that I'm talking about, API firecrawl.dev. So now what I can do simply, so I'm just going to do process.env. We have already taken this. Let's take this. So either this is present, right, or else we are going to take that. So I'm just going to copy from here. Okay, so now let's give one more check. Okay, now I'm going to create this. So it is pretty simple. So I'm going to do response and I'll do await. So I'll do fetch, and now we are going to take the base URL. So let's do this one as base URL, base Firecrawl URL or URI, whatever you wanted to do. So here I'm just going to pass this, and then I'm just going to do version2/search. That is the endpoint, right? If you go here, so you have the version2 and the search. Now what you're going to pass, first of all you're going to pass the method, which will be post, and then you're going to pass a headers, because if you go here, let's see, so if you see content type, you have to pass this, and then you have what, the authorization, the bearer key. So bearer is nothing but bearer and the API key you need to pass. So first we'll pass the headers. So here I'm going to pass the content type, which will be application/JSON, and you're going to pass the authorization, right? So I'm going to pass the authorization, which will be what, this will be the bearer token. So bearer will be bearer, and then you're going to pass the token, which is nothing but your API key. Okay, and then I'm going to pass the body. So do pass the body. So do JSON.stringify, and what other things maybe we can pass, let's see. So query we can pass, categories I don't need, limit we can pass, and sources we aren't pass. Sources is important, so I'm going to pass the query. So query will be my args.query. I'm going to pass the sources. I just wanted to check this one more time. Sources is news. Okay, we have web. So we have sources will be web, and I'm also going to pass the limit, which will be args.limit. Okay, so this is going to give you the result back. Now just give a small check that if not equal to response dot okay, so just throw a new error. So do throw new error, and I'm just going to do Firecrawl search failed, something like this, please try again. Okay, now here I'm just going to do JSON. Here I'm going to pass any, and then I'm just going to do await, and we'll do res.json. Sorry, not res, response.json. Okay, and then I'm just going to do const. So this will be web. I think this is going to give you the web result. Mixed category result. Let's see, you have the web, right? So this web, which is going to give the URL, title, and description. Category we are not passing, but that is fine. These three we need here. I hope this is clear, right? So I told you, right, that this is the main thing that we are going to do properly, so that you'll understand how this is happening. So we're going to get the what, web, and this is going to give you URL, title, and description. So I'm just going to do web, and web I'm just going to do JSON dot data, because you've already seen you have the data dot web, or else this will be empty. And now I'm just going to do return. So I'll do web dot map. So I'll do r, and here I'll do any, and now I'm just going to pass here. So we have the three things, right? URL, title, description. So I'll do URL. So this will be r.url, and then you have the title, which will be r.title, and then you have the description. So description, which will be r.description. Okay, so this will be our Firecrawl search, which we are directly using their curl, and then they're actually calling the API to get the result. That is fine. So now what will be our next step? So now we will start with writing our main routes, right? So whenever we'll be actually searching, so what you're going to do, you're going to call this Firecrawl search to get the result. So go to routes and create a creator import. So I'll do creator import soup, or whatever you wanted to keep. I think creator import is fine. All right, so first thing, let's take the router. So I'll do from, and I'll do express. So I'll get the router, and I'm just going to do here, so I'll do export const creator import router. So this will be this router, and then again the same thing. So we'll do creator import router dot use, and you're going to do what? You're going to use the require auth, because this you need to use it, right? Because no one else, until unless you're authenticated, you can't access that particular routes. Now what I'm going to do, so I'll start with our first. I'm going to do creator import router. So this will be a post, and now here let's give this one as, now remember every time, so we'll go here and let's see this. Every time I'm going to click this, I'm going to the details page. Now every time whatever I'm going to search, this will be based on a certain product, means this will be based on a single product. Means what? Means I need to get this ID, right? So that is the reason this will be here. See what I'm doing. So I'll do slash, and let's give this one as product. I hope this is clear. So product ID, for that product ID I'm going to do Firecrawl, and slash I'm going to do search, and now I'm just going to take I think we have already taken this, right? So directly let's take async, and here I'm just going to simply do maybe let's do request, which will be auth request, and I'm going to pass response, which will be response. I think this we don't need for now, the type. Now inside this, what I can do, first I'm going to get the product, that which product I'm talking about. Now here I'm just going to check, and I'm going to create a helper function that if this product is actually created by this user, so I'm going to do own product or send, something like this. And here I'm just going to pass two things. I'm going to pass the request and response. So first let's create this. So what will happen if this is not, so you're going to simply immediately return. So first let's copy this here, and so I'll do async function, so I'll do own product or not, and here I'm going to get the request, which will be auth request, and I'm going to get the response, right? And what I'll do simply, so here I'm just going to pass this one as response from express. Okay, so first let's take the product ID. So I'll do product ID, so this will be request dot params dot product ID, not this product ID. So I'll do product ID. Now first I need to find the product, so I'll do const product, so I'll do avid, and I'm just going to do product. So I'm going to get the product model, and this is going to give you find by ID method, right? So I'll do find by ID, and you're going to pass, so I'll do find by ID, and you're going to pass the product ID. So now I'm just going to check if not equal to product, so I'm just going to return, right? For example, maybe raise.status of 400.json, and I'll do the same structure. OK will be false, and error will be that invalid product ID, invalid product ID. Okay, so I think this is done. Now after this, I need to check if this particular product is created by that user or not, and to check this I'm just going to do string of the current product, this product dot, it has a creator ID. Remember, if I do see creator ID, if this is not equal to current user ID, means what? This user actually not created the product, means someone else tried to access it, so it will be forbidden. So here what I can pass, so after this you're simply going to do what? So you're going to do request dot user, because this has the current user ID, right? And dot ID. If this is not, means what? This will be also, we need to return from here. So that means we need to copy this, and I'm just going to do 403, and this will be forbidden. Okay, means what? You haven't created this product, you are not owner of this product. Okay, or else I'm just going to return the product. So this is done. So now what we can do, right? So first we have to check this, right? Or else anyone can come and then they can do what? They can actually edit this. So I'm going to do if not equal to product, I'm going to return. Okay, so this is completed. So now I'm just going to get the query. So I'll do query, and this will be string of, so let's do, if we are passing the query from the body, so I'm going to take the query or else empty dot trim. And also I'm going to take a limit. So limit, I'm going to do a math dot mean of so let's do maybe let's do a math dot max of, so I'll do number in case we are passing from the request dot body dot limit. So if we are passing from here, or else let's take maybe 5 or 6, maybe 6, then I'm going to give comma 1 and then minimum of, let's say, 10. So this will be the outer of these 10. Okay, so this is going to create the, now if you want you can directly pass 5 or 6 also, it's fine. Just give a small check that if not equal to query present, so in that case I'm just going to return a maybe let's copy here, and I'm just going to do for maybe let's do query required. Alright, so I think this is done. Now see, I always do the mistake, right? So I need to remove this first and inside this one in a try catch. Okay, so we'll take log the error and inside this only we're going to do it. So here I'm just going to do this one as maybe let's do 400, and here I'll just copy this, paste it here, this will be 500, and I'll just do internal server error. So now I think after this what we can do, so after this we can call that Firecrawl search method that we have created. So you just have to do const results and you'll do await and you're going to do Firecrawl search, right? So you'll do Firecrawl search and this is going to take the query and the limit, two things, and then you can just return this, right? So you're going to return res.json and you'll do OK will be true, and I'm just going to pass the results. So save this, and I think this is done. So the first one is completed. So what we can do, we can just go to our app.ts file and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to keep the products only, just pass this one to creator import router. Save this. Awesome. So I think this is completed. So the first one is completed. So instead of moving to the next router, so let's complete the search feature first, so that you'll understand one by one that what is happening, and then from there we'll move to the next feature, which will be the scrap, which is our most important one. So first search, then we are going to do scrap and implement with the JSON mode. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so before we'll start with the search or basically the UI implementation, so let's do one thing, right? So let's create all the other routes that we need to create for our backend, and that is for our creator product. So not the import. So in the import for now we are going to only have the search that we have created just now, the search one, right? So in the creator product, so till now we have created two routes. You remember, one is to create the product, second one is to get all the products, right? So we have the post and the get. Now here we actually need to create couple of more. So first one will be to get the product by details, right? So means, let's see, if I'm in the products page, whenever I'm going to open this, I have to get the details. So this will be that particular. So what I'll do create a product router. So this will be get, and here this will be a details page, right? So what we can do, simply we'll do this one as dynamic, doing this. So this will be product ID, and we'll do async. So we are going to do request, this will be auth request, and then we are going to have the response, and inside this we will be taking try and catch, right? So we're going to take try. I think I've done some mistake. Oh, this will be closed, and after this I think this was correct, right? Okay, so here I'll do try catch. So here I just log this error and we are going to return this response, right? So let's do this, copy this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. Let's do this for others also, right? So we need to also create some more. One will be to get the details, one will be the update, so that will be a patch request, and that also will be on product ID, right? And rest will be same. what else we need? We also need, okay, we need to add one more where we are going to update the product image or the cover image of that particular product. So let's create one more, and here I'm just going to do this one as product ID. Let's give this one as cover. And what else? We need one more, which will be to publish the product, because we have the publish functionality, right? Until unless we are going to save the draft. So currently this is in the draft mode. So once we are going to publish, then only we are going to render that particular product in the buyer view, not in the creator view, but in the buyer view. Only then only that other buyers, whoever want to buy, they can see that product. So we have to do one more, which also will be patch, right? So I'm just going to do this one as a patch request, and this I'm just going to do, let's skip product ID, and this I'm going to do this one as publish. So this menu we are going to create. Now one more we will be creating in this creator import, but that we are going to do later. First let's implement all these four. So first let's start with the details, right? So to get the details, this is pretty simple what we can do, right? So let's do one thing. Maybe we can create one simple method here. So I'm just going to create a function. I'm just going to do function, and let's do this one as load own product, because remember this is on the creator view. Until unless that particular user created that particular product, we are not going to show. For example, let's see if there is two user A and user B, and user A actually created the product. So and if user B try to log in, they won't be able to see that product, right? Because that product is the owner of, or A is the owner of that particular product. So I'm just going to first take the product ID. So I'll do product ID, which will be request dot params, and then I'm just going to do this one as product ID. Okay, now let's give, so what I will do, right, simply I'm just going to do if not equals, let's do mongoose. So I'm going to import mongoose. I think it's already there, and then I'm going to do is valid object ID, and here what we can pass, right, we can pass this product ID maybe, right? Let's use this product ID. So I'm just simply going to check if this is not valid. So in that case what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to return what we can return. So let's return, so I'll do product will be null, and let's return an error, and this will be invalid product ID. So I'll do invalid product ID. Okay, now I'm going to find the product. So I'll do const, and I'll do product. So this will be avid. So I will be having my product schema. This is going to give me what? Find by ID, right? So we have the find by ID, and I'm going to pass this product ID. Okay, so this is going to give me the product. If not equals product, so I'm just going to give one more check, and let's return this, right? So this will be product null, and I'll do product not found. Okay, and I'm also going to give one more check, that is if this user is actually owner of that product or not. I think this we have already done here, right? The same logic I wanted to do this part. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. So the product.created ID is not equal to this, means this user actually not the owner, means you don't have what? You don't have the access to check this product. So I'm going to do return this, and here I'm going to return in the same format. So let's do like this, right? So I'm just going to do or maybe we are not returning this, right? So let's directly return this, right? So I'll do product null, and here I'm just going to do you are not the owner of that product. So I'll do you are not owner, something like this. This is done, and at the end now we can return the product. So I'm just going to return, the product, and I am going to return the error, which will be null. So this will be one helper function that we have created. Now what we can do, we can go to our product ID route. So here, and what we can do first, I'm just going to check that const product comma error from, and here I'm just going to do await, and I'll do load own product. Just now we have created, right? So we're going to pass the request. Now here you can simply give some check that if not equal to product, something like this. So I'm just going to return res, and I'm just going to do a status. Let's return on whatever 400, and then I'm just going to do JSON, and I'll do okay will be false, and error will be either maybe this product ID is invalid, or you don't have permission, something like this. You can change all of this, right? You guys can change all of this. I already mentioned these things multiple times. You don't have to follow me exact what I am doing. You can give extra check, you can give some better message here, and you can just do it whatever you like. Now what we will do, right? So first of all, I think here we don't have to do anything because we can directly get the product, and then if the product is, this is not equal to product, we can return this, and then because we are simply getting the details, right, we can simply return the this res.json. So res.json, and then you can simply just do okay will be true, and then you can simply return the product. That's it. So this will be our first one. I think here we don't need the error. I think this is not it. I think this is fine. You can just take the product. So now I think this is done. Next we need to do patch. Now this is important. So in the patch, what we are going to do, we are going to update, we can update the title, description, or the price. So here also we'll be first taking this. So let's take this. So I'm just going to do this on as error, and here also I'm going to give this check, right, if not equal to product. So I'm just going to give this extra check. Now we are going to get three things from our request.body, or else empty. So we'll be getting the title, so user can update the title, user can update the description. Anyways, we're going to update the description and also the price, and then we are simply going to just give a check. So let's do something like this: if type of title is equal to string, and also let's do title dot trim, and here I'm just going to do what? So first I'm just going to do product. So we have the product, and then I'm just going to do title. So product has the title property, right, because at the end this product, from where you're getting the from your DB only, right? So this will have the title, and what you can do, you can set this title to the title that you are getting. So this will be the title dot trim. Now this title again from your request.body that you are getting. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm going to create the base slug again. So I'm just going to do base slug when I have the two slug that we have created, right? And here what you can do, you can pass the product dot title. I hope this is clear. And then we'll create the slug, and I'll do await, and I'll do insert slug that we have created, unique slug, and here we're going to pass the base slug, the same thing we have created, base slug, and then we're going to pass the function. So we'll do, maybe let's take s, and inside this what I'm going to do, I'm going to check that existing or not. So I'll do existing, and here I'm just going to do await product dot, and I'll do find one, and here we're going to check based on what, based on the slug. So I'm just going to do slug, because this has the slug property, right? See, if I just pause, see, you're getting slug, and this we're going to check with this slug. So I'm going to pass the s, okay, and then I'm just going to do here lim. Now I'm simply going to do if not equal to existing. So in that case we're going to return false, or else I'm just going to do return, and we are going to just do string of existing that you have, this existing, right? This is going to give you what, ID. So if you see, if I pause, it has ID, right? And this ID should be not equal to the current product that you're having. So I'll do string, and here I'm just going to do product dot ID. Okay, and at the end what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set the product. So I'll do product dot slug. So I'm updating the slug, which will be this slug here. So this will be for slug. Now next I'm going to do for description. So copy this, so paste it here, and then I'm just going to do this one as description, and let's do description dot trim, and then just update the description. So I'll do product dot description, which will be the description dot trim. So this is done. Same thing you will just do for the price also. So we'll do if type of price is equal to number. So we're going to update the price. So we'll do product dot price will be the price. So we'll do product dot price will be the price. This price is nothing but the price that you are getting here. So we have updated three things: title, description, price. and then just save the product. So we'll do await and we'll call product, and then if you do save, so it's going to update those values after edit. So we'll do product.save, and then you're going to return res.json, and then I'm just going to do okay will be true, and I'm just going to return the product. If you worked with previously any Node.js project, right, you know what actually we are doing, and it's not that much difficult, it's simpler. So this is done. So now we have to update the cover. Now cover we can do later, but now also we can do it. It's not that much difficult. So first what I will do, right, so first of all let's do the same thing. So I'm going to get the current product. See, that is the reason we have created this, so that we don't have to write the same thing again and again. So here I'm just going to first take this, right, error is not needed, so product, and then let's give the same error that we are writing. If not equal to product, we are going to return this. Okay, so this is done. So now I'm going to get our image asset ID. So I'm just going to do image asset ID, and this I will be getting, so I'm going to convert to string, and I'll be getting from my body, because anyway when I'm going to update this, I will be selecting some image from my UI only, right? So whenever I'm going to select image, let's say there are two images, I'm selecting one image, so those image ID I'm going to pass from my UI side, and that I'll be getting where? In the body, right? Because it is a patch. Sorry, I think I'm doing this will be a patch. See, that's what. So this will be a patch request, so we're going to pass that, and then we'll be actually getting that in the body. So I'll do request.body, and this will be my image asset ID. So let's take this one as image asset ID. Okay, and orders this will be empty. Just check this. Now you can give one extra check, right? So maybe let's do if not equal to mongoose dot is valid. This part we've done, right? And then pass the image asset ID. So we'll just do image asset ID needed. So just extra check. So I'll do return res.status of 400.json, and I'm just going to do okay will be false, and error will be asset not found, something like this. Okay, no, not asset not found, this is wrong. Image asset ID is needed. I'm just directly writing here. You can change this, image asset ID needed. Okay, so this is done. Now after this we need to find the asset, but how we are going to find? Now this is where you have to apply some knowledge here. Why? See, this is why we have the image asset schema. This one, this is where we are going to store all the images and everything. Okay, so first, whenever I will be setting a particular image cover to a particular product, I need to see whether that image is actually stored in our asset collection or not. Okay, here, so that means first we need to check it. I hope this is clear. So I'm just going to do asset, and we'll do await, and I'm just going to take the image asset model. Okay, and this is where you're going to get the find by ID, and here I'm going to pass this image asset ID, that whichever you are selecting from your UI side. So you're going to pass the image asset ID, clear, and then you're just going to do lin. Okay, so this is done. If this is not present, so you'll be giving, definitely you have to give a check here. So you're going to return a check that here you can do asset not found. Do asset not found. Okay, please check your ID. Okay, so I think this is done. Now I will be giving one more check. Okay, this is where you have to check. So we have to check that if actually that particular user, again the creator thing, right, that created that asset creator ID, whoever actually created the asset, and the current user ID, if both are different, means what? You don't have permission. I'm trying to explain this part multiple times. This is very, very important, right? So how we can check it? So to check all of this, if you don't add all these conditions, let's say you're creating any project for your college, let's say you're in college, or let's say you're in company, whenever you're discussing in system design, you have to explain all these edge cases, right? Then only will be like different from others, that okay, these guys thinking in a different direction. For example, let's see, if I'm not telling you, if you're understanding all this before, maybe definitely you should have some experience. If you're completely, let's say, in college and you're doing all this, that is fine. You need more experience, but you need to understand all these edge cases. Or let's say you're creating your own website or own SaaS, maybe you haven't had this particular condition that we are going to write. What will happen? Let's say there is one particular user created an image and other user actually try to do something with that image. If you don't give that condition, that user can do, right? So it's a security breach. So those things you need to understand. So here what I'm going to do, I'll do string of, so I'm just going to do asset Okay, see, we'll do asset. Now you'll see that this asset has a product ID. Okay, so I'm just going to do product ID. Now some of you actually tell me that, oh, we don't have any UI, but how I'm doing, I can guarantee if you are from a backend background, right, let's say you're a backend developer or you want to work in backend, you know that what I'm doing is actually correct. What will happen, right, normally in backend roles you don't have access to front end lot. You are going to work backend like this only. You will be having your code, you're going to have your postman, you'll be testing like that. The reason why I'm doing backend frontend because I'm creating a video, but in real world, whenever you'll be creating a project, especially for a backend developer, you don't have access to your UI. You have to understand all these things by yourself, all these edge cases. So I'm just going to do if not equal to string. So I'm just going to do if this is asset product ID is not equal to the current product ID, which is this product ID. So I'm just going to do a string of product.id. If this is actually different, or now here you have to give what. So I'm just going to do if string of what I need to do, I need to take asset.creator ID. So creator ID is there. If this is not equal to the request.user, see, request has the user, right? So it has the user.id. That means this user don't have the condition to access that particular asset. So you're going to return, so I'm just going to return a res.status of 403, and then I'll do JSON of okay will be false and error will be forbidden, something like this, whatever you can give. I hope this is clear, right? So these many checks you have to give. Now you have to update. So now I'm going to update this. So I'm just going to do product dot and see that we have covered image asset ID, and this will be equal to what? So I'll do new mongoose dot types dot object ID. See how slow this is. So object ID, and then I'm going to pass the image asset ID that I'm passing. So it's going to create. Okay, and then what you're going to do, definitely after doing all of this, if you not save it, it's not going to save. So you have to always save. So you're going to save this, and then you're going to return this one. So I'm going to return this, return true and the product. Okay, so this is done. Now last we have the publish. So for this also I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this part, and I'm going to just paste it here, same thing. And what I will do, right, we need to update the we have to publish the product, but I wanted to give one condition, that is that if your product don't have any asset, okay, so if the asset count is 0, so in that case what I'm going to do, you have to at least add one image, then only you can publish. I hope you're getting right what I mean. So to do this, what I'm going to do, I'll do asset count, and this will be avid, and I'll do image asset, and I'm going to do count documents. And here what I'm going to do, I have the product ID, right, in that schema, and here I'm going to check that if this product has any asset or not. If not, so in that case this user needs to at least update some images, then only they can publish it. So I'm just going to do if the asset count is 0, so you can't publish it simply, right? So I'm just going to return a 400. So I'll do return. So this will be 400, and I'll do you need at least one image. You need at least one image to upload, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Now what I will do, simply I'm just going to do product dot visibility. It has the visibility, right? So and this will be equal to what? Published, because this will become published. And then what you are going to do, I'm just going to do product. I'll do product dot asset. Not asset. Product dot stats dot asset, and this will become asset count. Okay, this asset count, and then you're going to save this, and then you're going to return. So these two lines. Okay, so now we have actually created all the routes. For now we need to add one more route, and that is actually very, very important. What we are going to do, right, we need to get all the assets for a particular product. So let's say if I'm having this particular product, I need to get all the assets. And to do this, what you can do, that you can go to this creator imports where we are using the Firecrawl logic, right? So we have our search. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to create one more route here. So I'm just going to do creator import router, and I'll do dot get, and then let's give this one as dot product ID. Then let's maybe do this one as assets. And here what I'll do, so I'll do async. So this will become request, which will be auth request, and then you're going to have the response. And here also you can get the product with this, right, own product or send. So I'm just going to copy this, or let's copy these two lines. So I'll do try catch. Okay, and then first I'll paste this also in the catch. We are going to log the error. Now what I will do, right, so simply we are going to get the assets. So I'm going to do assets, and this will be avet image asset. Just now we have done image assets dot find, and here we're going to pass the product ID, because based on the product ID you're going to get the assets of that particular product. And here we'll be getting the current product, right? So this will be product dot ID. So this is going to give you all the products. And then I'm just going to, maybe let's do a sort, and I'm just going to sort off. So let's go to these image assets. We have something called the order index. So I'm just going to do order index, and I'm just going to do as 1, and I think let's do a lean here, and I think this is done. And then at the end we can return res.json. okay, I'm going to return as true, and I'm also going to return the assets. Okay, so now we are in the correct position to implement these, right? So first what we are going to do will be implementing our search, Firecrawl search endpoint, where we are going to put any URL or any text, and based on that we'll be getting the URLs back, which we are going to scrap in the next section. So we'll be having the scrap functionality in the next section. So let's start with the UI first, and then we'll do backend first. So we'll do the UI backend like that, so that you can understand. So let's move on to the next one. All right everyone, so now let's start working on the UI. So first what I'll do, right, so I'll go to the client side. So create a dashboard product ID. So this is the details page, right? And here we'll start working. So first let's convert this one to async function. And what I'll do, right, so let's create the structure first. So let's take main, and inside this I'm going to take a class name. And let's take this one flex1, and I'll do overflow y auto. Okay, now inside this we also need to take a header, but for header I think let's use the same header that we have used here. So keep this one same. Also if you want, you can move this one to a common component, and you can also use that, right, the same thing. And I'll paste use here. So let me just do this one. I'll do product details, right? So I'll do product details. So this will be next. Import this. So here I'm just going to do go back, maybe let's do back, and instead of so I'll go to the products page. I think this is correct. Also maybe we can render the product title also. So we are going to render the title later, but for now let's remove this, and let's use the same color for that. So I'll copy this, and I'll remove this. This is not needed, and I'm just going to use that color, and we don't need this one. And let's save this, also remove this. Okay, product details back. So go back, click here, so you're getting product details. Now what we need to do, right, we need to fetch couple of things. What are the things we are going to fetch? Now that is the reason we have created all the routes, so that you can understand that what is happening here. So go to product, create a product, and you can see that we are going to create this product by ID. This is the details we need, first thing. Second, we also need the asset of that particular product. So we have this asset. So these two things we are going to call. So for this one, what I've done, right, I already created some types. So this one we are not going to write everything. I'm going to explain what you're doing. So copy this, and we'll go to the source, and maybe let's do keep everything in the lib only. Inside lib, I'm going to create a types folder, and let's give this one as product.ts. So let's see what we are doing here. So first of all, we have the product visibility. I think I don't have to explain. Also, we have two types, draft and published, and these all the product properties that we have: ID, title, description, currency, visibility, slug, cover, image asset, and stats. This is our image asset. Image asset is nothing but the model that we have created, these image assets, right? So all the properties we already have. And then we have a search result. What actually this is, so if you go to the creator import and let's go here, right? So if you see the Firecrawl search, right? So if you go to the response, what we are returning here at the end, we are returning URL, title, and description. So this is for that. And then I have some type here, API, if this is okay, if this is error, so it's going to return this. This is for product response. Product response is going to return the product. If assets response going to return the image assets, and this is the Firecrawl response, which will be at the end going to return the search result. I hope this is clear. So these will be our types that we need. Definitely this is going to save a lot of time writing all of this like too much. Now the first of all, let's call this both the APIs here. So first I'm going to do, let's do product comma asset, and I'm just going to do a promise.all. So I'll do await, I'll do promise.all. And here what I'm going to do, right? So we can pass array, right, multiple. So I'll do API server get, and here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass the product response, the type that you created, this type, okay? And now you have to go to /API /creator, right? If you go here, you can check it. So go here. So you have API creator and then products, right? So this is what we need. So copy this, and then you can just paste it here. So this will be the first thing. Now what we need to pass, we also need to pass the details, right? So you have to pass the ID, but how you're going to get the ID here? Now the ID you're going to get from this ID. So this will be getting from your slug directly here, right? So what you can do, you can take the params, and here I'm going to take the params, and this will be what I think this will be a promise, right? So you have to take this one as promise, or else this is going to give you error. And here you'll be getting the product ID. So I'm going to do product ID, and product ID will be what? String. Okay, so now it's always better you should do this. See, I'm going to tell you this particular practice. Always take this one, do await and the params, and take the product ID here. Okay, so this is the best way you can do that. Now you can pass the product ID here. So this will be the first. Second will be, we'll do API server get, and I'm going to pass the asset response. And here what I'm going to do, so we'll do /API. No, here also you need template literals. So we'll do /API /creator. Let's do products, and I'm just going to pass the product ID, which will be product ID /assets. So if you go here, just now we have created it, this one, I'm talking about these assets. So I'm going to get the assets. So this is going to give me product details and also the assets both. So now we can log this, right, just to check if this is working or not. So I'm going to log the product, and I'm going to also log the assets. Save this, and we'll see what is happening, if there are any error or anything. Fantastic. So this is my product details, right? Image cover, image asset ID is null, definitely, and for now we don't have any asset. Fantastic, right? This is working fine. So now we are getting the details here, so we can render the details. So what I'm going to do, right, after this I'm going to take a section, and here I'm going to create a product editor component. Now we are going to create a couple of more components. So we'll go to components, go to creator, go to dashboard, and then inside dashboard you can see that we have the products. So inside these, right, so here what I'm thinking, right, maybe inside products I'm going to create a product editor folder, okay, so that will keep this structure more clean. Product editor, and inside this I'm going to create the product editor, because we also need to create some more components also here. So I'll do product editor. Okay, so let's do this one. I think maybe product editor we can make this one as a client component, because we need some state actually there. So I'll use client, and I'm just going to do function, and I'll do product editor. Now product editor is going to receive the current product ID. Current product ID will be this product ID. It's also going to receive the initial product, and also it's going to receive the initial assets we are already getting, right? So we're going to take the three things. So I'm going to take the product ID. So I'm going to take the product ID. Also let's take initial product, maybe initial product, and also I'm going to do initial assets. So here I'm going to take the product ID, these three things. So copy these. So product ID will be what? String. Initial product will be the product. So this product is which product? Can you guess? This product is the type that we have created here, this product. Okay, and then you are going to have the initial assets. Initial assets will be what? Image assets, but it will be array. So because one product can have multiple assets, so I'm just going to do image assets, image asset. No, not image. What is the image asset? So I'll do image asset. Oh, spelling is wrong there. So image asset. Okay, so these three things we need. Now here I'm just going to for now return a div, and I'll do product editor. Okay, so save this. So now we are going to pass all of this from our this component. So we'll go here and just call this product editor page, and inside this I'm going to pass the product ID. No, product editor page. 1 minute. I think I've done some mistake. See, we are calling this component only. That's what I'm thinking. So I have to do product editor. So I'm going to take the product ID. Product ID will be our product ID, right? So you have the product ID, this product ID. Alright, so now next what you're going to pass, will be passing the initial product, right? So we'll be taking our, so what is, okay, let's take this one as product response, and this will be asset response. Also we have to give, let's give one check here. So I'll do if not equal to product response dot okay. So maybe we can redirect the user to the, so I'll do redirect user to the products page. So I'll do dashboard / products. So now we can just take the product response, and then we'll be passing the product. Then we have the initial assets, which you can also directly check that if the asset response dot okay. So I'll do asset response dot assets, or else this will be what? Empty array. Okay, I think we are getting some error. Why? Property ID is missing but required in the image asset. So let's see what we are doing wrong. Image assets, the ID is there, right? Okay, let's see in the product editor what we are doing. Image assets, this will be array. Okay, so now I think this is done. So let's start with this product editor. So we'll go here. So you have the product editor now. So here we'll be having two tabs basically. One will be the edit tab and one will be the import tab. So import will be where we are going to integrate our Firecrawl import suite. So what I will do, right? So let's take this one, a tab. I think we need to install the tabs component. Let me just quickly do that. So go here and then let's go in this, and then I'm just going to clear this first. So let's clear, let's go back and let's go to the client folder, clear again, and then I'll do npx shadcn latest add, and then I'm going to install tabs. Let's wait for some time. I think it will be done immediately. So once that is done, right, I think it's happening. Right. So you're going to take two tabs. One will be for edit and one will be for import. And then we're also going to create two components. Okay, this is done. So now I will be taking the tabs component. So we're going to import from components, and inside this let's give a default value, and I'm going to give the default value as edit, and I'm going to give a class name. So let's give this one a space y of 6. Now inside this let's take a div. We'll take a class name. So I'm going to do flex column. I'll do gap of 3. For sm I'm going to do flex row. For ASM I will do items center, and for ASM I'm going to do justify between. Now inside this I'm going to take a tabs list component. Okay, and let's give a class name. So I'll do width of full. For ASM let's do W90. I've already taken and written all of this, so I'm just taking the reference from there only. I'll do rounded none, not give any border radius. So I'll do border, and I'll do border, and I'll do BG card, and I'll do padding of 1. Inside this we'll be taking tabs trigger. So tabs trigger is going to have two. One will be edit, and one will be our Firecrawl import suite. So this will be our Firecrawl import suite. So here you have to give the value, right? So or else it's going to give you error. So value will be edit, and for this one I'm going to pass the value as maybe import. So if you save this, right, you'll be getting 2 tabs. Let's wait. Let's refresh this. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we can do, so maybe let's give also some class name here. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do rounded none, and for I'll do a data. So data I'm just going to do this on a state if this is active. So in that case I will give the BG. So I'll do BG, and inside this I'm going to use the same class name that we have used. So I'll do FF90, and then we have E8. Okay, so this is done. And what else? Maybe let's give a text also. So I'll copy this part, and here I'm just going to do this one as text black. What else? I think this will be fine. So let's copy this, and we'll use the same here also. Okay, you can see this is changing, right? Awesome. So I think this is done. Now we will be taking the tabs content. So I'll do tabs content. So here I'm just going to give the value. So this will be for my edit tab, and I'm just going to give a class name. I'll do space y of 6, and I'll take one more. So this will be for import. So I'll do this one as import, and let's keep the same. And for this one I'm going to create one more component, which will be our import panel. So I think this is done. So let's do one thing. Let's go to the components. So inside products, product editor. So let's create 2 components. One will be the edit panel .tsx, and one will be import panel .tsx. Okay, so these 2 components we are going to create. So for now the basic structure actually we have completed. What else you can do? Maybe let's go to the this product ID component once. I just wanted to check one thing. So here let's give a class name, right? So I'm just going to give a p of 4, and for md I'm going to do a p of 8, so that there should be some space. Okay, here. So have the edit and this import suite. Okay, so I think this is done. So now in the next part we'll start with the, now remember we can start with the edit panel also here directly, but what I'm thinking, right, first let's implement the Firecrawl import suite. Because why? Because first we need to get the search result, right? So we have created the search. If you go here, right, we have created the search result, this part. So first we'll be getting all the results. Based on that we are going to scrap it, so that then only we'll be able to attach the images with that particular product. So that is the reason first we should complete this, and then we'll move to the edit part. I hope this is clear. So let's do one thing. Maybe first let's go to this edit panel, that component that we have created, right? So this edit panel, so let's convert this one to use client, and I'm just going to do this one as edit panel, and let's return a div, and I'm just going to do this one as edit panel. Okay, copy this, and let's go to the import panel, and this will be my import panel. Okay, and then we'll go to product editor, and in this tab I'm just going to add that. So here I'm going to use edit panel, and here I'll be using the import panel. So I'll do import panel. So if you save this, so you're getting edit panel and import panel. Okay, so this part is completed. So first let's start working with the Firecrawl import suite. Now we will be implementing each and every part one by one. So first we are going to implement the search, then we are going to implement the scrap. Scrap is going to give you the images and the description. That description we are going to attach to our product. Okay, and also we are going to set our cover image, because until unless you're going to add the cover image, you can't publish a product. So those things we are going to do. Then we'll move to the next part. Okay, so we'll start with our import suite. So first let's go to our import panel. Now this is going to, for now I'm going to take one input, which will be my current product ID. So I'm going to take the current product ID, and this product ID will be a string. So this will be a string. Later if we need, we are going to change this. Also here I'm just going to take a modes. So for now we are going to have two, so later we are going to add more. So we'll have search, and then we are going to have a scrap. Okay, and this will be as const. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a type. So I'll do type mode, and this will be this type of these modes, and here we're going to pass this one as number. Also let's create one more function. I'm going to do is mode. So here I'm going to get the mode, which will be string, and here I'm just going to pass v is this mode. And what you can do, right, so I'm just going to return these modes as read only, and here I'm just going to do a string of array, and then let's do dot includes of this current v. Okay, so this will be helpful function. First what we are going to do, you will be actually taking lot of states we need to take here. So first we'll start with, so let's take our first state, which will be mode and set mode, because we are going to have multiple tabs. For search, if we change from one tab to another tab, we need to change the mode. And here I'm just going to do a use state, and the type will be the mode that we have created, and here I'm going to pass search. Okay, so search will be by default. Now I'm going to take the search state. So I'll do search state. So here I'm going to take two. So one will be the search query. I'll do set query, and this will be use state of empty array. Then I'm going to take the search results. So I'm going to do search results and set search results, and this will be use state of, so we have the search results in types. So if you go here, right, we have the search results. I think we have created search result, this one. So I'm going to take this, I'm just going to do search result. Okay, this will be array, and by default I'm going to do this on empty array. Okay, so this I think this will be more than enough. Now we will be creating our structure. So first what I'm going to do, I'm getting some error here. Okay, we need to pass the product ID. So product ID I'm going to pass as product ID that we have. Okay, alright, so now let's remove this, and then we'll start with writing the JSX. So div, let's take a class name. So I'll do space y of 6, and inside this maybe let's do a common component here. So I'm just going to create a panel card. So inside this I'm just going to do a panel card dot tsx. Okay, so let's create this. I'm just going to do export function, and here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do panel card. Nothing much to discuss here, right? So we are actually going to couple of properties here, and then I'm going to just render, and this is just to, so that we don't have to rewrite the same thing again and again. Okay, I hope you're getting. So I'll do title, which will be string, then we have the description, so we'll keep optional, which will be string, right? So right, also this I'm going to keep this one as string, sorry, not string, this will be a React node. And also let's do the same for children also. So I'm going to do children also will be a React node. Okay, so now what I will do, simply I'm going to return, so let's return a card component, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do rounded none, so I'll do border, and bg card, padding of 4, and for MD I'm going to do padding of 6. Now inside this I'm going to take a div, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do flex items start, I'll do justify between, and I'll do gap of 3. And here what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm just going to do a div, and let's give a class name of mean width of 0, and then here I'm going to render the title. So I'll do the title here, and here I'm just going to do a class name, so I'll do text base and font medium. Then we'll just check, right, if the description is present. So you render the description, like nothing very difficult thing here, or else it will be null. And here you're going to just render the description. I can also give some class name, so I'll do a class name of maybe, let's say, margin top of 1. I'll do text access and text muted foreground. Okay, same will do for right also. So if right is present, I'm going to render that right side, so I'll do div, or else this will be null. And here I'm just going to render right, and give a class name, maybe let's do a shrink of 0. What else? We also have the children, so I'll copy this, and here I'm just going to do this one as children, and let's do here margin top of 0. Okay, so this is just a simple component that we have created, so that we can directly call it from our parent component. So we'll go here. Now I can see the easy part will be, so we can simply call this panel card, right? And then maybe what I'll do, right, so I'll do title, and I'm just going to do import suit, and here I'm just going to do Firecrawl, something like this. Save this. See, so you're getting this. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do, right, also maybe let's do one thing. I'm also going to create one more component here, and that will be my import tabs. So I'll do import mode tabs dot tsx. So here let's take this one as let's do use client, and here I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do import mode tabs. So this is going to receive a value on value change, and also if there are any children component. And here I'm just going to do value, which will be string, and let's do the on value change. So this will be a method, right? So I'm going to take a value as string, and this is going to return void. Then I'm also going to take a children, which will be React node. And here what I'll do, right, simply is I'm just going to return, so let's return a tabs component. So here I'm going to pass a value, which will be my value. I'm going to pass on value change, right? So you have the on value change, which will be on value change, and then let's give a class name of space y of 5. Okay, now I'll take a tabs list. See, in case you are thinking I'm doing little fast, I hope some of you already understand. If you're a complete beginner, let's say you're watching, right, what I will suggest, either you can slow the playback speed or watch it multiple times, because the reason why I'm doing this CSS or the JSX but very quickly, if you're already watching my videos for a long time, right, these things take a lot of time, and we have a lot of features to complete, especially this the next scrap feature that we are going to implement, the crawl feature, and also Razorpay payment integration. So those part will be more interesting than these things, right? So that is the reason I'm trying to do this one little fast, or else these things actually take a lot of time, right? So do grid, do width of full, I'm going to do max, maybe let's do w excel, I'll do grid columns of 3, let's do rounded none, I'll do same border, and I'll do bg of card, and let's do padding of maybe 2. Now inside this I'll be having some tabs, so I'll do tabs trigger. So first I'm going to have search, okay, and here also let's give a value, so I'll do value, and this will be search. Copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it. So this will be my scrap, so I'll do scrape scrap, but here I'm just going to do this one as maybe let's do quick import, and bracket I'm going to do this one as scrap. Okay, so to save this, so now what we can do, right, we can just call this component from our parent component. So we'll go here, where is that import panel. Okay, so after this what I'll do, right, so let's call our import mode tabs. And also, okay, one more thing we have to do, and that is we have to render the children, right? So that we haven't done. Okay, first let's log this, and here I'm just going to pass the children. So after these tabs trigger, what I can do, right, tabs list, so I'm just going to render the children here. Okay, so here what I'll do, right, simply, so let's maybe we have to render the all the content. So I'm just going to do tabs content. Okay, and here what I'll do, I'm going to pass a value. So value I'm going to give this one as for search, and for now I'm going to keep this one as search, and then I'm going to take one more and I'm going to do this one as scrap. So this will be my scrap, and here we are going to pass some props. First we are going to pass the value. So value will be the current mode, which is search. So here we are going to pass mode, and then you are going to pass what. So you will be doing this, so you on value change. Notice what we are doing now. Remember, in the prop we are actually receiving a value, right? So what we can do simply here, so we're going to take the value. How you're going to do this? So simply take the value, and here what we are going to simply do, okay, let's give this, and inside this I'm simply going to do if this is mode that we have created, is mode, this particular function of this value. So in that case we're going to set the current value. So I'm going to do set mode. So here I'm simply going to do set mode will become the current value. Okay, so save this, search, and you can see you can change this. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now, so search and scrap, I think this is fine. Now what I can do, that maybe, okay, we'll give some style to that. So for this one, maybe where actually I've taken this, not here, edit panel. Okay, this is what we need. So I'm going to copy this, we'll go here, and then I'm just going to paste it here and also paste it. Okay, so the search and scrap. I hope this is clear, right? So now we will start with the search content first. So we'll go here, and now let's go to the import panel, because this is where we are going to get our search content. I'm going to close everything else, and let's remove this. This part we are going to do later. Okay, so I'm going to do this one as later. Inside this, first let's take the panel cut. So I'll do panel cut, and here inside this, so let's pass a title. So I'm going to do title, and I'm going to do this one as search pages. Okay, now after this what I can do, you can take a div, and inside this let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do flex of maybe column, and I'll do gap of 2, and I'll do sm flex of row. Inside this I'm going to take a input, and here I'm going to pass the value. So value will be what? This query. So we're going to pass the query, and you're going to pass what? On change. So on change will be what? Set query, right? So same thing. So we'll do set query of event dot target dot value. Then let's give a placeholder, and then I'm just going to do maybe example search 4K dog images, or let's do 4K mountain images, something like this, right? And also I'm going to take a class name. So here what I can do, right, so I think we have used the class name for the new product form, right? So maybe let's use the same instead of rewriting. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm just going to use it here. Okay, so save this, let's see what we're getting. Okay, we are getting this. I think this is fine, but I'm thinking to make this one come this should come full, right? I think this part we need. Also let's give some okay, let's do panel. Maybe here I'm just going to do a margin top of 3. Okay, I think this is fine, but after this also I need to render a button. So I'm going to take the button. Alright, so let's give this one as search. right? So let's save this. So let's see what you're getting. Okay, we need to remove the alignment. Okay, let's remove this margin top. This we don't need. Also for the CSS, right, what we can do, we have already created some header component. We can use the same CSS maybe. So this one we can use. We'll copy this and we'll just pass it here. Class name, I think we can directly pass here. Let's see how it is looking. So text, we will make this one as black. I'll do text black. Okay, I think this is done, but so maybe let's do one thing. I think we are doing something wrong in this, why it is not coming full. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's give this one as, for SM I'm going to do flex 1. Okay, something is wrong here. Let's see. So flex item star justify, this is fine. Rendering the title description. Oh, okay. So this should go outside. I think this should be here. Also let's give a margin top of 4 maybe. Let's see how it is looking. Okay, margin top of 2, I think this is fine. Let's see. Okay, so I think this is fine. Also on hover we have to change this. So let's maybe just add it here. So on hover also I'm going to keep the same color, and also on hover I'm going to keep the text as black only. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what will be our next step? So now next will be, once we are going to click on this button, right? So what we need to do, we need to call that API, right? And also maybe let's do one more thing quickly. Let's do this one as 10, and let's do a SM for SM. Sorry, so I'll do SM. Let's do a width of maybe, we'll do width of 40. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now we are going to call the API. So that will be the first step, but before that we also need to do, we are going to render a result panel. So what I mean by result panel is, once we are going to click here, we'll be rendering the result below. So for that maybe we can create a simple component, right? Maybe a common component we can create. So let's do this one as maybe result row dot tsx. Okay, so let's create this. So I'll do export function, and I'm just going to do result row. So I'm just going to get the title, I'll get the description, I'll get URL, and I'll also going to get any accents is there or not. So I'm just going to do all as optional. So I'll do title will be string, then we have the description, URL, and accents, right? So all this, paste it. So these also I'm going to make this one as string. URL also will be, let's keep this on mandatory because we need the URLs that we are going to receive. And accents, I'm also going to make this one as React Node. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what we can do, simply we are going to return. So I'll do a div, we'll do a class name. So let's do this one as border. Let's do bg background. Now padding of 4. I'll do transition, and maybe I'll do hover bg muted divided by 20. And inside this let's render the URL. So I'm just going to render the title or the URL, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do line clamp 1. We'll do text of small, and I'll do font as medium. Okay, so this will render the title. So let's give same for description. So I'll do if the description is present. So in that case I'm going to render it, or else this will be null. So here we'll be rendering the description. Maybe we can do the same, we can give here, right? So copy this, paste it here, and then I'll do a margin top of 1. Let's do a line clamp of 2, and I think rest this is fine. Maybe let's remove this. Let's make the text as access, and I'll do text muted foreground. I think we can remove one, a small one we can remove. Okay, so I think this is fine. Next we can render the URL, because URL we need to always render. So I'll just render the URL here, and let's take the class name. So I'll just do this one as margin top of 2. I'll do break all, and let's do text access, and maybe let's do text muted foreground, and let's do the same for action. So I'll do, if action is present, you are going to render the actions, or else this will be null. And here I'm just going to do what, just render the actions. And here I'm just going to class name. So I'll do margin top of 3, I'll do flex wrap, and I'll do gap of 2. Okay, so this will be my result row. Now these we are going to render. Maybe let's render it also. I think not sure if we have taken this, so let's take the loading state. Not sure if I have already taken in the previous part, because I'm recording this part after some time, right? So maybe I forgot. In case I have done, then I removed, right? So just you don't have to do any changes, or else just take one more state. I'm not able to recollect whether I have recorded this part or not. Okay, so here just give something like loading, and then I'm just going to give this one as searching, or else this will be search, which we are going to manage later. I think this is fine. Now what we can do, right? So maybe after this button, this div, let's take one more div, and here I'm just going to take the class name, and I'll do margin top of 4, I'll do breed and gap of 3, and inside this we will be rendering the search result, okay, which will be in form of the search result, where you are going to get the URL, title, and the description. So these 3 things you are going to get once you are going to call the Firecrawl search endpoint. So what we can do, simply we can directly render, because we already know the structure, right? Because we have already done the backend first. So we can do, if this is true, so I'm just going to render search result dot map. So you can take as a result, and here what we can do, simply we can render the result row. Just now we have created, right? So this we can render. Now here, okay, first let's render here null. If there is nothing, render null. Now here we are going to pass couple of things. First, very important, always pass the key. Key will be your res dot, and you can see that you will be having the URL, which will be unique. Pass the URL as a key. Then you have the title, which will be res dot title. Then in case you have description, just pass res dot description, and then you are going to pass the URL, which is important. So you're going to pass the res dot URL. And after this you will be passing actions, right? Although this is optional, but we are going to pass the actions. So inside this, what I'll do, I'm going to just pass button. So let's take a button, and let's do this one as quick input. Okay, so this is where we are going to do the quick input. I hope this is clear. So now there are a couple of things we are going to do here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to pass the size as small. Let's do a variant as outline, and also I'm just going to do a disable. So this will be disable, this will be disable when the loading will be true. Okay, and now we are also going to take a on click. So on click we are going to do a couple of things here. The first of all, here we are going to change the set mode, will be changed to what? So it will change to scrap. Okay, once you'll understand what I mean, right? Then we are also going to do one more thing. Let's do one thing, right? So we also will be getting the URLs, right, from the result, or maybe let's wait for some time. First we'll get the result, and then we'll understand that what is happening. For now this is fine. Let's give the class name, and I'm just going to use the same class name that we've used here, and I'll just change the width that is not needed of that button. So maybe we'll just go here and you just paste it, and this we don't need for now. We'll see this later how this is looking, this part, this width. Rest I think this is fine. Save this. So now what we need to do, so first of all we are going to have a button here, because if I go here, right, we need to on click of this, we need to call the API. So here we are going to take two things. The first one will be, you have to take a disable property. So disable will be loading or if not equal to query dot trim. So if you don't have anything here, then we are going to make this on as disabled, right? So we are going to save this, so this will be disabled now. So now I think this is fine. Now next step will be I'm going to take a on click and I'm going to go on handle search. Okay, so let's create this method. Now this is where we are going to call our first endpoint that we have created, which will be what? To get the list of URLs, right? So first let's go here and let's create this. So I'm just going to do async function and I'll do on handle search. Now here what I'm going to do first, so let's do set loading will be true. So this will be the first step. Okay, now what I will do, right, we are also going to maybe, okay, let's do one thing first. On handle search, whenever I will be searching here, right, I have already some data here, I need to reset those data. So I'm just going to do set search result will become what? Empty array. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now what I'm going to do right here, so let's take a try catch, and also I'm just going to take the finally, and then I'm just going to make the set loading will be false. And inside try, what you can do, I'm just going to do const response, this will be await. So you have API client dot post, and then what is the endpoint name you have. So if you go here, right, so go to our routes, then we have creator input. So you have these product ID Firecrawl search. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and if you go to app, you can see that. So you have what? Slash API slash creator slash products slash product ID slash Firecrawl slash search. Okay, so that will be the endpoint. So we're going to do what? So we'll do slash API. I'm also going to take this one as a template literals because we need to pass the dynamic value. So I'm going to do slash API slash creator slash products slash, now you're going to pass the product ID. So this is the product ID that we are getting here. So you're going to take the product ID slash, and then you're going to paste it here. So you have Firecrawl search. I hope this is clear. And then you're going to do what? So maybe let's pass the query, and also you need to pass one more thing, which is limit. For now I'm going to maybe let's pass a limit of 8. Okay, so this is clear. Now let's see if res let's do data dot okay. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, simply also you can pass that response you have passed, right? So you have the type that you have created. So let's go here, Firecrawl search response. So this one we can pass. Okay, so let's import this. So we have now, so we'll be having dot okay. So if this is true, so in that case I will be doing what? So I'm going to do set search result will become what? Res dot data dot results. Okay, what is this will be empty. That's it. So now let's save this. Now I think we are rendering all the things, and let's see if this is working or not. I think this should work. Okay, remember to add the Firecrawl API key, or else it's not going to work. So we'll go here. So maybe let's start with our first search, and I'm going to do 4K mountain images. So let's click. Fantastic. So now you can see what is happening. You are getting from Unsplash, pixels, everything, right? And this is absolutely fantastic, right? What will happen? See, this is a demo project, but when you'll be creating your own SaaS, so the using Firecrawl, so this is just only one features, right? Every features that they have created actually pretty good and very, very useful. So what you can do, right? Not only you can search, but you can also track your competitors. For example, let's say you are working on one particular product, you can use their API not only to get the data but also to track. Like there are a lot of use cases that this is one of them, one of the most useful one that you can use. Now you can see that what will happen, you are getting a lot of options here, right? From Adobe stocks, Pinterest and everything. What we are going to do, we are going to quick import, and this is going to do what? It is going to put this URL, right? Where? Here in the quick import section. I hope this is clear, right? So that will be our next step. But till now, whatever we are doing, this is absolutely working fine. So you're getting the result back here. Okay, so now what will be our next step? Now we need to do a couple of things, but before that, first we are going to implement the backend. Now why backend is important? Because until unless you will scrap it, you will not be getting the result back. Okay, I hope this is clear. So first let's implement the backend for scrap. because remember we also need to get the description, right? So this scrap method is going to give you the a description that is actually related to your product, so that you don't have to write the description manually. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so let's start writing the scrap and the ingest, both the logics. So go to the creator import, and let's close everything else. Okay, so I'm going to close everything else, minimize this, both these. Now let's start with the scrap. So first I'm going to create import router. This also will be a post, and here what we are going to do, so same, these will be product id / firecrawl / scrap. Okay, and here also we are going to take async, so the request, which will be auth request, and then you're going to have the response, and inside this you're going to take the try and catch. Okay, so here first of all let's copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. Okay, so first what we are going to do, similarly just like we have done for to get the product, right? If the product is not present, so we are going to just return it. So first we are going to find the product, and the same thing we are going to do it here. So we're going to save this. Now first let's go here and see what is happening here in this scrap. Okay, so you can see that this is going to turn any URL into clean data. Now why we need this? Whenever I'm going to click on quick import, I'm going to put this URL here. This scrap is now going to find, and it's going to give me what? Two things. First, it's going to give me the images. Those images I want to attach to this particular product, the current product. Okay, this product. Second, I'm also going to auto generate a description, and that description I'm going to attach to this particular product. Two things I'm going to do here, and you can see that how we can do, right? So it's simply just going to do this scrap. You're going to pass this, and then you have to pass some format here. Okay, so this is what we are going to do now. In this format we will be getting the images. Okay, and also we are going to create a schema. Why? Because we are going to use the JSON schema. Now if you see this response, what you're getting some success, and then you're getting data based on what you're passing. For example, let's say markdown, you'll be getting the data related to markdown, HTML, and all the other metadata. That is fine. The important part you need to understand. Okay, first of all let's go here, couple of things you can understand, the format. So first you can see there are a lot of formats you can pass here, right? What we need the images. Now you can ask me that, okay, if images I'll be getting, but how I'm going to get the description? So description we are going to create using a prompt. So we will be passing a prompt which is going to do what? It's going to create it's going to extract a product description. That's very cool. So how we are going to do that, let's see. So first what I'm going to do, right, before that I just wanted to tell you one more thing, that they have something called JSON mode, where you can actually use Zod to write your schema, and the format will be like you have to pass a type JSON, and then you have to pass the schema. Now in our case, why we need schema? Because when you are going to create the description, we will be passing a schema. Now what is schema, or why actually need something called Zod? Now if you have worked with this LLM or any AI tool, so this is called as a structured output. So why this is important? So whenever you're going to pass an input, a structured output is going to tell that to your LLM or whatever tools that you're using, that I need the format, or I need the output in this structured format. For example, let's say in the structured format you mention that, okay, give me one title and give me one description. So it's going to give you in that particular format only. So I hope this is clear. So for example, let's say they want only these 4 properties only, so it's going to give you in this format only. So you're going to pass type, and you're going to pass the schema. I hope this is clear. So this is what we are going to do. So first let's go here. So we will be getting the URL. So getting the URL will be the first step. So URL is nothing but this URL. So whenever I'm going to click on quick import, it's going to give me the URL. So I'm just going to do const URL, and this will be string, and here I'm just going to pass request dot body dot URL. Okay, or else this will be empty, and then just apply a trim here. That's it. Then I'm going to take a boolean, that whether we want to apply the description to the product or not. If we wanted to apply, that means what? I need to add that description, right? So I'll do apply to product, something like that, and I'm just going to do this in as boolean. So we're going to use the same. So we'll do request.body.apply to product. Okay. Now what will be next step? So just give one check that if not equal to URL, so you just return a raise dot status of 400 dot JSON, and here I'm just going to do OK will be false and error will be URL needed or URL required. Okay, so after this, now let's do one thing. So let's take the Firecrawl. So I'm just going to do Firecrawl, and this will be get Firecrawl that we have created, get Firecrawl. Okay, now let's create the scrap. So I'll do scrap, and here I'm just going to do await. So I'll do Firecrawl, and this is going to give this scrap, right? So you're getting scrap. Here what you have to pass, you have to pass the URL. So you can see that you can pass the URL, and also you can pass the scrap options. So I'm going to pass the URL. Okay, so this is the first step. Second, here very important, so you're going to pass the formats. So I'm going to pass the formats. So first I need what? I need images, right? Second, I'm also going to pass a JSON structured output here. So I'm just going to pass, this will be a type which will be a JSON, and then what you can pass, you can also pass a prompt here, right? So prompt means what actually you wanted to do. So now here I already created, so I'm just going to do extract a product description. If page is not a product page, summarize what the product offers in this sentence. Okay, so just copy this, and then I'm going to pass this as a prompt here. Now what we need to do, this is actually important, this is where the structured output concept comes into picture. Now this is where I'm just going to create a simple product description schema. So where we can create this in this Firecrawl file where we are doing the search, so that we will keep all the helper in one function, one file. So I'm just going to do maybe product desk schema, and what you can do, right, you can pass a type which will be object, and you can pass the properties, and here what you can do, will pass description. So this will be type, this will be string, and what else, maybe let's pass a required property, and here I'm just going to do description. That's it. And these you have to pass where you're passing the schema. So you're going to do product desk schema. Okay, alright, so after this let's pass some other options. So let's pass a proxy, and here I'm just going to pass this one as auto. Also let's pass a timeout option here, and I'm going to do 12000, and also I'm just going to pass, so I need the full page content, so in that case you can pass this only main content property, and I wanted to pass this one as false. So what this is going to do, this is going to give you the full page content. And if you want to check it, so let me just search it here, right? Let's see. What else will ask here? Oh, it's already coming. See, you can pass like this, right? Only main content will be false. So it is like, so you can see that it's going to, by default, the scrapper returns only the main content. If you pass false, it is going to return the full page content. Okay, so this is what we need. So now after this, what I will do, right? So I'm just going to get the images. So I'm going to do images, and this will be our scrap dot data dot images. Either it will be in the data, or else it will be in, let's say, in scrap dot images. If not, then we are going to pass as empty array. Then I'm also going to do description. Let's do desk object, something like this, and this is going to give you from your JSON, right? So you have the JSON, you pass the JSON, this one. So here you can do scrap dot data dot JSON, or else you will do scrap dot JSON, or else this will be null. Okay, so I think this is done. So now I'm just going to create the description. So I'll create the description which will be string of this desk object that you are having, and this is going to give you dot description, right? So you'll be having the description here, or else this will be empty dot, you're going to do trim. So this is going to give you the final description. Alright, so after this, what I'll return, right? So let's return a candidates. So candidates is nothing but the final result, the images that we are going to return, and I already searched it. So let me just show you. So what we are going to return, right? So something called source page URL is nothing but from which page you are getting, and then I'm going to return the image URL. Two things I'm going to return. So how I'm going to get the image URL? Image URL is nothing but from these images that whatever you're getting. And what is your source page URL? Source page URL is the URL that you have passed. So now first I'm going to do, let's create a unique function. So I'm going to create this, and here I'm going to pass images, and let's pass a 10. So for now I'm going to return 10 images. I'm going to do map, and this is going to give me the image URL, and at the end I'm just going to return the URL, which will be my this image URL, and also I'm going to return a source page URL, okay, and which will be my URL that we have. So first let's create this. Maybe we will create, let's go to the top, we can create here only. So I'm just going to create a function. So this will be unique. Here I'm going to get array. For now we don't know what, so I'm going to keep this one as unknown of array, and then I'm going to get a limit or capacity. In cap I'm going to do cap, and this will be number. So here I'm just going to take a clean property. So let's do this one as array, or this will be empty array. I'm just going to do filter, and this will be my let's take this one as item, and I'll do item, sorry, not this, I'm going to do item is string, and here I'm just going to do so let's check maybe type of item. My intelligence is very slow, man. If this is equal to string, so I'm just going to do a map here. So I'm just going to do dot map, and here I'm just going to, maybe let's take this one as or whatever you wanted to take, and I just do as dot trim, and here I'm just going to do filter dot filter of boolean, and at the end I'm just going to return the new set of this. So I'll do new set of this clean, okay, and then we just have to slice it. So I can slice from 0 to where the capacity that I'm taking, that's it, okay. So this is what it's going to return. So now what you'll be getting, so you're going to get two things. First will be the description that we have created. So this description that we have based on the prompt that we have created. Second thing, you're going to get the candidates, which will give you the unique images, right? So you're going to return the image URL and from which source you are getting that image. I hope this is clear. So now what you are going to do, so here if you see, we need to do one more thing that is very important. If this apply to product, if this is true, then only we are going to add that. I hope this is clear. So to do this, what you can do, right, you just have to check here that if apply to product, this is true, and if description is present, this is description that we have, then only what we are going to do, we are going to update the product description. So we already have the product, so I'm just going to do product dot, you see we have description, see, and then we are going to pass this on to the description that we have, and then what you are going to do, you have to save it. So I'm just going to do have it, and we'll do product dot save, or else it's not going to save in your DB. So this is done, and at the end you're going to return, so do res.json. So you have a okay, this will be true, and maybe let's pass extracted, not here, comma, so do extracted, and here I'm going to pass the description, and also let's pass the candidates, okay. So these candidates that we have, so this will be our scrap logic. So now we need to create one more, which is actually important, and that is ingest. What is ingest? So whenever we will go here, let's say I'm going to quick import this, it will go here, it's going to do the scrapping, it's going to give you the description, it's going to give you the images, and then you're going to select the images. But those images we need to do what? We need to ingest where? We're going to ingest to our Cloudinary, as well as we're going to ingest or add in our DB with that particular product. I hope this is clear. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Why this is very important? Because until unless you're going to implement the backend, it will be very difficult to understand in the front end or what is happening here. Instead of doing multiple times back and forth, let's complete the backend and then we'll do the front end integration. It will be easy for us to understand. Alright, so let's implement the ingest feature, right? So first we need to install a couple of things. So first we'll go to the backend, and then I'm going to do clear, and let's install first Cloudinary. I'm going to install SERP for images, and also let's install one more, which is file type. Okay, so these three packages we need, and in the meantime we will start writing our creator. So let's do creator import router dot post, and here maybe let's give this one as slash, this also will be product ID, slash I'm just going to do assets, slash let's do ingest. Okay, and here I'm just going to do async request, this will be auth request, then we are going to get the response. Okay, now let's do this one as try catch. Okay, so first let's copy this. Alright, so first thing what we are going to do, same logic that you have done. First we need to get the current product, and then we are going to just paste it here. Let's make this one to error. And here what I'll do, right, simply first we need to get the list of selected images. Why? Because when I'll just do quick import, I'll get the list of images, collect the candidates. Just now we have created candidates from scrap URL, right, that particular route. So we'll be getting the images, which images we're going to select. So I'm going to get something called a selected property. So I'll do selected, and you're going to do this one as request dot body and dot selected. Okay, so now I'm just going to do if, let's give a small check that if array dot is array of these selected, or if selected dot length is equal to 0. So I'm just going to return res dot status of 400 dot JSON, and let's do OK will be false, and I'm also going to do error selected images needed, something like this. So now after this, first we need to, let's go to the one by one, let's go to the image assets. We need the product ID, for which product we are saving that image. We need the creator ID, which creator is creating the image. So two things. So first I'll start with the product ID. So I'll do product ID, and this will be new mongoose dot types dot object ID, right? So you're going to have the object ID, and here you're going to pass the product dot ID. Now this product ID you're going to get from this product. Okay, so this is the first thing. Also let's import mongoose, and then copy this, paste it here, and this will be my creator ID. So I need the creator ID also, right? So I'll do creator ID, and this will be how you're going to get, you'll be getting from your current request. So I'll do request dot user dot ID. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now if you see, we also have the order index, this one. So for this one what I can do, right, so let's order index, and now I'm simply going to do await. I have the image asset model, right, and here I'm just going to do count documents, and let's pass the product ID. So based on product ID it's going to find. So you have the product ID, right, which is this product ID. So now also let's do one thing, const, let's create a folder, and I'm just going to do Gumroad AI clone, something like this, and maybe let's do what else, maybe let's do products slash, and here I'm just going to pass string of product.id, this one. Okay, so I think this is done. So now I'm just going to do two things. First will be the created, which is be our result, and this will be of array, and then I'm also going to do a field just to handle the these errors properly. So I'm going to do an array, and let's take a URL which will be string, and there can be one more which will be reason, which also will be string. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, these will be what, a array. So I'm just going to do a for, and I'm just going to do, maybe let's do const item of selected, right? Selected will give you all the images. Now I'm going to get the images URL. How I'm going to get the URL and selected, the source space URL, everything is actually linked. You can't say that okay, from where we are getting this, we are going to get from my candidates, where I will be having the URL and the source page URL, right? So whenever I'm going to select, I will be getting it here, So I'm just going to do const URL, which will be what, the item.url, because every image is going to have your, or selected are going to have your URL. Also let's use this. So we have the source page URL, so do const source page URL, which will be, const source page URL, and this will be equal to item dot source page URL. So now I'm just going to do if not equal to URL or type of URL is not equal to string. So I'm going to continue. This, say, I'm not explaining all these, right? These are normal concepts whatever we are doing here. So now I'm just going to do a try inside this, and then I'm just going to do a catch, and I'll do error of any, and inside this one what I can do, so we have the failed, right? So failed is what, our array of failed. So we are going to do push, and let's push the URL from which URL it's failing, and maybe I'll do reason in case if there are e.message, or else I'll simply going to do failed. So this is done, and inside this try block what we are going to do, we are going to create two helpers. First we are going to download and inspect the image. So what download and inspect image is going to do, this is where we are going to use SERP. So it's going to fetch the buffer, it's going to detect the MIME type using the file type package that you have created, it's going to ensure it's a image, and then it's going to read the width and height using the SERP metadata. So SERP is going to give you the metadata, and once you'll get that information, that we are going to upload in our Cloudinary. Once we'll upload in the Cloudinary, then we are going to store that image in our DB. So it's a long process. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first maybe let's go to the lib, and let's create a download image. Now again, you can give any other name you want. I'm just going to do download image for now .ts. Also we need to have one more, which will be our Cloudinary. Okay, Cloudinary.ts. So these two helpers we need. So first start with our first these ones. I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm going to do download and inspect image. So I'm going to get the URL, which will be a string, and here I'm just going to do, so I'm just going to create a controller. So this will be new about controller, and also I'm going to take a timer. So this will be set timeout. So I'm just going to do controller dot about, and here you're going to pass maybe 2000. So this is done. Now I'm going to take a try catch. Okay, let's do catch. And here what I'll do simply, or catch, I think we can just log the error. And here finally I'm just going to do clear timeout, and I'm going to clear the timer that you created. And in the try, first how we are going to fetch that particular, so URL based on, how we are going to create the response, or how we are going to fetch the buffer. So to do this, first we are going to do const res, and then I'm just going to do await. Simply take fetch, pass the URL, that the image URL you are getting. Okay, this is the first step, and then you're going to pass, say, signal, and you're going to pass the controller dot signal. Now I'm just going to do if not equal to res dot okay. So I'll just throw new error, and I'm just going to do download failed, something like this. Now I'm going to create the buffer. So to do this, I'll do const create array buffer, and I'll just do await. I'll do res dot, you have something called array buffer. Okay, now what I'm going to do, so I'll create the buffer. So I'll do const buffer, and this will be buffer dot from, and what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the create array buffer. So this is done. Now you can also give, maybe let's do here only. So I'm just going to do const max bytes, and I'm going to do 10 MB. So it will be 10 into 1024 into 1024. Okay, so I'll just simply going to check that if the buffer length dot length is greater than max bytes, so just return an error. So I'll do throw new error of image is too large. Okay, so the image too large. Once this is done, now we are going to get what? We'll be getting the file type. But how we are going to get the file type? So this is where we'll have actually installed that file type package, which is going to give you this file type from buffer method. So I'm just going to do const extract file type, and you're going to do what? Simply you just have to do await and we'll do file type from buffer. So from here, okay, and then you're going to pass which buffer? The buffer just now you have created. So this is going to give the file type, and then if you just do if not equal to extract file type, so we'll do throw new error and we'll do unknown type or whatever you want to do, give unknown file type. Okay, also maybe let's do one more here. So I'll just do if not equal to extract file type, and then I'm just going to do if starts with no, this will give you dot mime this, and then I'm going to do starts with, then I'll check that if this is starting with image or not. If not, means what? It's a not an image. So you are going to throw one more error here, and I'll do not an image, not an image. So this is done. Now after this we have given I think almost all the checks. Okay, then I'm just going to create the meta. So I'll do meta, and this will be await. Now this is where we're going to use SERP, because we have installed the SERP, right? So you have to import the SERP from the SERP package, and then you're going to pass the buffer, and then you're going to get the metadata. So this is going to give you the metadata. Once you'll get the metadata, now you can easily get the width and height. So you just do const width, and you'll do meta dot width, or else you'll do 0. So you'll do const height, you'll do meta dot height, or else this will be 0. Okay, then also you can create the file name. So do file name, and this will be, let's do image, we'll do image like this underscore, and I'm just going to do date dot now. And what we can do, right, maybe okay, we also need to pass the file extension, but how you're going to get the file extension? We're getting from this. So if you just do, right, if you just do extract file type, and if you do dot, you'll see that you're getting extension. Okay, so you'll be getting the file name with the extension. Now what we're going to do at the end, we can return the buffer. We have created the buffer, right? Okay, we have the buffer. So buffer we are going to return. Then I'm going to return a content type. Maybe content type will be this what is that, extract file type dot mime. Let's return the size bytes. So this will be buffer dot length. Let's return the width, height, what else, file name, and also file extension, right? So I'll do file name but no extension, no extension. For this I already created that Ajax, so it's going to remove that. So I'm just going to copy this and we'll just paste it here. Okay, and this file name will be this file name. Alright, so all the things that we are going to do. So this is nothing but this is just doing the couple of things. It's fetching the buffer, it's checking whether this is the proper file type or not, it is checking if this is image or not, then it's going to read the metadata, it's creating the with height, file name with extension, and file name without extension, and it's returning all this data back. I hope this is clear. Now next what you're going to do will be creating the Cloudinary, which will be simpler. So you just have to import something from Cloudinary, and I'm just going to do version 2, but I'm going to rename this one to, let's do Cloudinary. Okay, first what you have to do, you do Cloudinary dot config, and then you're going to pass 3 things. So first you have to pass the cloud name, comma, you have to pass API key, comma, you have to pass the API secret. Okay, from where you're going to get, so we have all this cloud name, Cloudinary cloud name, API key, and API secret. So copy all this, paste it here. So I'm just going to do this one as process dot env dot cloud name. So then we have the cloud API key, so I'll do process dot env dot API key, and then you have the API secret. So I'll do process dot env dot API secret, and then just remove this. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to do export function, and I'll do upload image buffer to Cloudinary. So let's receive some input, and here I'm just going to pass the buffer, which will be buffer. Then also maybe let's take the folder where we are going to store this, which will be a string, and also I'm just going to do file name, no extension, this one. I wanted to get this, so I'm going to get this, which also will be a string. So now after this, what we are going to do, so we're going to return new promise, and here okay, one thing I wanted to mention, I'm not going to much details, but what actually this is going to return, right? This Cloudinary is going to return quite a few things, but for now we are going to focus on a couple of things. First, we need the public ID, we need the secure URL, also we need the asset ID, these three things. So here how you can do that, so you have to give this, and then you're going to tell, okay, I need the public ID, which will be a string. Then I'll be getting the secure, let's do URL, which also will be a string, and also maybe let's do asset ID, which will be a string. Okay, so now after this, okay, inside this what we are going to do, we are going to take the resolve and reject. So first what we will be creating, we'll be creating the stream, and to create the stream you have to use the Cloudinary. This is going to give you this uploader, this is going to give this upload stream. Okay, and here you can pass couple of properties. The first thing, you can pass the folder. So the folder you're going to pass, that folder is going to be created in your Cloudinary cloud storage, and this will be my input dot folder. Okay, then you're going to pass the public ID. This public ID will be input dot, let's pass this file name, no extension, and I'm also going to pass actually this is important, so resource type we are going to pass this one as image. Okay, so this is done. Now it's going to return a callback, so you're going to get the error, or this is going to give you the result. Okay, so what you're going to do, simply first always check that if error happened or if not equal to result. So in that case, okay, directly we can return, right? So you can directly return what? So you can return the reject, we can pass the error, or you can pass the new error, and then we'll just do Cloudinary upload failed. Okay, so I think this is done now, or else we can simply resolve. So what are the things we are going to resolve? Public ID. So public ID will be this result is going to give you the public ID. Okay, then you're going to get the secure URL. This will be result dot secure URL, and last you have the asset ID. This will be result, just going to do result. I think asset ID, if it I don't think there should be any, let's check here. Asset, maybe it's not. Okay, I think we can return these two only, is it? I'm thinking maybe let's remove this one now. I think these two should be fine. So I think these two is fine. Once this is done, now remember this is not end yet, right? So this is where you're creating the stream, you have to end it. So I'm just going to do streams and dot end, and you have to pass the buffer now, because if you don't pass the buffer, and then you have to pass the buffer here, and now this is done. Okay, so it's going to receive the public ID and secure URL, and this means with this is going to get the image metadata information, and then we are going to store in our Cloudinary. So now I think everything is completed. So what we are going to do, right, we will start with this rest of the things that we are going to do, right? So we have to first call this, we're going to store this in Cloudinary, then we're going to store in our DB. So I'm going to pause this, so let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now the first of all what we're going to do, right, so we'll be calling this this particular method that we have created, right? So we have the download and inspect image. So what I can do, right, so we'll do const, and let's do inspected, and I'll do await, and let's do download and inspect we have, right? And here what you are going to pass, so we need to pass the URL, right? So this is going to take the URL, sorry. So which URL you are going to pass? You'll be having the URL, right? So you're going to pass this URL here. So that would be the first step. All right, so after this what I can do, so let's take a uploaded, and or let's do uploaded to cloud or cloud. So we have the uploaded to cloud, right? So we'll do await, and then we have this upload image to cloudinary, and we need to pass so three things, right? So buffer, folder, and file name, no extension. So let's start with buffer. So buffer will be this inspected that we have. This is going to give you the buffer, right? So we are returning the buffer. Then we have the folder. So folder, I think we have already created the folder, and at the end we need one more thing, that is file name, no extension. So this will be my inspected dot file name, no extension. Okay, so these three we are going to pass. So now, okay, there are some error we are getting. Okay, I got it. So we are actually returning these. Okay, we are not returning anything in the catch, that's why. So let's just throw the error. Okay, I think this should work. So now what I can do right here, okay, let's see if the error is so now what I have to do, so two things we have done. First, we have downloaded the download and inspect the asset. We created all the width, height, and everything. We have uploaded the asset to Cloudinary. Now we are going to store that in our DB, means in our image asset model. So this is the collection that we have created, right? This is the collection that we have. So now what I am going to do, simply I'm going to do const doc, and here I'm just going to do await, and I'll do image asset, and now we are going to do create. Now see, here we need to pass quite a few things, right? So let's do one by one. So let's open side by side. So here if you see, we have product ID, creator ID. So these things we have already created, product ID and creator ID. So we have product ID, we have creator ID, two things. Then we have the what else we have? We have the source. So here we are going to pass the source. So inside source we have the source URL, right? So we have source URL and source page URL. So what will be our source URL? Source URL is the URL that we have, right? So we have the URL, correct? This URL, and then we have the source page URL. So we have the source page URL, which will be I think we already have the source page URL. Okay, this we can directly pass. So we can directly pass this. Okay, next we have Cloudinary, public ID, secure, all these properties, right? So let's copy these four things. I think this is where we actually need the asset ID, but I think let's do one thing, right? Maybe we can remove the asset ID. These I think we don't need, or what I'm thinking. Public ID I think will be more than enough. Maybe let's remove the asset ID. I think this way I already kept as optional. Maybe we don't need this one. So let's remove this asset ID. So we'll just take these three things, go here, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So here let's start with the public ID. So public ID will be getting from where? So public ID will be getting from this upload to cloud is going to give you. So if you go here, right, it is going to return the public ID and secure URL, both the things. So if I go here and just do, so I'll do upload to cloud dot, and you can see that you're going to get the public ID. Okay, then you have the secure URL, so which will be uploaded to cloud dot secure URL. Okay, and then you have the folder. So folder you can directly pass because we have created the folder. We have the folder here created. Awesome. So I think this is done. Now next what we have? Next we have the meta information. So I think these all the things we can pass directly. So let's copy this and then we just paste it here. So first we'll start with the file name. So file name we are going to get from here inspected. We have the inspected, right? That we are downloading and inspecting using SERP, and from there actually we are returning all this information. See, the problem is my I don't know why the IntelliSense is a little slow. Especially on the backend side, I'm noticing. Maybe if you guys have any idea or suggestion, let me know. I think if you see, right, if you just do dot, after some time these suggestions and everything is coming. I don't know why it's very slow. So this is the file name, and then I'll be having the inspect, and it's like I'm doing live, right, while recording only I'm doing all of this. So that's why you are seeing some kind of delay. I can easily copy paste, but I think that will be a little confusing for some of you. And here I'm just going to do inspected dot, and I'll do, I think most of you also like whenever people will do live and then explain, right, like that. But yeah, definitely I'm not going to, I usually don't do live all these CSS and everything, those things, colors and everything I already have created, or else it is very, very tricky to do in the same time. So this will be width, and at the end we can do this one as height. So I'll do this one as height. So all this property, what else we have? We also have the order index, which we are already creating, right? So if you see, we are doing the order index here. So what we can do, we can directly pass this order index, but we are going to do something. But before that, first pass the order index and then see, oh sorry, what I've done. So you have to pass the order index here. So first save this, okay? After this, so where we are creating, so this is our doc, and now you remember we are still in this for here. So after this, what do we need to do? First I'm going to do created. So you have the created, right? So created is this one, and then what you will do, simply you're going to push, and what you're going to push, you're going to push the new doc, this doc, and then you're going to increase the order index by 1. This is very, very important. Okay, so this is what you need to do, and in the field you can just post this URL. I told you, right, that this will be little long process, but this is how we are going to do. Now remember, the reason why this is a long process, because we are not storing the images in local. You can't say that we are storing in a proper cloud storage, right? So that you can manage all those images or assets from your cloud. At the same time, you are storing in the DB also. So with this, now ingest and also scrap both is completed. So now we can go here and we can just complete this scrap functionality. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So we'll start with scrap. Now what we are going to do, whenever I'll be clicking on this import, right, so if you go here, we need to populate one URL, that URL here. Okay, so that is the first thing we need to do. So what I can do here, right, so let's go to, okay, first I'm going to go to that component that you have created, which is the import panel, right? So this is what you have created. All right, so now I'm going to just close everything else, and let's take all the state that we need. So here I'm just going to take scrap states, something like that. So here first of all I need couple of four things we are going to take. See, I'm going to explain. First, whenever I'm going to go here, right, and I'm going to click here, I need to get the URL. So that URL I need to store here in this tab. That is the first thing. Second, we are going to return the candidates from our backend. Remember, we have created candidates. Second. Third, the selected, that what are the images that we are going to select, that will be our kind of selected map. And fourth things, the description that we are going to create using our prompt that we have created. So that description state also we are going to state, so store. Four things we are going to take. So first I'm going to take this one as URL input, and I'll do set URL input, right? So I'll do set URL input, and this will be use state of, so I'll do empty. Next we are going to take const candidates, set candidates, and this will be use state of, also I already created the types here, so that we don't. So we have the candidate, we have the some other scan page, and this will be our scrap response, and this will be our ingest response. Just now we have created, right? So I'm just going to copy all of this. Sorry, let's copy from this part till the end, copy this, and then we will go to the types we have created. So we have the types products, and here we are going to just paste it, right? And I'm just going to move this here. Let's move this on to the end, these two. So I'm going to move this after this. So I'm going to save this. So here we are going to do what? So we'll be taking this candidate. So candidate is going to return, just now we have discussed the URL and the source page URL. So here what I'm going to do, so this will be my candidate of array, and here I'm just going to do empty array. Next we are going to have the selected map. So I'm going to do selected map. You can take other name if you want, and I'll do set selected map, and let's take this one, use state of. So I'm going to take a record, and inside this I'm just going to take this one as a string and a boolean, and here maybe let's do this one as empty object. Next also you need to do description. So I'm just going to do extracted description, or desk also you can take insert, and I'll do set extracted description, and this will be use state of empty string. So these four things, I hope you are understanding that what actually we are taking and why we are taking all of this. Okay, what will be the first step? The first step is that see, if I go here, right, see, whenever you are doing quick import, right, we are setting the mode to scrap. But with this, we are first of all, we are going to do what? We are going to set the URL, this URL input. Now remember, don't get confused, this set URL input. So let's say I'm going to get the URL of this particular result. So I need to click on this. I'm going to take the URL, the current URL, and that I'm going to show in this particular tab, right? So that means I need to set this. So from where we'll be getting? So here I will be getting this from, so I have the response, and this will give you the URL. So this URL I need to take. Okay, I hope this is clear. What else you're going to do? And also you're going to create one more method that I'm going to do, that will be to actually import that particular result. But before that, let's do one thing. First, create the quick import tab content. So I think we have the first tab content. This one I'm going to close this, and then I'm going to do this one for oh, we already have created scrap. Awesome. So I think this is what we need. So let's first take a class name. So I'm just going to do space y of 4, and inside this, now let's remove this. Okay, first of all, I'm just going to take the panel card, and here I'm just going to pass a title, right? So we're going to pass a title, and I'm going to do quick import, and I'll do scrap one page, something like that. Okay, so inside this, let's take a div, again the boring CSS. So I'll do flex column, I'll do gap of 2, and I'll do sm of flex of row. Now inside this, what I'm going to do, so let's take the input. Okay, so here I'm just going to take the value. So what will be the value? The value will be this value just now we have set, right? This value, this set URL input, that I need to pre-populate, correct? I hope you're getting. So here this will be URL input. Then I'm just going to do on change. So we'll take the event, and we'll do set URL input will be what? e.target.val. Okay, maybe let's do this one as event, like this event more. Okay, so this is done. Next, just give a placeholder, right? So maybe example.com, something like that. And here class name, maybe we can use the same class name that we have used for this. Let's copy this. No, not this, that's the input one. So I'm going to copy here, and I am going to just pass it here. So save this. So you can see that you're getting this, right? So we'll do scrap one page. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to take the button, maybe just copy this. So I'm just going to do the button from here, copy this, and maybe let's do one thing. After this only you can paste it, but some changes we are going to do. So this will be same. Here actually the on click will change, and these I'm just going to do, maybe let's do this one as importing, right? So instead of searching, this will be importing, or else this will be import. Okay, awesome. And this will be URL input instead of this what is that called, the URL. Okay, I think this should be fine. What else we can do? Maybe after this one, I'm going to take one more panel card, and here I'm just going to pass a title, and I'm just going to do generated description. So here we'll be rendering the description, right? So we'll be having the description here that we are going to automatically calculate. So here, not calculate, automatically generate using that prompt, using the JSON structured output that we have created. Now here what I can do, right, maybe let's take a right side. Here we can pass a right side prop, remember? So here what we can do, we can pass a JSX here. So I'm just going to take a button, and inside this I'm just going to do apply. So whenever I'm going to click on this apply, that description, whatever description that it will generate by Firecrawl, I'm going to apply to that particular product. So here I'm just going to give maybe you can use the same one, right? Same, let's say how this is looking, right? So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, save this. Okay, I think this is, I think little okay, but okay, we'll see if any changes needed. We are going to see how we are going to do that. So this is fine. Maybe right side also we can do, right? I'm thinking to change this one. No, I think this is fine. Let's focus on the functionality first. So this is done. What you're going to do, first of all, also one more thing we need to do. Okay, let's take the disable property first. So disable property one will be the loading, or else if the extracted description dot trim, if this is not there, so it will be disabled. Okay, what else? Also we need to create on click, but that we are going to do later. So for now I'm going to save this. Okay, so this will be disabled. Okay, inside this what are you going to do? So first let's take a div, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do border, I'll do bg background, and I'll do padding of 5. And inside this I'm just going to do if extracted.trim, if this is true. So in that case let's render. So I'm just going to take a p, and I'm going to do extracted description.trim, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'll do white space pre-wrap text small, and I'll do text foreground. Let's do divided by 8590. Okay, and or else what I'll do here, inside this I'm going to take one more p, and I'm just going to do run quick import to generate a description. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass a class name. So I'll do text sm, and I'll do text muted foreground. So save this. Let's see what is happening here. So you'll be getting here, you can directly apply from here. I think this is fine. What else? Maybe let's see if we are getting this margin top of 5. No, 5 is too much. Let's keep 2 only. Okay, so we can apply directly from here. So this will be automatically generated here, but this will not work. Why? Because we need to create 2 methods for now. So what are the 2 methods that we are going to create? So first, whenever I'm going to apply, so this is one method we are going to create here. So let's do one thing. Let's create a on click here. So I'm just going to do on click, and maybe let's do this one as void, and I'm just going to do apply description to product. Apply description to product. Okay, I think this is fine. So this is one we need. Second, here when we're going to import, instead of on handle search, we are going to just do, maybe let's do this one as void, and I'm just going to do run quick import, something like that. On run quick import, and here we are going to pass the URL input dot trim. Okay, I think this should be fine. And what else we are going to do? Oh, we need to call the same method here also. So what will happen whenever you are going to apply this quick import, right? It will not only, so from here we are going to apply, it will go here, it will automatically apply, and then we are going to import it. So to do this, we are also going to call it here. So maybe we'll do void on run quick import, and then instead of this we are going to pass the res.url. Okay, so first we need to create not 1 but 2 methods. One will be to quick import, and second one will be to apply that description to the product. I hope this is clear, right? This part is very important. So first let's start with this one. So do on, so we have the on run quick import, and then we have one more which will be, let me check the name, on description, sorry, apply description to product. So I'm just going to do async function, and I'll do apply description to product. And for this one, the on run this quick import, we are going to get the URL which will be a string. So I'm going to do URL which will be a string. Okay, first I'm going to do set loading will be true. Second, we are going to do set search result will be empty. What else? I think we are also going to do set candidates. I'm going to reset this. I'm going to do empty. We'll do set selected result, no, set selected map, this will become empty object. And I'm also going to do set extracted description, this will become empty. Okay, so this will be the first reset. You can do one thing, you can also create a simple function and you can put all of this in one place, that is also fine. Now after this I'm just going to do try catch, and then I'm just going to do finally, and I'm just going to do set loading will be false. And here what you're going to do, simply I'm just going to do const res, and this will be await API client dot post, and here we need to, okay, first let's pass the type. So I'll do Firecrawl scrap response, and here I'm going to pass /API /creator. I think we have already taken this, right? This part only. The only change will be instead of search, this will become scrap. So we'll do same, but product ID, this will become scrap. Okay, and then what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the URL, because it's going to receive the URL. In case you're getting confused, just see what you have done. If you go here, right, and you can see you're getting the URL here. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what you can do simply, so I'm just going to do maybe if res.data dot okay, so in that case I'm just going to do set candidates. So this will become res.data dot, so we'll be getting the candidates, or else this will be empty, sorry, empty array. And here I'm just going to do set extracted description. So this will become res.data dot extracted dot description, and then here we're going to get this. Okay, all right, so till this part this is done. So now what we'll do, right, we're going to create this method. So this will be pretty simple. So first we're going to get the description, and this will be our extract description dot trim, right? And then just give a small check that if not equal to desk, so it's just going to return. And then I'm just going to do set loading will be true, and then just take a try catch. So just log this error, and also here I'm just going to do finally, and just do set loading as false. So here which API we are going to call, so just do const res, and I'll do await API client dot patch. And now if you go to the creator products, you'll see that we have this creator product create product router dot patch, which actually is going to update the description based on the product ID. So here you is checking if the description is present, so it's going to update. So what you can do, you can simply pass this. So here what I'll do, we will do API client dot patch, and here let's pass the product response we have. This is from our type, and inside this I'm just going to do /API /creator /products, and then we are just going to pass the product ID. Okay, and then you just have to pass the description, because that is what you are going to receive. So I'll do description will be our desk, and this is done. And then what we can do, maybe okay, we are also going to do a couple of more things, but for now let's just log this response, and I'm going to take, okay, let me just log this, and then I'm going to tell you that what actually we are going to do. So first I think this is done. So now let's do one thing. Okay, first we'll see that if we are getting the candidates or not. That is the first thing we are going to check, because if we are not getting the candidates, then only you'll be able to render all the images and everything. So we'll go here, open the console. Okay, so I'll just remove this and search for, maybe let's do 4K mountain images. Okay, and let's do search. So getting this, now see what will happen. So the moment I'm going to do quick import, so it's going to that page here, and then it's doing the scrap, and once the scrapping is done, so it's 200, and now you can see fantastic. So you're getting what? The URL and the source page URL. Fantastic, means you are able to, and also notice the description is what? Auto generated. So it's a proper description that is related to your mountain, you can see. So now what you can do, you can take these candidates and you can render the images below. I hope this is clear. So what you can do, right, let's go at the end after this import mode tabs. So after the tabs only we are going to render this. So let's keep this one simple. So first I'm just going to do if candidates dot length, and here I'm just going to do, or else what you can do, maybe we'll just going to render null, or else I'm just going to do null. And here what I'll do, right, simply inside this, let's take a card component, and let's take a class name. So I'll do rounded none, I'll do border, I'll do border, let's do bg of card, padding of 5, let's do md padding of 6, and I'm going to do space y of 4. Inside this, let's take one more div. I'm going to do class name, and let's do this one as flex column. I'll do gap of 2. For SM I'm going to do flex of row. For SM let's do items end, and also I'm going to do SM justify between. And inside this, let's take one more div, and here let's just render the candidates. I'm going to do candidates, and here I'm just going to take a class name, so I'll do text base, and we are going to do font as medium. Alright, so after this what I can do, let's take one more div, and I'm just going to do candidates dot length, so these many found, and so I'm just going to create one variable here, so I'll do selected dot length, not selected, so I'm going to do selected dot length, and this is actually selected, so I'm going to create this. So let's copy this, let's go to the top, and we have the selected map, right? So what you can do, we'll simply do const selected will become, so let's take a use memo, and here what I'm going to do simply, so we just take the candidates and the selected map as a dependency, and here what we can do, let's give comma, and here I'm just going to do that, what you can do, so okay, we are going to do candidates dot filter, because candidates is going to have the URL, so I'm going to do filter, and let's take the current candidate, and I'm just going to do if this is selected, if this is actually present in this map or not, so we'll do selected map of this c dot URL. Okay, so this is going to give me the selected value, so that means once I'm going to get all the images and how many images I'm going to select, so that I'll be creating based on that candidate's length and the selected map, which will be how many actually we have already selected. Okay, so that many candidates are found and these many candidates are selected, or the images, whatever you can say here. I think this is done. So now maybe what you can do, so after this, okay, let's create one button, and I'm just going to do here loading, if loading is true, so I'm just going to do ingesting, because this is where you're going to do ingest, or else I'm going to do ingest, and for button I'm going to use the same style that we are using here. So I'll copy this and then just pass it here. Okay, so save this, and also I'm just going to pass a disable. So here I'm just going to do disable, so loading, if this is loading is true, so it will be disabled, and if selected dot length is 0, then also it will be disabled. Now here we are going to create one method, so that will be our ingest method. So maybe let's create here, so I'll do one click, and I'm just going to do void, and let's do ingest selected. So this we are going to create. So for now let's go to the top, and I'm just going to create this. I'll do async function, and I'll do ingest selected. Okay, alright, so I think this is done. What else? Maybe I think this is fine. Let's do one thing. So after this div, so now we are going to render the candidate. So I'm just going to take a div, so I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do breed columns of 2, I'll do gap of 3, and for MD I'm going to do breed columns of, maybe let's do 4, and for large I'm going to do 5 columns of 5, and inside this I'm just going to do candidates dot map, so we get the current candidate, and here see first what you're going to do. Okay, let's return something here, or else it's going to give you error. So I'll do label, and here first I'm going to see if the current one is checked or not. So I'm just going to take const, and I'll do checked, and this will be if this. So first we have the selected map, and if the current URL is present, means that current image is selected. It's a normal logic here. So inside this what I can do, right, so you're going to render a checkbox, and also you're going to render the image. So how we can do, right? Okay, first of all let's give the key here. So I'm going to do c.url will be the key, and also I'm going to give a class name, and here let's do cursor pointer. I'm going to do border, so let's do border, and bg I'm going to do background. I'm also going to do a transition, and what else, maybe let's do a hover, bg muted divided by 20, and what we can do, simply you can give a plus, and here I'm just going to give one check, that if this is checked, the current one is checked, and we just we can show a ring property. So it's normally just add a ring 1 and just add ring primary divided by maybe 70. So this will be the class name. Now what I can do, inside this I'm going to take a div, and here let's take a span, and inside this I'm going to take a input, and this will be my checkbox. So I'm just going to give a type, so type will be checkbox, and here I'm just going to do checked. So checked will be what? The checked that we have created, this checked. And then we are going to do one change, so we'll do on change, and here you are going to do, so I'm going to create a toggle property, function here. So let's create a toggle that I'm going to create, and here I'm just going to pass the current URL. So I'll do c.url. First let's give some class name here. So I'm just going to do a class name. I'll do flex item center, justify between, let's do a border bottom, border, and maybe let's do bg of card, ex of 2, py of 2, and I'll do text of maybe let's do a 12 let's do 11 px. Okay, and in this span let's give a class name. So I'll do flex item center and gap of 2. I think this is fine. Also after this we can just do, so if checked, I'm just going to do selected, or else I'm going to do select. Okay, so I think this is done. And what else? I think this should be fine. After this we can render the image now. So I'll do div, and inside this I'm going to take the image. Alright, so first definitely source, which will be c.url, and you're also going to pass a alt. So I'm just going to do candidate. So let's pass a class name, and I'll do height of full, I'll do width of full, and I'll do object cover. And for this div you can give a class name of aspect. So I'll do 4:3, and also I'm just going to do width of full, and bg will be muted. Okay, so I think till this part this is done. What else we need to do here? Let me just think. Okay, first let's create the toggle, then we'll just see what else is left. So what you can do, right, I'll just create here. So this will be a normal function, toggle, which will get the current URL. So current URL, which will be a string, and then I'm just simply going to do set selected map. I'll take the current item, so whatever you can take, and you're just going to do here. So first you're going to get this, and what you're going to do, so set the current URL, okay, will be not equal to this item of URL. That's it. So it's just toggling, and here you can just map the selected map. Okay, so we'll go here. So now first of all I'm just going to go to the search. Okay, for now I don't have anything, so let's search 4K mountain images, that only, and then I'm just going to search first. Okay, let's do quick import. Okay, and you can see that we are getting the images. Fantastic. Now I think the description is also coming, but if I select here, right, okay, so you can see that this is true, that is what I'm talking about, right? This now if you select here, one more will be added, and the URL actually we are setting in that map. Okay, map is like key value pair. So this is why if you go here we are doing this particular logic, and based on that we are saying that if this is selected or not. I hope this is clear. So now till this part this is completed. So what we need to do is just have to ingest this one, and if you just apply this should be updating this particular product image, sorry, description. See what will happen if I just do apply. Let's see. So you can see that it's 200. Now if you go here payload, we are passing the description, go to the product, see description is updated. I hope this is clear, right, what actually we are doing here. So that means that is only one thing that is left. I think which one? Okay, we have to do the ingest part, right? So I think we have created something called ingest selected or something, right? 1 minute, let me just this part. So this we are going to just do. So first let's do one thing. So I'm going to do set loading, and this will be true. And also here what I'll do, maybe let's I think let's directly take the try catch, and also I'm just going to do finally. So set loading will become false. Now here I'm just going to do const res, do response. I'll do await API client dot post, and here we're going to pass the ingest response, right? and inside this what you have to pass. So go to this router. So if you go here, you have product ID assets in ingest. So what we can do, we can just take this. Okay, so instead of this scrap, this will become ingest. So just paste it here, and this will become what? Ingest, right? And then what you have to pass? You have to pass the selected values. So I'm going to pass the selected. Selected is what? This selected that we are creating here. Okay, so this is done, and then I think that should be fine. And then just we can just do here erase dot data dot. Okay, so in that case what we can do, maybe, okay, we need to do one more method here actually. So that is, once the ingest is done, so in that case what you're going to do, right, we will be creating one more method that will be on after ingest. So that one we will be getting from the from our props, right? Let me just check if you're getting. For now we are not getting, so let's do one thing first. So let's take one more here. So I'm going to explain why I actually need it. So I'm going to do on after ingest, and here I'm just going to do, this will be comma, so do on after ingest, and this will become a promise. So do promise of void. Okay, so that's it. So this one we are going to call once the ingest is done, so we will be calling this. So maybe you can just directly call it here, I'm thinking, or maybe let's do one thing. Okay, let's give a small check that if not equal to this, right? So I'm just going to do a throw and then do new error, and I'm just going to do ingest failed, and then I'm just going to do await, and I'm going to call this on after ingest. And this method, okay, this method we are also going to call once we are going to apply the description. So let me just remove this. So if you have this method, right, this one, this method, so here what I can do, maybe, so let's just do if, again the same thing, we'll do raise dot data dot. Okay, so we'll do throw new error, and I'll do failed to apply the description, and after this I'm just going to call that. So I'll do await, I'll do on after ingest. Okay, so I think this is done. Now why actually we need this on after ingest, so that you need to understand. Okay, before that I'm also going to explain one very important thing. Remember, when we are actually doing the import thing, right, see there are two things. One is the edit view, one is the import suite. Why these both things are different? In the edit view you can normally update the product name, price, and also the description, right? You can manually change also. For I'm giving some example here. Why this is important, or sorry, both things are different, because here actually you are not directly updating the product, you are doing your research, and based on that you are updating. So what will happen, right, if you go to this product, let me just go here. Okay, this product editor page, right, you're getting the initial product, initial assets, which is from your parent component, which is a server component. So now what I need to do, right, so I want to keep some kind of a refresh mechanism, so that I want to refresh every time I'm going to refresh, I will be getting the updated data back. I hope you're getting what I mean. That is the reason we actually need this on after ingest. So what will happen whenever I'm going to do on after ingest, so I'm going to doing the ingest, let's say I'm applying the description, right, or let's say I'm actually selecting some images and I'm doing the ingest for that particular product. I need to have a button whenever I'm going to do refresh all, right, after ingest, it is going to give me the updated data back or updated product information back. See, just understand these things what I'm telling. So that is the reason we need this particular method, we actually need it. Okay, but before that we also need to pass it here. So let's do one thing. From here I'm just going to do on after ingest, and I'm just going to do here refresh all, something like that. One mechanism I wanted to keep here. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, so this product editor is a client component, so I'm just going to do const, and I'll do refresh all. Let's take a use callback. I think it's always better to take all this. And here what I'm going to do, so first let's take async. Let's do async, and here, so I have the product ID. So based on the product ID, I wanted to keep the dependency, and this is where I want to call this method. So let's go here. You can see we have these two methods. One is the product and the assets. So what will happen whenever I'm going to ingest, let's say I'm clicking on the refresh all button, it is going to give me the product information and the product images back. Okay, so I hope this is clear, so that I know this is little back and forth, but no options is there, right? It's little bit tricky, so that's why I'm creating like that, so that you understand why actually you need this particular thing. I hope this is clear. All right, so now we are going to test it. So first let's do one thing. Let's search, maybe let's do 4K C images, something like that, and let's do search. Okay, let's do quick import. Okay, so this given you some images here. Okay, we also need to see why all the images are not rendering now, or it's little, maybe we can do the loading as lazy, that is fine. Let's see if ingest is working or not. That is the first thing we need to see. So I'm just going to do ingest and let's click. Okay, we'll see. See, here you need to understand that this ingest is happening. There are two steps is happening. First, it's going to upload these assets in your Cloudinary, then it's going to store that in your DB, then you're going to get the response back. Okay, so it should take this, but it should not take that much time. I think there is something wrong. No error in the backend. Okay, let's see what we have done there. So we have the creator import. See, this is the problem of doing the coding and recording, right? Sometime I will also miss. See, we are not returning the response only, man, here. So what we need to do, right? See, we are in this for loop, so we have the failed in the catch, we are doing the failed. So after this we are not returning the response back. So what we need to do right here, so first we actually need to update our product stats also. So if you go to the products, right, we have these stats and then asset count. These also need to update. So what you can do, right, I'm just going to do new count. That's why it's not coming. So I'll do await, I'll do image assets, and here I'm just going to do count documents, and you're going to pass the product ID. Okay, and then I'm just going to do product dot stats, and then you'll be having this asset count, and this will be new count. Okay, and then we are going to do await product dot save, and then we are going to return the response back. So here I'm just going to do return res.json. So okay will be true, and also I'm just going to pass the created, and also I'm going to pass the failed, right? So these things we need to do. Why this is giving error, man? See, save this. Don't know why this error is coming. See, that's I told, right, this is very slow. Okay, now I think this should work. Okay, so let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so I'm just going to do ingest. So I'll do, I think we have already selected, send this. We'll see what is happening here. At least something we should get the response. It's already 200. So let's see if, okay, all are getting failed. That is fine. Must supply API key. Okay, that means I haven't added the API key in the env. So let me just quickly check. I'm going to pause this, and then I will see that. But for you, I think make sure that you have all these API keys and everything added there. So let me just quickly check it. Hey everyone, the issue is actually different. Okay, and this is actually a proper issue. The issue is not that I haven't added the API key that I added. So the point is, these we are loading here, right? So what is happening in our Cloudinary, this is actually getting loaded before. So what is happening, maybe this is getting as undefined. So what you can do, right, I think the best will be, you can just import these the same, but the best one will be, you can remove all of these and then just add this on the top like this. Okay, so now let's save this. Now I think you'll see that this should work. Okay, so now let's go here and then try to ingest. I think these three only we are going to try to ingest, and then I'll just do ingest. Let's wait. Okay, so now you're getting 200, and you can see that created. So you have the product ID, creator ID, creator ID, and the cloud ID. You can see folder, public ID, and the security URL. So this is working absolutely fine, right? So now you can go here and let me just refresh this. So let's go to test. Okay, you have the image assets, and then inside this you will see that you'll be having 3, right? So you have these 3. So that means now this is working fine, and this is also attached to this particular product ID. And you can also test this one more time, right? So let's go to the products, and maybe I'll just go here, go to input suite, and I'll do dog images for now. Okay, so let's do search. Okay, let's import. Alright, fantastic. So now we can render some kind of toast and everything. So those kind of improvements we're going to do later, right? Because we have still a lot of things to do. So first let's select 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll just do 5, and let's do ingest. Now remember, we are doing multiple images at once, not single image. Okay, so let's see if this is working or not. Okay, fantastic. So getting 200. Alright, so created 5. So that means now we are able to do what? We're able to auto generate our description, and also are able to create our digital library or digital assets. So what I can do, right? You have 5 images now selected. Now in the edit tab, we are going to select only one image from that 5 images, which we are going to set as what? We are going to set as covered image ID. Remember, we have the covered image ID, so that will be, we are going to show as a cover whenever we'll be going to the details page. So this part, this covered image asset ID. So now next part we are going to start working on the edit. So for now, so there are multiple things you have learned. You have learned how you can use search, scrap, and also very important JSON mode with structured output that we have used for our description. And also let's do one thing, let's apply the description here for this particular product. So apply this, and you can see that this is immediately happening. It's 200. So that means this is done, and you can also test this one, right? So let me just refresh this, go to dog images, and you can see that you are getting this. Pixel is a platform or something, some general one, right? So you're getting this one. Okay, specific images and videos and whatever. So I think this is done. So now let's start working on the edit panel in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start working on the edit view. So first let's do one thing. So I think we have this product editor page, right? And first of all, I think not this one, we have this page, this product editor. So we go here. Okay, so you can see that we have this refresh all logic that we need to write. That is fine, but first there are a couple of things we are going to do here. So this is a client component, so I'm just going to take 2 state here. Okay, so one will be my product, and I'm going to explain later, and you'll also understand why actually we need this. And I'll do use state, and here let's import product type that we have. So we have the product type, right? And also, okay, we have already used this one, fine. And then I'm just going to pass this one as initial product, not this one, initial product. And also I'm just going to take one more, which will be my assets, and I'll do set assets, and this will be use state of image asset of array, and here I'm just going to pass this one as initial assets. Okay, so I need these 2 particular state here. Now when I'm going to do refresh all, what I need to do here, whenever I'll be doing refresh all, I need to call the API to get the updated data back. Okay, so if you go to the product, not here, so creator, I think this, right? So you can see that we are fetching these 2 API, right? So we have the API server get and fetch the list of the product details and everything, and this is going to give me the assets for this particular product, whether it will have any assets or not. For example, let's say if I go here, and you can see that this product has 3 assets, this has 5 assets. Okay, so let's say if I just go here, I will be able to render all those images here. So first what I will do, right, so here when refresh all will happen, so this has the product ID as the dependency, So I'm just going to do this. So I'm just going to take the product and the assets. So I'm just going to take in sort P and A, and I'm just going to do a promise dot all. Okay, and inside this, what I'm going to do, this is a client, so I'll do API client dot post. Sorry, this will be get, not post, and here I'm just going to get what, the product response. So I'll do product response, right? And here I'm going to use this endpoint only, the same endpoint. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and here we're going to just pass it, then give comma. So we'll do API client dot get, and here this will be assets response, and here you're going to pass this URL that we have. Okay, so this is going to give me the assets for that particular product, and I think these two things we need. Now what you're going to do, simply we're just going to check if this p dot data dot okay, if this is true. So I'm just going to set the product with this particular state. I hope this is clear, and this will be my product. And then the same I'm just going to do for if a dot means assets dot data dot okay. So I'm going to do set assets will become a dot data dot assets, or else this will be empty array. So now every time I'm going to call this, it's going to do the API call, and it is going to give you the updated data back. Okay, so this is what first of all we need to do. Now we will start working on this edit panel. Now this edit panel is going to receive couple of props. The first one, let's start one by one. So it's going to receive the product ID, it's also going to receive the product, it's also going to receive the assets, also going to receive a cover URL that we are going to create. Also I'm just going to take on product change one prop, and I'm going to do on assets change, and also let's take on refresh. Okay, so these all the props we need. So let's do one by one. So here I'm just going to do, so product ID, let's copy all of this. So we'll do first, let's start with the product ID. So product ID will be string. Next we have the product. So product will be, what will be the type? So the type will be product, so you're going to get the product. Assets, the type will be image assets of array. Next we have cover URL. Cover URL will be string, or this will be, let's do null. Then we have on product change. So here I'm going to just take the product as input, and then just going to return void. Same, this will be our assets. So here I'm just going to take image assets, and this will be void. And also on refresh, so this will be just a function with promise, and then we're going to return void. Okay, so these all the things that we need. Now we are going to pass all of this from this particular component. So now let's do, so first in the edit panel we are going to pass a product ID. So product ID will be our product ID that we already have here. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Next we have the product. So product will be our product. Which product? This product is the state product that we are setting. Same, next we have the assets, which will be our assets. Then we have the cover URL that we are going to create. So for now I'm just going to pass this one as null. Next I'm going to do on product change. This will be set product. I hope this is clear, right? So set product is nothing but this one. Okay, so you're going to update the state. And then you have the on assets change, which will become set assets. And then I'm just going to do on refresh, which will become what? Refresh all. I hope this is clear. So now let's save all of this. Now what we're going to do is start working on creating the structure first. So first, simply let's remove this, and I'm just going to do div. So let's do class name. I'll do space y of 6, maybe let's do 5, and inside this let's take a card component, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do rounded none border, and I'll do bg of card, padding of 4, and I'll do md padding of 5. Now inside this I'm going to take a div. Also I'm thinking, maybe let's not this one, man. Okay, let's move this one here. Okay, let's we have opened this one, let's keep this one open only. But okay, we already have the header. This is what I wanted to check. But now so let's go here, and what I'll do, right? So let's start with creating, let's give a class name. So I'll just do flex. I'll do flex of column, gap of 3, and I'll do sm flex row. I'll do sm items center, and for sm I'm just going to do justify between. Now inside this, let's take a div. I'll take a class name. I'll do mean width of 0, and inside this I'm just going to do a div, and let's render basics. And here I'm just going to do a class name, and I'll do text base, and I'll do font as medium. Okay, so now maybe let's render the product slug. So here I'm just going to do div, and let's give a class name. I'll do text access, and I'll do text muted foreground, and here I'm just going to render the slug. So here let's take a span, and I'm just going to do product dot, and this is going to have the slug. And here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'll do text foreground. Awesome. So I think this is done. Next after this, okay, so here I'm just going to maybe let's render a div, and I'm just going to do class name. So class name, let's do a flex wrap, and I'm going to do item as center, gap of 2, and inside this I'm just going to take another div. Let's take a class name, and what I'll do, right, so I'll do px of 2, py of 1, I'll do text access, and maybe, okay, let's convert this one to a dynamic value. So I'm just going to do this one as, and then I'll just simply just give a condition. Okay, if product dot visibility, if this is equal to draft, right? So here I'm just going to render. So let's render a border. We'll do border. Let's do bg of card, and I'll do text muted foreground. What else? Copy this, and here I'm just going to maybe let's do text. Let's see how this is. Let's do text white, and let's do bg green maybe. Let's see how this is looking of this, and we need to render the status. So I'm just going to do status, and here I'll do span, and just render the let's do if product dot visibility, if this is equal to draft, so this will become draft, or else this will be published. Okay, and here let's save this. Let's how this is looking, and then we are going to change this. Okay, status draft, bg card, maybe let's do bg. If I do bg black, how this is looking, and you'll do, or maybe we can use this color only, right? I think this should be better. So from where we can get this, so let's check. In this part we have created all this color we need, so I'm going to copy this, and let's use this color, and let's do this one as white or black, we can check. Let's do black only. Okay, so I think this is done. So you have the status as draft. Fantastic. Now what else you can render? Okay, so let's do one thing. We need to also, I wanted to keep some buttons here, so save button, publish button, those kind of things. So maybe after this here, so after this let's take a button, and here I'm just going to do, so let's do one thing. Let's take a loading state maybe here. So I'm just going to do loading, set loading, and let's do use state of false, and here I'm just going to do if loading is true, so this will be saving, or else this will be save. Okay, alright, so here what we can do, right, so let's pass a disable property which will be loading, and also I'm just going to add some more button here. So I'm just going to do if the product dot visibility, if this is equal to draft, so I'm just going to render a button, and inside this we are simply going to check if loading is true, so this will be, we are going to do publishing, or else this will be publish, or else if this is already published, so I'm just going to render the button only, but here I'm just going to make this one disable will be always true, and this we are going to show as published. Okay, and for this one let's add a class name. So I'm just going to do text as black, we'll do rounded none, and what else? Okay, let's use that color that we have used, this color. So we'll use this color, and let's do one thing, let's copy this, and we're going to use the same color for this also. Okay, so let's see. So you save, publish. What else we need? So publish, I think this is done. Okay, let's take let's take that part later. So I'm thinking to add one more here, which is going to refresh the assets, but that we are going to do later. For now we need to do a couple of more important things. So first, now what we're going to do will be rendering all our inputs and everything, because this is where we are going to have our basic details, and below that we are going to render what? We are going to render the assets. Assets is nothing but all the images that is related to this particular product. That images we are going to get from our Firecrawl input suite, right? So this is what we are going to do. So here I'm just going to do, so let's take a class name, sorry, div and class name. Let's do this one as grid. So let's do gap of 6, and I'll do for large, let's do a grid columns of, so here I'm just going to do 1.2 fr and 0.8 fr. Okay, and inside this we will be creating the form. So I'm going to take a card. Inside this, for this card, let's use the same style that we have used. So copy this and paste it here. Okay, this we are going to add inside class name. Inside this, let's take a div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do grid gap of 5, and inside this I'm going to take one more div, and I'll do grid, sorry, class name. So I'll do grid gap of 2, and here I'm just going to render div, and let's do this one as title, and here I'm just going to do this one as input, and here we're going to render the title and everything. So for that, let's do one thing, let's take some state that we need to take. So first I'm going to take a type, and this I'm going to do patch, maybe let's do product body, and here I'm just going to do title, which will be optional, which will be string. Then we have the description, which will be optional, this also will be string, and also I'm just going to have the price, which will be optional, this will be number. Why? Because user don't have to update all the properties at once. They can only update the title, or they can update the description or the price, right? So I think this is done. So now after this, what I'll do, right? So let's take our state. So I'm just going to do const, and I'll do title, set title, and this will be use state of string, and we're going to do product dot title. Okay, next we are going to do const description, set description, and this will be let's do this on a use state of string, and inside this what I'm going to do right now, maybe you can directly take product dot description, but this is going to give you error, right? So why? Because here this can be string or undefined. Okay, so let's do one thing. So we are going to do this one as different way. So maybe I'm just going to do product, we always have some solution. So here I'm just going to do, okay, let's take one more bracket. Inside this I'm going to do product as unknown as, and here I'm just going to pass the description. So do description optional, which will be a string, and here I'm just going to do dot description, or else this will be empty string. Now here I'm just going to take one more, which will be price, set price, and this will be number. So do use state of number, and this will be product dot price. Okay, so I think for now this loading we have already taken, so I think these three will be enough. So now let's go here and then I'm just going to render the input. And here first of all you have to render the value, which will be title. Then you have the on change, you're going to take what event, and this will be simply set title event dot target dot value. I hope this is clear. And what else? So let's take the placeholder. So I'm just going to do this one as title, and here what I can do, right? So let's take a class name also. So I'm going to do class name. So I'll do height of 10, rounded I'm just going to do none. I'll do bg of card, so I'll do shadow of none. Okay, let's do focus visible ring 0, and I'll do focus visible offset also we're going to do 0. Okay, so save this. So you're getting dog images, right? This is the pre-populated value which is coming. So if you go here and let's say if I open this, so you're going to get digital assets. Fantastic. So now let's click here, open this. So now we are going to render the description, right? So now what I can do simply, so you can just copy paste, right? Maybe okay, this part we can copy paste it, and here I'm just going to do text area. Oh, we need to install text area, so let's quickly do it. So let's do a clear, let's go to the client directory, and I'll do npx shadcn @latest, and you're going to do text area. Okay, so let's install. In the meantime what you can do, right? So let's just keep this one as text area for now, and also you're going to do as price. So I'm just going to copy this and then do paste it, and I'm just going to do this one as input. Oh man, I have done mistake, sorry. I have to do add here, so I'll do add. So this will work now. So I think this is done. So now here we can do price. So here I'm just going to do type. So type we need to add here. So type will be number, mean I'm going to do 1, and value will become price. And here this will be what? Set price, but this will be number you're going to do. So you're going to do number of this. Okay, and placeholder also let's do price. Let's keep this one simple. So now you can import this text area. So value will become description, this will become set description, and this also will become description. And here let's change the, I think these two we can keep. Maybe let's add a height of 32, and what else? Rounded none. I think rest is fine. I think this will look good. So let's go here. Fantastic. So you can see that you're getting title, description, sorry, this will become description. So let's change this one to description. Okay, awesome. So now this is coming from our Firecrawl import suite, you remember? So now I think this is done, and also maybe now we can actually take one more here. So let's go to the top, right? So let's just copy this button. Okay, and after this I'm just going to paste it. So let's keep the same, but I'm just going to do this one as refresh assets. Okay, so just let's see how this is coming. I think this is fine. We need to change the hover, that is the problem. Okay, that is fine. So let's just add the hover, and then just do the same thing. So do this, and also I'm just going to do on hover, and you're going to do text as black. So copy this, paste it here, and do the same in this, and also you are going to do here also. Awesome. Okay, so I think this is done. What else we need to render? Okay, we also need to have one space where we'll be able to do what? We are going to render the cover image of this particular product. So that we can do maybe, so we have this card, right? So after this card we can do one more. Let's see where this is. This should come side by side, right? So we'll do side. Let's see where this is coming. Okay, side here. Awesome. So okay, so this is where we're going to do that. So I'm going to use the same one. So let's copy this, and let's do a class name, paste it, save this. Awesome. So now what I'll do, right? So here I'm just going to let's do a div, and I'm just going to do cover image, and here I'm just going to do class name. I'll do text as base, I'll do font as medium, And also after this, let's render the div. So I'll do class name. So here what I can do, margin top of maybe let's do 4 is fine, and I'll do overflow hidden. I'll do border, and also I'm going to do BG as background. And here I'm just simply going to check if this cover URL is present. So cover URL we are getting, right? This cover URL, this one I'm talking about. If this is present, so in that case you're going to render the image. So we'll be rendering the image. Simply pass the source, which will become what? The cover URL. Alt and do cover image of the digital asset. And also let's pass a class name. So I'll do height of 64, width of full, and object cover. Or else just render a div, and you're going to do class name. And here I'm just going to do a padding of 4. I'll do text small and text muted foreground, and I'll do no cover set yet. Save this. Okay, so you're getting this. So now if you go here and let's open this. Okay, so you're getting these particular details, and if you go in this, you'll be getting the details here. So this is done. So now after this, what you'll be doing, right? So after this div, yes. So here I'm just going to take one more card. So let's use the same class name. So I'll copy this, and inside this I'm just going to create one more component here. So let's do this one as asset grid.tsx. Okay, so this is where we're going to render the images. So here I'm just going to do this one as use client, and let's do export function, export default function, and I'll do assets grid. Okay, so here this is going to receive couple of props. Okay, so first one, this is going to receive the assets. It's also going to receive the title. It's going to receive one more property, which will be accent level. And also let's do one more, maybe is, I'm going to explain what actually we are doing here, is accent active. I'm also going to do on accent, and let's take one more, which will be empty text. So here let's copy all of this, and let's give the type one by one. So assets will be what? So this will be your image asset. Then you have the title, which will be string. Then same for accent label. Accent label, now empty text will be a string. This also will be a string. And accent level, so here this I'm going to take this one as, so let's take this one as optional. So I'm just going to take a asset, which will be the type will be image assets, and this will return void. Same I'm going to do this one for is accent active. So I'll copy this. So this will be let's do this one as boolean. And on accent I'm just going to do, so this will be again asset, the type will be image asset, and here this is going to return void. Okay, so this all the property is going to receive. So I'm going to return, and then I'm going to return div here. Okay, I'll do asset grid. So now we will be using this in this component. So after this, what I can do, you can simply call the asset grid, and here now we are going to pass the assets, which will be our assets. So these assets we are receiving here. Then what else? We also need to pass the title. So pass the title. So let's do this one as maybe imported assets. Then we are going to do a empty text, and I'm going to do maybe no assets yet. So this is just to render. Alright, so after this, what we are going to pass, will be passing so 3 more things we are going to pass. One is the action level. So action level is nothing but, so let's say you are having 10 images and one image you already set as cover, so that will be, we are going to render as a cover, okay, and the rest of the images we are going to render as a set as cover, okay. So that will be your action level, and second will be your action active, means which thumbnail or which image is actually currently set as cover, so that is your active one, okay. And then we are going to have one more prop, which is on active. On active is nothing but there will be a button. So let's say you have 2 images, one image is already selected as cover, second image you want to change, so let's say you want to change your cover. So what you can do, there will be a button, on click of that we are going to call that on action prop. I hope this is clear. So let's start with the first one. So first I'm going to take as action level. Once we are going to render this in this component, this will be very simple. You'll understand what we are talking about. So here I'm going to take the assets, and then I'm just going to check is cover. Okay, so let's keep this on is cover, and this will be, you're going to check if the string of asset dot id, if this is equal to current we have the string, right, string current product dot product has this cover image id, both are same. So in that case you're just going to do if is cover is true, so in that case this will be as cover, or else this will be set as cover, okay. So this is one prop. Second, we need is action active. So this also will be simple. So you're going to take the asset and you're simply going to just check, so you can directly check this part, that if this is same, so that means this is now currently selected or currently active, okay. This is done. Last one will be on action. So on action also is going to take the asset, and here I'm just going to create a method which will be set cover. So this set cover will be asset dot id. We are going to pass this asset dot id as input, and this we are going to create, okay. So let's go to the top, and I'm just going to do async function, and this will be set cover. So this is going to receive the asset id, so I'm just going to do image asset id, which will be a string, okay. So I hope this is clear. Now first let's do one thing, let's first render all these props, or else I think for some of you this will be little tricky, that what the hell we are doing with this all these props, and it will be very clear. So just write all the CSS. So first I'm going to take the div. So let's take a class name, and I'm just going to do a space y of 5. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'll take a class name. So let's do flex, and I'll do items end, and I'll do justify between, okay. And now what we'll do, right here I'm just going to render the title. So let's render the title here, and also I'm just going to render, so I'm just going to render a assets we have dot length, right, so that many total assets we have. And here let's give a class name. So we'll do text base and text medium, oh no, sorry, not text medium, font medium. So we'll do font medium, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do text access, and I'll do text muted foreground, okay. So total 5 assets we have for this particular product. Fantastic. Now what you're going to do, so after this we are going to simply just render a small check, that if assets dot length, if this is 0, so that means you don't have any asset here. So what you can do, you can simply just render. So maybe let's render a p, and I'm just going to render the empty text, and I'm just going to give a class name. I'll do text as md, and I'll do text muted foreground. So just going to render that you don't have any assets created for this particular product. Or else I'm just going to take the div, which is going to take, so let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do grid columns of 2, let's do a gap of 3. For md I'm going to do grid columns of 3. For large I'm going to do grid columns of 4 maybe. Let's see how this is looking. Inside this I'm just going to do assets dot map. So you are going to get the asset, and here what I'm going to do simply, so first let's return a div, and the first thing I'm going to take the key, or else it's going to give you error. So do assets dot id, and here first what we are going to check, right, we are going to get the URL. So how we are going to get the URL, so const, so we're going to get the URL. So we'll do asset dot, it's going to have the cloudinary, and this is going to have the secure URL. This part we have already done. And then I'm just going to do const active, and here I'm just going to do is action active, and here we are going to do what, we are going to pass the asset, okay. or else this will be false. So simply we are telling, so simply we're calling this prop. It will go here, and isActionActive is going to do what? It's going to check the current asset ID. This one is actually similar to this or not. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now this is done. So now after this, what I can do simply, now here first of all, okay, let's do one thing. Let's give some class name first. Okay, so we'll do class name, and here what we can do, I think we can use cn also, or directly we can, or maybe let's do directly. We'll take this cn again. So let's do group, and I'm just going to do relative. Let's do overflow hidden. I'll do border, and I'm just going to do bg of background. Let's do a hover bg muted divided by 20, and also I'm going to do transition. And now I'm simply going to check if this active. So I'll simply just do a ring of 1, and I'll do ring primary divided by 70, or else this will be empty. Okay, so this will be my CSS. What else? So inside this I'm just going to take a div, and here I'm just going to check that if URL is present. So I'm just going to render the image, or else this will be null. So I'm just going to take a image. So here your source will be URL, alt will be assets, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do height of full, width of full. Let's do object of cover. I'll do transition transform. Also let's do a group over. So I'll do group hyphen over, and here you can pass a scale, maybe scale of, I'll do 1.1, or let's do 0.2 I think, and also let's do loading of lazy. Okay, and also you need to give a aspect here. So I'm just going to do aspect. So aspect of, I'm going to do 4:3. So I'll do w of full, and also I'll do bg as muted. Okay, so let's see what is happening here. Fantastic. So we're getting the images. Okay, alright, so till this part this is completed. So now after this, what we're going to do, right, we're going to add a badge that if this is active. So we have the active right now. Again, this active is you are actually creating here based on this is active. So is active is nothing but where you are simply checking that if the current asset ID is same as the cover image asset ID. Means what? That means this is actually set as the cover. So now what I can do, right, so it's simply going to add a cover here that if this is active, or else this will be null. And here I'm just going to do a div, and then I'm just going to, okay, let's keep this, and here I'm just going to pass, oh that's why it's giving error. So here I'm just going to pass this one as cover, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do absolute. So I'll do left of 2, top of 2, and I'll do border, and I'll do border. I'll do bg of card. I'll do px of 2. Let's do py of 1, and I'll do text of, let's do 11px, and I'll do font as medium. Okay, if this is active, currently I think we don't have, so it will not show, which is fine. Now once this is done, so after this what we're going to do, so now let's do that if action level and on action. So in that case I'm just going to render the button. Okay, so here what I can do, simply we are getting this. Okay, we need to call this. So now here first of all I'm just going to take a div, and here what we can do, right, so first inside this let's take a button, and here I'm just going to do a on click, and here I'm just going to call that. So I'll do on action, and I'm going to pass the assets. So now you'll see that you will not get that error. Okay, so now here I'm just going to show what, so on hover here I'm going to show a button. So this is what we are doing. So I'm just going to give a class name. So let's do pointer events none. So I'm going to do absolute. So I'll do inset x of 2, and I'm just going to do a bottom of 2, opacity of 0, and I'll do transition opacity. Okay, and also let's do a group hover of opacity 100. So now here what I'll do, simply I'm just going to check that if this is already active. So I'm going to render this one as cover, or else I'm just going to do action level of this asset. So I'm going to pass here. Okay, action level, what are you doing here? Action level, okay, something. Oh man, this will be string. It is returning the string, right? Sorry, because it's returning the string. Action level is returning a string. So now we are going to take this one as a string. So now what we're going to do, right? So let's add some class name here. So for this button, right? So what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm just going to take a class name, and here I'm just going to do this one as maybe. So let's do pointer events none. So I'll do pointer events none. I'll do w of full. So I'll do rounded none. Let's do border of 0, and I'll do shadow none. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to check that is active if this is true. Sorry, if active if this is true. So in that case I'm just going to do bg muted. I'll do text foreground, and I'll do on hover, let's do a bg muted. Or else let's use that color that we are using, right? So we have ff90eb, and also we are going to use the same. So I'm just going to do text black. Also we are going to use the same. Also I'll do hover, so I'll do bg, so I'll do ff90eb. Okay, so I think this should work. After this we can also add let's do a, okay, let me just check something we are doing wrong. Is it? I think this is not needed. So let's save this first. Let's see how this is coming. Okay, I think this is fine, right? Okay, I think this is looking nice. So you can see that on hover we are getting this, right? So you can set every image as a asset which we are going to render here. I know this is a lot of CSS, that's why I mentioned it, that sometimes this will be very too much boring, because anyways I'm just trying to make this one look little decent. For you have either two options: either you can write more CSS if you try to make this one look more good, or you can just focus on the functionality, which is also fine. But I think for now I think this should be more than enough. Now next thing, first we are going to set this one as a cover. So this is the first thing we are going to do, which we are going to call this particular method, right? So we have taken this on action. So on action is going to call this set cover, and set cover is going to set the cover. And for this one also you can see that if you go to the back end, right? So go to the creator products, you can see you have one method here, and that is set the cover. Okay, this one. Then you also have one more, which will be your publish, and then we are also going to use this, which is to patch the details. Basically what I am telling, we have three buttons. One is save, publish, and refresh. So all three we are going to do in the next part. Alright everyone, so now we will start working on the main functionality that we are going to save, publish, and refresh, all these things. Okay, so let's go to the edit panel, and we are going to do one by one. Okay, so first what we will do, so simply I'm just going to take a async function, and let's do this on as save basics. Okay, so this will be one method that we are going to use. Okay, and this is where we are going to use this save basics. This will be on this save button. So if you scroll down, right, we have the save button, correct? This is where you're going to use this. I'm just going to do one click, and this is where you're going to use save basics. So this will be the first step. I'll see that everything whatever you have done, right, every pieces will come together. You'll understand what actually is happening here. So this is the first thing. Next we have the set cover. This I've already explained, that this is to set a particular cover image for a particular product. And then I'm also going to do one for publish. So I'll do async function, and this will be publish. Okay, and this we are going to use where? So we're going to use in our publish button that we have created. So this is the publish. So I'm just going to do a one click, and this will be publish. Okay, then also you're going to have one more. So let's do that also. So I'm just going to create one more. So I'll do async function, and I'll just going to do refresh assets only. Okay, so these we are going to do here on this refresh assets. Awesome. So let's start with the first let's start with the set cover. Okay, so this is important. So set cover, what actually this is going to do, first it's going to set the cover, but at the same time we are also going to render it here. So for that one we need to do one more change that you will understand. So first let's do one thing. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do set loading will be true. So this will be the first step. I'm just going to do a try catch, so log the error, and here you can do error handling and everything, but I'm not doing all of this right. Some of the things you can also try by yourself, because still we have a lot of things to do, and I'm thinking already it's like almost 7 hours this video, so I'm just doing little fast. Okay, for you, please, in case you are getting confused, go back, watch that part multiple times. Still you are not able to understand, you can ping me on Insta, I will try my best to help, right? I always help everyone whoever actually ping me. So but don't think that I'm doing little fast. There is a reason, because I can't do this slow, right? Everything. So here I'm just going to take product response, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take /API/creator, right? So then you have /products, then you're going to pass the product ID, and then you have the cover. And if you notice, if you go here, right, so let's go here, so you have where is that, man? So this one, see, patch and then cover. So this is going to update the cover image. Okay, so I hope this is done. And then you're going to pass what? So you're going to pass the image asset ID. Okay, this image asset ID. I hope this is clear. Now just give one check that if not equal to res.data. Okay, so just throw a new error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll do failed to save the cover, image, or else now what you're going to do, right, we'll be calling this on product change. Okay, this product change, what this is going to do, so if you go here, right, you have on product change, and see, this is going to set the product, right? This is going to set or update the product state. So now we can come here and we can simply going to do what? So we're going to do on product change, and this is where you're going to pass res.data.product. Okay, so this is the first thing, and I think this would be more than enough, right? So this is what we need. But how we are going to now render this cover? Now if you see here, right, you have this cover URL which we are rendering here. Now for this one we need to do one small change. Now if you go here, right, you can see that in this component we are passing the cover image as null. So that means we need to create a cover image, and that we can create very easily. So here I'm just going to do a cover URL. Okay, and let's take a use memo, and here I'm just going to take, and let's take the maybe we are going to take couple of dependencies here. So first I'm going to take the assets, then I'm also going to take the product dot cover image ID, and here what I'm going to do, right, simply so we can simply get it like this. So I'm going to do cover, and I'm going to do assets dot find. Okay, so you're going to find from the assets, and here I'm just simply going to do if this string of asset.id, if this is equal to current string of product.cover image ID. We already have all the assets in this particular collection. Now let's say there are 5 assets. Now whenever we are going to do this, that I'm going to set this cover, right, then doing the set, that means what, I'm setting a particular image. So I'm just going to check that out of those 5 images, if that particular image actually both are same, that means this is the cover. Okay, and then what you can do, so you can simply return cover dot cloudinary dot we have the secure URL, or else this will be null. Okay, and now what we can do, right, we can pass this cover URL in this. Okay, so for now I think we don't have, but first we need to see that at least our save save of that cover is working or not. So let's go here. There might be possible that we are going to get any error, but if see, I clicked on the login log out options, man. So let's log in. So go to products, click on this, and now I'm just going to do what? So let's select this one. Oh, this is not even calling that, right? Okay, why this is happening? So we have action level. Okay, let's see if this is on action, and this we are calling here on action set cover. So we'll check if this is actually coming or not here. So let's log this. I don't think this is coming yet, so there might be some issue that is happening here. This is not coming here, so that means something we are doing wrong. Let's see what actually happening here. See, this will be auto. That's why. Awesome, fantastic. See, this is working, right? And now this is set as cover, right? And we can change this. See, changing, right? Awesome, right? So that means this is working fine. Fantastic. So now this we are setting as cover, so we will be able to change this one to this particular cover. Now this is done. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, let me think, I'm also getting confused. Okay, so first we have done the what we have done, we have set the cover. Next thing, okay, we are going to do save the basics. Basics is nothing but this title, description and the price, these three things. Okay, so let's go here. So first I'm going to remove this, and in the save basics, what I'll do first, so let's do the same thing. So I'll do set loading will be true, and I'm just going to copy. Okay, so instead of, so we are going to save some time, man. This is too much. This I told right already that this project will be little big. So here I'm just going to do a body, which will be my patch product body, and here I'm just going to take the title and the price. And here what I'll do, right, so okay, here I can simply just give a small check that if the type of description, if this is equal to string and description dot trim, so in that case here I'm just going to do body dot description will be description dot trim. Now again, this description is the description we have set in our state. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to create the response. So here which endpoint we are going to cover. So first of all, this will become product response, and this will be API creator products. And now if you go here, right, instead of the cover, we need to call this patch endpoint, which is going to update. So you're going to remove this part, and here we can simply directly pass the body. And then we are just going to do fail to update basic details. Update basic details. And what else? Also we are going to call on product change, and I'm just going to do res.data.product. Okay, and let's save this. Now I think this should work. So we can simply test this one very easily. So I'm just going to change this 250 to, let's do this one as 550, and I'm just going to do save. Fantastic. So this is 550. You can go here and I can see that this is 550. You open this, so you're getting the image and also the updated price. Awesome, right? So that means cover image and everything we have completed. Now let me think what is the next, right? I know this is funny because see, I told you, right, that most all the logics and everything is not written, so I have to do. So see, if you think that I'll tell you one funny thing, right? So some of you actually not a lot of people, but some of the people actually commented, oh, he's like doing back and forth and doing this many edits and everything. So first of all, the edits is actually because I don't record every video at once, right? And you can also understand, very tricky. I'll do 5 minutes, you'll see that I'll do pause and again come back, again 5 minutes, do and back. So that is one point. Second, when you'll do this many big project and logic, right, getting errors is very natural. If someone is not getting error, right, while teaching it, that is also fine, right? So most YouTubers, what they will do, they have all the logics and everything written in a separate laptop, and they will watch from there and they will write. I also do the same for writing the CSS, but logic and everything, that's the reason you'll see that I'll be getting a lot of issues, because I will be doing while recording, and it's very tricky. You believe me or not, it's same as like you see that, right, live streams videos, right, almost similar. So now I also need to think, okay, next we are going to do publish. So let's do one by one. So let's do set loading will be true, and then I'm just going to do copy, and then I'll just paste it here. And what we can do, so okay, this will become the patch. I think this is simpler, I think. So let's see the publish one, right? So we have the cover, we have done, we have the publish, okay, only publish this part. So you can just change this one to publish, and here what we're going to do, we don't have to pass anything here. We don't have to pass anything here. I'm just going to do failed to publish, and I'm just going to do on product change. This will be same. Save this. Now I think everything is done. So now let's do publish. Fantastic. Okay, now one thing I just, okay, this here I'm just going to change this one to let's do here, right? Okay, let's see a class name. So I'm going to do border, no, not border, what is that, rounded. So I'll do rounded none. Okay, so that is the only change I wanted to do here. Fantastic, awesome. Now one homework I'm going to give you, that is unpublished. So here what you should do, right? For now I'm not doing that. You should implement an unpublished feature. In case you are doing it, I'll be very happy, right? I will always happy that whenever you guys will do something that I don't show in the video, so that you will learn things by yourself, right? And lot of people also will see that my old videos, they usually write that, okay, Bhaiya, you have told me that these many things and I have added some more features. So if you are doing this unpublished, write it down in the comment that I've done the unpublished, or let's say some extra features, or maybe some things that I have shown in a way that you have done in some better way. So I'm also getting some suggestions. So add all these details, right? Okay, so save is done. So save is working, publish is done, refresh assets. Now this is also, let's do it. Now refresh assets, from where you'll be getting endpoint, I'm going to show you. See, if you go to the creator import, right, you'll see you have this one scrap. See, you have the assets. So this is where we're going to refresh the assets of this particular product. So whenever I'm going to refresh, I'm going to get the updated one. Okay, and also you can see that you can update this also. Let me just change this, save this, and you can refresh this. So you're getting updated. Fantastic. Now let's do only the refresh assets. I think that is the only thing that is left here. Okay, here I'm just going to do again. So I'll do set loading will be true, and let's copy this part, and here I'm going to paste it. So this will become, what is that? So it will become product ID / assets. Okay, and here we can do the maybe, okay, I'm just going to do, and this will be get, right? Okay, I'm doing mistake. This will be get, this will be get, and here this will be assets response. Okay, and what we'll do, right? So here I'm just going to not equal to fail to fetch assets, or else I'm just going to raise.data.assets, or else this will be TRA. Okay, why we are getting this? We have to do on assets change instead of on products change. So this on assets change is going to do what? So on assets change, if you see, go here, right, this is doing what? It is actually setting the assets. So everything is actually connected, right? And now if you go here and let's say maybe let's go network tab, and if you just do refresh assets, see, it's actually refreshing, right? Here you can see this is getting the list of assets. So with this, now finally we have actually completed the feature. Now if you see, right, this should work. So maybe let's do, go here, and I'm just going to do let's do 4K dog images. Okay, and then I'm just going to do search. So let's do quick import. Okay, let's select only one only. This only I'm going to select, and then I'm just going to do ingest. Okay, ingest, I think this is completed. Awesome. And now if you go here, right, so let's see if this is getting updated. So this is getting updated automatically. Fantastic. Now you can just set this to cover. This is set, and you can save this. Okay, and now if you refresh this, you will be getting this only. Awesome, right? So now with this, our main feature is now completed. So what will be next step? Now see, I'm going to give you the list of next step we are going to do. First, we will be going to discover. So discover is if you go to Gumroad, right? Gumroad website. So in the Gumroad also you'll be getting the discover page. So first we're going to create the list of assets where buyer means, let's say your creator, and then other user is a buyer. They will be able to see all the assets. Next, from there we'll be going to the details page. We're going to keep this one simple. Then we'll be implementing our Razorpay integration, because a lot of you actually requested me that there are not that much videos on Razorpay, so we actually going to implement very clean way so that you'll understand. So we're going to create the list page, details page, checkout. Then we're going to implement the library, download, and the home page. So these all the things we're going to do. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start working on the backend again. Okay, now what we'll do, right? So in the creator view, we are going to implement how many routes. So we'll be having the public product routes where we are going to list all the products, product details page, checkout logic, order creation. Then we are going to have the library, library download, all these features. Let's complete all the backend in one shot. Okay, so that it will be very easy when you are going to implement especially the checkout part in the front end side. So now you close everything. Okay, now this will be very interesting, right? So what I'll do, right, first let's go to the routes and let's create one more here, and I'm just going to do this one as public products.ts. Okay, so first let's quickly create this. I'm just going to do, so I'll do import. Okay, let me just close this. So I'm just going to do import router from, so I'll do express, and this will become router, and I'm just going to do export const, and let's give this one as maybe let's do public products router. So this will be this router. Okay, now after this we are going to have two routes only here. One will be to get the list of products, and second will be to get the details. So I'm just going to do public products router dot get. So this will be in the so let's take only slash. Here I'm just going to take async. So I have a request response, and here I'm just going to do try and catch. So here just do log the error, and I'm just going to do raise dot status of 500 dot JSON. So I'm just going to do okay will be false, and message I'm just going to do, or let's do error, internal server error. So I'll do internal server error. Okay, so this will be the first one. Second will be our details. So I'm just going to do copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So this will be colon ID, right? And this also will be same. Okay, so first thing what we are going to do, right? So I'll be creating, so let's take const products. So this will be await. Now here, okay, first we need the product. So I'm going to get the product from our models, and I'm going to apply aggregate. Okay, now this is just normal aggregate logic. Now I'm going to explain that what are the things we need. So first I need only the public products. So how I'm going to get that? Now this is I'm going to get what are the products that are currently in the published state, right? So those only will be, because let's say if I'm having and if I go to this product, maybe let's say this one, this is not yet published. Okay, so this is where what you're going to do. Maybe let's say if I'm going to set this one as a cover, and then I'm going to save this, and then let's say I'll do publish. So now this is published. So only those products that are published, those products only we are going to show in our list view in the discover page. I hope this is clear, right? I don't have to explain much here, right? Normal logic. Here I'm just going to give a match. So let's take a match, and here I'm just going to do a visibility. And visibility I'm just going to do this one as published. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Second, after this I'm going to take, so let's take a lookup. So where we are going to join our cover image. Now here you can do this one, this is optional, but I'm just going to do this. I'm going to take a lookup. So I'm just going to do a lookup, and inside this I'm just going to do from. So from where? So this will be my image asset model that we have, and here I'm just going to do collection. See, this is very slow, man. Dot name. Then I'm just going to do a local field. So just wait. So local field will be what? Cover image asset ID. See, remember we have taken this. So in the product you can see that we have the cover image asset ID. So we're going to take this. And what will be the foreign field? Foreign field will be the ID of that particular. So if you go to the model of this image, so you're going to have the ID for each and every image, right? So that will be your foreign field. So I'm going to do foreign field, and this will be my underscore ID. and then I'm just going to do as, right? So I'm going to just pause so that you'll see the suggestion this is coming, and then I'm going to do cover. So this is done. Now next thing what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do extract my cover image. So I think this is here. After this I'm just going to do add fields. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to do cover URL. So let's do URL. Alright, so here I'm just going to do if null, and here I'm just going to pass. So let's do this one as first, and I'm just going to take the cover dot, I think we have the cloudinary dot secure URL, something like that, right? So let's go here. We have the cloudinary dot secure URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this one as null. So now this is going to extract our cover image, and after that I'm going to send all the fields that I need. So here I'm just going to do project, and here I'm just going to pass, I need the ID, so ID will be 1. I need the title will be 1. I need the price of that product will be 1. I need the slug of that product, which will be 1. I also need the creator ID. This we need, I'm going to tell you later. So just note it down, these actually we need it, and I'm just going to do cover URL, which will be 1. Okay, and I think this is done, and at the end you can just simply return res.json. okay will be true, and I'm going to return the products. So these products that I have. Okay, so this is the first one. Alright, now second one will be, so I'm going to get the ID, or let's do this one as slug, and this will be string of request.params.id, because this is where we're going to get this one, or else this will be empty. And then I'm just going to do this one at trim, just extra check. I'm just going to do if not equal to slug, so just return res.status of 400.json, and I'm going to do okay will be false, and error will be slug required. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now I'm going to create the products. So I'm just going to do products, and here I'm just going to do await. So I'll do product dot aggregate. So let's wait. So we'll get aggregate, and inside this first I'm just going to do the match. So here I'm just going to take, oh sorry, not this match. Inside this I'm going to take the match first. So let's take the match. How you're going to match it? So you're going to match based on slug, right? We have the slug property, correct? And then I'm just going to do visibility. So what will be the visibility? Visibility will be published. So if that is published, then only you're going to get it. So I'm going to do this one as published. I hope this is clear. Then also we are going to do the same thing that we have done for the cover image. So you can just take this lookup, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be the second thing. Next we can do the same thing here also, add image, add fields. So this is going to give me the cover URL. So we have this, after this only save this, and then I'm going to get what all the things that we need. So we are going to take this part. I'll just add some more property here. Okay, after this, so ID is fine, title, so I'm just going to take the description also now. Okay, description, spelling we need to check. 1. What else? Price, I think we have. Okay, we also have the currency in the model, so we're going to pass the currency. We are also going to pass the visibility. So let me just check one more time, right? So what all we have? Visibility. So I'm just going to pass the visibility, which will be 1. Also let's pass the stats in case we need it. So I'm going to get the stats. Also we need the cover image ID. So cover image ID, which will be 1, and cover URL. So we have 1 ID, title, description, price, currency, slug, visibility, stats, creator ID, cover image ID, and cover URL, all these things. And then what you're going to do simply, so you're going to take the first element, right? So just do const product, because single product we are returning, right? So I'm going to do products of 0, and then if not equal to product means this product is not found. So just give a small check. So res.json, and here I'm just going to do let's do a 404 here, and I'm just going to do okay will be false and error will be, so let's do product not found, and at the end we are going to return the product. So I'll do return res.json, and I'll do okay will be true, and I'm just going to return the product. Okay, so I think these two we need here. Now what I can do, right, so for now first let's add this in the main file. So go to the app.ts, and then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Let's do this on a /API/products, and then I'm just going to do this on as public product router. Save this, and just I will check that if there are any error or anything. Just a minute. Okay, so no error. Alright, so this is done. So first two things we have completed. Now not go to the UI first, right? So first let's complete the backend. So what will be our next step in the backend? The most important part, now we are going to do what? We will be creating our first another model that will be our main order model. Okay, this is where we are going to hold all the information. Now again, this model I already have created this one, so that I think you guys know, right? So that to save some time, you can just copy paste from my source code I already added. So just paste it here, and then I'm going to explain that what we have taken. Let's go one by one. So first we have the order status, pending, paid or failed, nothing much to discuss. Payment provider, Razorpay. I'm going to show you in such a way so that even if you're using some other payment provider, you will be getting at least some idea, so that it won't be that much difficult. Then we have the buyer ID, like makes sense whoever is buying. Product ID, which product, amount, currency, status of that order, provider, which provider, let's say Razorpay, Stripe, PayPal, whatever you're using, provider order ID and provider payment ID. These two things also I have taken. When this user actually paid, created it and updated it. That's it. It's very simple, yet very effective. Like you can create any kind of checkout logic in case you're using any kind of SaaS or anything. And the same thing we have actually using all this here, and then we just created one index and then created the model. Okay, so this will actually save some of our time. So first thing, what will be our next step? Okay, next step will be, we are going to create the Razorpay logic, but before that I wanted to mention one more time, please check you have added this key ID Razorpay and the key secret. This I can't show you, but you will be getting this from your Razorpay dashboard. Okay, so from here you are going to get this, so please get it from your account and settings, and if you go here, right, you'll be getting that. So key ID is fine. So key ID you can, like, that is not you have to keep that as secret, but this one, right, what is that, the key secret, please don't show or don't share with anyone. So first I hope that you have actually done this step, or else it's not going to work. I'm repeating once again. So first thing what we are going to do will be installing the Razorpay package. So we'll go here, and then I'm just going to do clear, and I'll go back, I'll go to the backend folder, I'll clear again, and I'll do npm install Razorpay. Okay, so I think this is done. The first thing, we'll go to lib, and here I'm just going to do razorpay.ts. so first I'm going to import Razorpay from Razorpay, and then just create the Razorpay instance here. So I'll do export const, I'll do Razorpay, and this will be new Razorpay, and here I'm just going to do key ID. So just wait, so it's the key ID, and you're going to do process.env dot, so it's going to get the key ID. So I'm going to copy this, let's copy both. So we have the key ID and also have the key secret, which will be process.env dot key secret. Okay, We don't have to do anything else for now. I think this is more than enough. So what will be our next step? Next step, we are going to create our checkout logic. So here one more thing. Now for this checkout, right, we have to be a little bit more strict in terms of the schema. So let's do one thing. Let's install Zod also. Okay, so we'll be creating the okay, let me just clear this. I don't know why this mad thing is happening. Okay, let's do npm install Zod, so that we can manage properly all the schema and everything, especially related to checkout. So this will be the prerequisite that we are going to do. We already have created the order schema. So let's move on to the next one, which will be, we will go to the routes and create checkout.ts file. So this is what will be start working in the next part. All right, everyone. So now let's start working with the on the checkout logic. So first let's import. So we're going to import from Express, and we'll be getting router. Okay, so let's create our router. So I'll do export const, and I'm just going to do checkout router, and this will be equal to router. And also remember, this one we are going to actually protect. So what we can do, simply we can do checkout router dot use, and we can use, so I think we have used in some other place, right? Maybe here we can just copy from here. Okay, this required auth, this we need. So I'm just going to paste it and then import this one from our middleware. So this will be the first step. So here, first of all, we are going to create two endpoints. One will be to create the session. Once it will go to the Razorpay page, you're going to pay, it will come back. We are going to do another endpoint that will be confirmed. Now remember, I actually intentionally didn't like implementing the webhook. So I'm trying to keep this one simpler way. So there are two ways you can do that. Either so the way that we are going to do, and second the best way, and that is webhook, right? So webhook is definitely the best way that you can do, but this is also another way that we are going to implement. So we'll be having two endpoints. One will be to create the session, and second one will be to confirm. And I'm going to explain each and every step so that you can understand that what is happening here. So first what I'll do, right? So let's create a create session schema. Okay, and here I'm just going to use Z from Zod. So I'm going to import Z from Zod, and we're just going to use object, and here I'm just going to do a product ID, and I'm just going to do Z.string.min of 1. And now let's create our first endpoint, which will be the create session. So I'm just going to do checkout router dot post, right? So this will be create session. Okay, and here we are just going to use async. So we'll be getting request, which will be your auth request, right? And then we have our response. And first we are going to take the try catch. So first log this error, and we are just going to do res.status of maybe, okay, let's do 500 only, and then just do JSON. And I'm just going to use a OK will be false, and also I'm just going to do error, which will be internal server error. Okay, and inside try, first of all we'll be getting our product ID. So I'm just going to do const. So we will do create, let's do this in capital. So I'll do create session schema, and then you're going to get this parts option, right? So this is going to give you parts, and what you're going to parse, so you're going to pass the request.body, and here you're just going to get what, so you'll be getting the product ID. Okay, so first let's give a check here. So I'm just going to do if not equal to product ID, or maybe, or first, oh, I think we are doing wrong. No, first we are going to find the product. Okay, so let's do the product first, because we need the product first. So I'm going to have it and import the product model, and I'm just going to do here find by ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass the product ID. Then I'm going to check that if the product is present, and just use leen here. Now I'm going to do if not equal to product, right? Or let's see if you can guess what else check you need to give. I already mentioned while explaining all those things, right? I'm going to explain one more time, whether you guys like me or not that I'm repeating the same thing. You need to understand these edge cases by yourselves. Now a lot of you actually ask me that how I come up with these things, that okay, what are the things that I'm going to implement and what logic I need to write. This comes from practice, right? So for example, let's say you give here not equal to product. Now you given a lot of condition. Now consider there is one product, something goes wrong, and you haven't given this particular condition. Although I know that this will never happen because we are not going to publish the product until unless you're going to click from our creator site. But here one check use case that you need to give, or one check you need to give, and that is, so you have to check the product visibility. Now this is the edge cases, or this is the practice, this is the thing or knowledge that will come from your practice. I hope you're getting right. So here you have to give, if this is not equal to published, so then also you're going to do what? You're going to return an error. Okay, I hope you're getting. So you're going to return res dot, so I'll do status of 404, so I'll do JSON, so let's do okay will be false, and error I'm just going to do product not found, something like that, right? So this is done. Now what you're going to do, so remember we are using INR, not USD. Okay, so first I'm just going to do const currency will be equal product, so you have the product and this is give you this currency. Okay, and then I'm just going to create the Razorpay order. So I'm just going to do Razorpay order, so I'll do Razorpay, or let's, maybe what we can do, maybe let's do create Razorpay order, and this will be await, and we are going to import Razorpay. We have the Razorpay from our lib, and this is going to give you these orders, so we'll do orders, and then it's going to give you create. So I'm just keeping so that you get the idea that what options it's giving. So first of all you're going to pass the amount. Okay, and amount will be, so maybe let's do one thing, right? So maybe let's create one function here. Go to this Razorpay, and I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do maybe two, let's do 2 sub units, something like this. And here I'm just going to pass the amount, which will be number, and I'm going to return a number. And what I'll do, right, I'm just going to return math dot round of amount into 100. Okay, so this is what one simple helpers that we created. Now this one we are going to use here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do 2 sub units, and I'm just going to pass the product dot price, so it has the price, right? See, okay, so this is done. Now what we're going to do, we also need to pass the currency. Okay, and then there is one more property you can pass, that is called the receipt. So receipt is going to do what? It's going to help you to trace, right? So what we can pass, for example, let's say we are going to use the product ID, and let's say we are use some timestamp, something like that. So here just going to pass a receipt, and I'm just going to pass, maybe let's do a template literals. I'm going to do prod underscore, and what we can do, maybe you will do, okay, let's use the product ID only. So I'll do product dot ID, so it's going to give you the ID. This IntelliSense is very slow, so and then I'll do toString. Okay, so this is done. So this is going to create the Razorpay order first. Now we are going to create our Mongo order, but there is a catch. So you need to understand this checkout logic. You are not going to put the status as fulfilled or paid. You are going to put the status as what? Pending. This is the important part. So now I'm just going to do, okay, const db order, or let's do create db order, and this is, I'm just going to do await. I'm going to import the order schema that we have, right? And now I'm just going to do create, and then pass all the properties. So we have buyer ID, so buyer ID will be what? Your request dot user dot ID, so it says our request user ID from my auth request, right? Then you're going to pass a product ID, so product ID will be product dot ID. Then you're going to have the amount, so this will be product dot price. Then you're going to pass the currency, then you're going to pass the status will be pending. Okay, and also you're going to pass paid at, so there is one paid at, paid at. Okay, so you're getting paid at, right? So this will be null because the user haven't paid yet. And here I'm just going to do this one as provider will be what? Razorpay. So I'm just going to do Razorpay. Okay, also let's do the provider order ID. So I'll do provider order ID. We have a provider order ID, which will be this create PayPal order is going to give you the ID. So you'll create product Razorpay order, and then dot and see, you're going to get the ID. It's too much slow, man. Okay, ID, and then I'm just going to do provider payment ID, which I'm going to do undefined. Okay, so this is going to create the DB order. This is done, and at the end we are going to just return. So I'm going to return res.json, and let's do OK will be true, and here I'm just going to do Razorpay, and here I'm just going to do I think we can also pass the key ID, but okay, let's do only pass the order ID for now. Let's pass the order ID. So I'll do create Razorpay order dot ID, then you're going to pass the amount. So create Razorpay order is going to give you the amount back. So you'll do, see, if you just wait, right, you're going to get the amount as a suggestion. Okay, then you're going to also get the currency, which you can pass same, create Razorpay order dot currency. Okay, then let's pass the order now. So order will be the ID. Now this order is our DB order, so we're going to get the DB order. So to create DB order dot underscore ID, because this is going to give you the ID, right, and this we're going to just convert to string. All right, next we're going to do, let's return the product ID, which will be product dot underscore ID dot to string. Then let's return the title of the product. So I'll do product dot title, and I'm also going to return, maybe let's return the description, which will be product dot description. Okay, see, this is simpler, right, not that much difficult. So this is going to create the session. Okay, so now next will be, so we'll be going to create one more schema. So I'm just going to do const, and let's do confirm schema, and this will be z.object, and inside this you're going to do order ID, which will be z.string dot, and let's do a mean of 1. Then you're going to do, maybe let's do a Razorpay payment ID underscore ID. This will be same, this is also will be a string. Then also I'm just going to do Razorpay order ID, so we'll do order ID. So this also will be same, and then we are going to have the Razorpay signature. So I'm just going to copy this, so we'll do Razorpay signature. So this will be z.string dot mean of 1. All right, so I think this is done. Now let's create our one more. So only one more route we need. So I'll do checkout router dot post, and I'm just going to do slash confirm. So here I'll do async. So request will be your auth request, and then you have the response, and inside this we'll do the same thing. So we'll take try, catch, same thing, man, again and again, but we don't have any other options, so you have to write, right? So to copy and paste it here, you can see by this time, right, I'm also very tired, but we have to do it. So we'll do body, and this will be the we have the confirm schema. Let's keep this on capital. So it's simple, man, it's just do it, and then you just do parts, same thing, right? I've done so many times this same thing, right? So sometimes it will be, I'll be also bored, but this is also interesting, right? Once you go to the front end side, this will become interesting. First, what you need to do, first the order you have created, right, this order, when you're going to confirm, first you need to check that whether that order is actually there or not with status pending. I hope you're getting. If that order is not there, means the user haven't created the order only. So first we need to find the order. To find the order, it's very simple. So get the order schema, and you're going to do find one, right, and then you're going to pass the ID, because based on ID you can pass it, because this is going to have the ID of that particular order, right? So here you're going to do body dot, and you see that we're going to get the order ID. This is we have in this here, and then what we can do, also we are going to pass the buyer ID. Okay, so this will be request dot user dot ID. Okay, I hope this is clear, and then you just do dot link, and then you have to give a condition here. It is actually very important. Okay, this you can't miss. So if not equal to order means this order is not found, so you're not going to do anything else here. So the status of 400 dot JSON. So I'll do OK will be false, and I will do error, and I'll do order not found. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what we can do, simply we are going to give, okay, now this is important. So this is actually optional, but it's a better check. So what I'm going to do, you're simply going to give one extra check here, that in case if order.status, why? So that you will not do it duplicate times or multiple times. If this is already paid, let's say it's possible, some very rare edge cases, you're going to do what? You're going to return res.json of okay is already true. Makes sense, right? Now what we are going to do, so we need to actually match with our Razorpay ID. How we are going to match it? So you see in your order, you're going to have your Razorpay ID, correct? What is your Razorpay ID? The provider ID, right? This ID. This has to be same with the Razorpay order ID that you are getting from your body. These two. So this should match. If this is not matching, means it's a different order. So you're just going to do if order and also dot, you're going to get this provider order ID. This, if this is not equal to body, this is not equal to body dot Razorpay order ID. So this is a order ID mismatch. So we're going to do order ID mismatch. Okay, so this is done. Now what are you going to do? So we need to actually verify the signature. So first let's save this. Maybe you can use the crypto. So I'm just going to do const and then I'm going to do generated and I'm going to use crypto. We are going to import crypto. From crypto. Okay, so here I'm just going to do crypto dot create. So we have this hmac and here we're going to pass the algorithm. So we're going to pass SHA256 and I'm just going to do it based on the, so we'll do process.env dot, maybe let's use this key secret. Not this one, key secret. So I'm going to copy this, so paste it. So do key secret and here I'm just going to do dot and here I'm just going to do update. Okay, and here what I can do, right, we are going to do in this particular format. So we're going to do maybe order ID, right? So you have the order ID and then I'm going to give this and then I'm just going to do payment ID underscore this. Okay, so I'm just going to do here. So let's take literal. So I'll do body dot Razorpay order ID. Okay, and you're going to give this and then you're going to take one more and I'll do body dot Razorpay payment ID and just do digest of X. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we have this Razorpay signature. If both signatures are not matching based on this key, that means this is a wrong signature or invalid signature. So you're just going to do if the generated, or you'll do body dot, no, let's do the generated first. We'll do generated is not equal to body dot Razorpay signature that we are going to pass from our front end side. So that means this is also wrong. So we'll do res dot status of 400 dot JSON. So okay will be false and error will be invalid signature. Okay, so this is, I hope this is clear. So now what we're going to do, we are going to, this will be dot. So after this we will do const, let's do now, which will be new date, and then we can just do update. So we'll update that order. So we'll do const updated. So we'll do await order dot and we'll do find one and update. Okay, so how we are going to find, so find, we are going to find based on the ID, which will be your order dot ID. So based on the order ID you are going to find and which buyer actually buy that product. So buyer ID you need to take, which will be request dot user dot ID. Okay, and status should be what? Pending. If this is already paid, we are already given one check. So this is going to give you the that current order, and then you give comma, and inside this you're going to set the values. So what set you're going to set? So we'll take set. So you're going to first make the status will become now paid. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then you have to also update this paid hat. So you have go here, right? So you have this paid at. So paid at will be the current time. So paid will now become now. Okay, I hope this is clear. And you have the provider payment ID, which will be body dot Razorpay payment ID. Okay, and then I think, okay, here, so after this comma, and then you're just going to do new. Okay, so this will be true, and then you're going to do dot lin. I hope this is clear. And then what you're going to do is do if updated is true, means this one, this updated. So if this is true, so you're just going to do await. I'll do product dot, and I'll do update 1. So what you're going to update, so you'll do id, which will be updated dot, so you're going to get the product ID here. And then what you're going to increment, you're going to increment the sold count. So if you go here, you have this sold count, right? So this you're going to increment. So here after this you're going to give comma, and we'll do increment, I think it's inc, and then I'm just going to do so let's do stats. I think it's stats only. So we'll do stats dot, and we'll do sold count. So this will become 1. Okay, I hope this is clear. So this is going to increase the sold count, and at the end we are going to return. So I'll do res dot JSON, and OK will be true. So these all the changes we need to do. Okay, so with this we actually created both the routes. So now what you can do, you can go here and then just use it. So copy and paste. So do products. Now let's do checkout, and I'm just going to do checkout router. Save this. Let's see. Okay, so we don't have any error. Okay, so I think this is done. So next what I will do, right, we are also going to create the library routes also at the same time, where we are going to get the list of the library, means that particular user, what are the things they have bought, the assets, and then we have the details of that library page. So whenever they're going to click, so we're going to open a dialog, we'll be getting the list of assets, and then they can download those assets. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now so before doing the library routes, right, so let's create one more. So 2 routes we are going to create. One will be the sales. So let's say you are the creator, and let's say someone actually buys your product. So in your creator dashboard, so basically here, right, in the sales, we should be able to see that who actually buy the product and which product. So for that we just need a simple route, right? So I'm just going to do creator sales.ts. Also we are going to do let's do library.ts. So these 2 things if we create, I think our backend will be almost completed. So here first let's do one thing, right? So I'm just going to close this. Let's open this here, and I'm just going to copy some of the things because we also still have a lot of things to do. So first let's create the router. So I'm just going to do this one. Let's do this one as creator, or let's do creator sales router. Okay, and this creator sales router is going to use the require auth. Okay, so now let's create it. So I'm just going to do creator sales router dot, so this will be get, and we are going to get it here, and let's do this one as async. So we're going to do request, which will be auth request response, and here I'm just going to do try catch. So I'm just going to do log, and let's log the error, and also let's just return that response, right, in case if anything goes wrong. So we'll just copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. Okay, all right, the first thing what we're going to do, right, so if you go to this auth request, you can see that we have this is creator, right? So if you're not creator, you won't be able to access this route also, right? So I'm just going to give a small check. So I'm just going to do if not equal to request dot user dot is creator, right? So I'm just going to return a res dot status of 403, and then I'm just going to do JSON and let's do a okay, will be false, and error will be creator only. Alright, so now first I'm going to get the outside of this I'm going to get the creator ID. So I'll do creator ID. So this will be, so let's do new, and I'm just going to do types. So we're going to get from Mongoose, and I'm just going to use the object ID here, and then I'm just going to pass request.user.id. So now let's create the cells. So here also you're going to use the aggregate only. So I'm just going to import, so let's do await, let's import the order model, and let's do aggregate. Okay, so first here I'm just going to use, so first let's start with the match. So I'm going to do match. So this match will be if the status is paid, then only we are going to, so this will be the first criteria. Then we are going to join the product. So here whenever you are going to join, what you are going to take, you are going to take the lookup, right? So you have to take a lookup, and then you are going to do from where you are going to join. So you will be joining from your product. So you have the product model, right? And this is going to give you collection dot name. Then you have the local field. So local field will be the product ID. So you have the product ID, right? If you go here, you have the product ID. Here you have the product ID, so you're going to pass it here, and then you have to do the foreign field, which will be ID. So this will be ID, and I'm just going to do as, let's do this one as P for product. Okay, I think this is done. So now after this what I'm going to do, right? So here after this give comma, and I'm just going to take an unwind property here. So what this unwind is going to do, so this is going to convert that product. So it's going to, let's say, create an array, so product array of this P into a single object. Okay, so this is what this unwind is going to do, and I'm just going to pass the product. And then after this what I'm going to do here, so let's take one more match. So I'm just going to take a match, and what we're going to match, so here inside this, so P will have the creator ID, right? So it will have the creator ID, and this creator ID has to be the creator ID. So this creator ID, this ID. Okay, so this should be matching, right? Then only you'll be getting. So this is done. After this what you're going to do, so let's add the buyer, that which user actually buy your product. So for that again you have to take the lookup. Whenever you're going to join, so you have to take the lookup. So now the from will be where, so where you'll be getting the user information, from your user collection. So you're going to import the user model, right? So you're going to get the user model dot, this is going to do collection dot name. Here I'm again going to do local field. So local field will be the buyer ID. So if you see, you have the buyer ID, this one. So this will be your local field, and you have your foreign field. So foreign field will be what, your user ID. So user ID will be underscore ID, and I'm just going to do as, let's say, B for buyer for B. Okay, in short. Okay, so after this again I'm just going to do an unwind. So let's use unwind. Okay, so here I'm going to give a path. So path will be the buyer, and here I'm also going to do a preserve null and empty arrays, and this will be true. Okay, so here it's going to unwind the buyer's array, and it's going to preserve the orders with no buyer. Okay, so what it's going to do, it's going to keep this B as null if any buyer is missing. So now what you're going to do, we are going to return the shape. So when you're going to return the shape, what you have to take, you have to take project. Okay, and here I'm just going to return ID. So let's return 0, and I'm just going to do product title. So how you'll be getting the product title, from your this P, right? This is going to give you the product. So here what you're going to do, you have to do P, and product will be having the title. Then you're going to take the amount. So amount I'm going to do 1. Then you're going to do the currency. Currency I'm also going to do 1. I also need the pay date. So pay date I'm going to do 1. Let's return the buyer email. Okay, that which user actually buy this. So to get this, what you're going to do, you're going to do B for buyer, and this is going to give you the email property, because if you go to your user, you're going to have the email property. Everything is linked. So this is going to give you the buyer name, and also you can return the buyer name also, sorry, email, and you can return the buyer name. So this will be b.name. Okay, and I think this is done. So after this what you can do, right, I'm just going to take a sort. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a paid at, and here I'm just going to, maybe let's do this one as -1, and also I'm going to do ID of -1. Okay, if you want you can pass limit also. So let's see, if I want to pass limit, you can pass limit here. Let's do 100 for now. I think this will be more than enough. Okay, so this is going to give you all the details. So you're just doing the aggregate. Okay, now what you can do, you can simply return res.json. So here I'm just going to do okay will be true, and I'm going to return the cells. So this is done. So now what I'm going to do, so first let's go here and let's import this. Okay, so let's use here only. So you have the API/creator/cells, and this will be creator cells router. Save this. Let's see if any error. Okay, so no error. Alright, so I think this is done. Now next thing what we're going to do will be creating the library router. So here we are going to create this. So I'm going to close this. So let's go to the top. So first import this, and also I'm just going to use this, and this also we are going to use required auth, because this also only auth user can access. So I'm going to do library router dot use, and I'm going to do require auth. Okay, first I'm going to do library router dot get. So first we're going to get all the library that, let's say you are a buyer and you just now bought some product, so you're going to get all this list from this particular route. So do auth request, and this will be response. For now I think we have done this 100 times. For now I think you should be able to do all these things, right? In case you're getting some issues with the Mongo aggregate and everything, I have some videos on Node.js also, but I will suggest that you follow their official doc, or you can go to the Google AI also and then just paste it and try to understand what is happening here. That is also absolutely fine, right? But in case if you know and you are not able to understand, if you don't have any idea, then it will be tricky for you to understand. Okay, so we'll do here. So let's do this one as error. Okay, so first thing, we are going to get the buyer ID. Now getting the buyer ID is pretty simple. So let's just use it from here, man. We'll just use this. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and this we are going to import from Mongoose. Okay, so this will be my buyer ID. Now I'm going to create the items. So I'm just going to do items. Now see, again you are going to do aggregate only. So I'm going to do order. Order is going to give you that, right? So I'm going to do aggregate. So first you are going to aggregate based on what? So first thing is the match is very important. So whenever you are going to do any aggregate, right, you have to see that based on what match you are doing. So here what match we are doing. So we have the buyer ID here, right? So you have the buyer ID in your, where is that order? This is the buyer ID, correct? So this is what we are going to actually using. What it is doing, either declare. Oh, okay. So let's keep this one as buyer ID. Okay, so now next we have the status. So status will be paid. So this will be paid. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Now let's give a sort. So I'm just going to give a sort here. So I'm going to do a sort, and I'm just going to do paid at. I'm going to do -1, and also let's going to do created at will be -1. Now after this, what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to use lookup. So here inside this I'm going to do a lookup. Okay, so here first of all we are going to get the product details. So we are going to get from which? Our product collection. So let's go here, and you can use this logic only, this part. Okay, and also we are going to unwind. So I need these two part here. So copy this, and we are going to just, so let me see which part. Okay, we are copying from the outside only. So let's remove this, right, and then paste it here. And now this product you are going to import from your model. Okay, so first it is going to give you the lookup. So first we are going to get from where we are getting the lookup, that is the important part that you need to understand. So you're going to getting from your product, and then what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to project. So the main thing is this part, that okay, I am the actually buyer ID, that user that I actually buy this product, and the status should be paid. Okay, Now after this we are going to just do project. So project is basically what are the things that we want to return. So here I'm going to do project, and let's do id v0, and here I'm just going to do product id, and here I'm just going to do a toString. So you can use the toString property here. It's called toString if I'm not wrong. And here I'm just going to get from p.id. Okay, so this is the first thing we are going to get. Second, I'm going to get the title, which will be also p.title. Also I'm going to get the price, which will be your p.price. P means the product. This is getting your, if you want to change this name, you have to change all this. It's simple. And here I'm just going to do, so let's take the currency also. So I'm just going to do p.currency. We have used the currency only, right? So let me just check. Okay, so this will be currency, and then maybe let's do a paid at. So I'll do paid at 1. So I think this should be fine, and then at the end we can just return res.json. So okay will be true, and also I'm going to return the items. Okay, I think this is fine. So now, so this will give me the list of assets that I just bought. Okay, so that will be the first thing. Next we are going to do the assets. So we'll be having one kind of button. On click of that we are going to open a dialog where we'll be actually rendering all the images. So for example, let's say I bought this product, so these will be my images. So then I can click on these images and I can download, because I just that is the reason I bought all this product with money, right? So two things we are going to create, two more routes. One will be to get the assets, so that will be the first thing, and second thing will be to download, means whenever you're going to click on any image, so you're going to download that. So let's do these two things in the next part. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create our next. I'll do library router get, and here I'm just going to get the assets of that particular product. So I'm going to get the product ID in params, and I'm going to do assets. And here let's do the same thing. So I'll do request, which will be auth request, and I'm going to do response. So let's take the try catch. So let's copy this from here. Okay. Alright, so first thing we are going to get the buyer ID again. So I'm just going to copy this, who actually bought that particular product. And also let's do we also will be getting the product ID here. So just use const extract product ID, maybe product ID string or whatever you can do, right? I think let's give extra product ID, and I'm just going to do string of request dot params dot product ID. Okay, this is crazy slow, man. I don't know why this is not showing here. So do product ID, and here I'm just going to do empty string. First of all, we can do a small check. So maybe let's do if mongoose dot is valid, I think is valid object ID, something like that. Okay, and of this product ID, if this is false, so that means this is a wrong product ID. So I'm going to do return res.status of 400.json, and I'm going to do okay will be false, and error will be invalid product ID. Okay, I think this is done. Next, after this I'm going to get the product ID. So to const product ID, this will be new types dot object ID. Okay, this one, and then I'm just going to use this extract product ID, and then I'm just going to check paid. So here we can simply do await. So do order dot exist. Okay, so here I'm just going to do buyer ID, product ID. So both should match, right? That this buyer actually bought this product and the status is also paid. Okay, these three things we're going to check. If not equal to paid means what? This user actually haven't purchased this product, so we're going to return an error. So I'm just going to do not purchased, product not purchased. Okay, and then I'm just going to get the assets. So const assets, so this will be equal to await. So we have image assets, and then I'm going to find based on the product ID, right? Image assets already have the product ID, and then we'll do dot and we'll do sort, and I'm just going to do order index of 1, and then let's do some select. So I just want all these properties. So first I'll go here. So I need the cloudinary dot secure URL. So I'm going to do cloudinary dot secure URL. So this should be 1. I also need the width and height. Maybe let's do meta dot width, right? So I'll do meta dot width. So meta dot width will be 1. I'll do meta dot height will be 1. So return the order index will be 1, and I'm just going to do dot link. Okay, and then at the end we are just going to do return res.json. So okay will be true, and I'm just going to pass the assets. So assets will be, so these assets dot math. Okay, so here I'm just going to return, so let's do the assets. For now I'm just going to keep any, you can give a type. Okay, so I'll do assets any, and I will just return here. First I'm going to return the ID, which will be string of asset dot ID. Let's give comma, and after this I'm just going to return the secure URL, so which will be asset dot, so we have the cloudinary dot secure URL, this thing. Also let's return the width, which will be asset dot meta dot width. Let's do the same for height. So we'll do asset dot meta dot height, and also I'm just going to do order index, which will be asset dot, I think we have direct order index. Okay, and I think this is fine. I think that's all we need. So this will be our second one, and the last route we are going to write, which will be to download, for now at least. So I'm going to do library router, right, and let's do dot get, and here I'm just going to do assets slash, we are going to do asset ID, because we are going to download by asset. So for every asset we can download, and here I'm just going to do async. So we'll do same thing, request, which will be auth request, then we have response, and I'm just going to do try catch, right, and then we're just going to return this for now. Okay, so here again we will get the buyer ID. So let's copy this, maybe we can just take till this part, and we're going to change couple of things. First we need the buyer ID, and here I'm just going to do extract asset ID, not product ID, and this will become asset ID, and then I'm just going to give it this is false, and I'm going to do invalid asset ID. Okay, then we are going to find the asset. So I'll do const, let's do asset, and here I'm just going to do await, and let's do image asset dot find by ID, and then you can pass this extract asset ID, and then let's do a select directly here. We can do this. So I'm going to select and then pass a product ID 1, and also I'm just going to get this cloudinary dot secure URL. So this should be also 1. Okay, and then we are going to do lean here. I think this is fine. Now after this, just give a small check that if asset is not found, so we can just take this and we'll paste it here. So I'm going to do if not equal to asset. So what I can do, you can simply return that maybe asset not found, something like that, and this will be asset. Okay, So I think this is done. Now we can do the same logic, the paid logic that we have done here. Copy this and we can do it after this. Okay, so paid, so this will be based on the buyer ID. Now product ID will be what? Now product ID you will be getting from your asset. Why? Because in your image asset you have the product ID here. So if I just do here, right, you'll do asset dot and you'll see you're going to get the product ID, correct? So same logic. And then what you're going to do, right, if this is not paid, so you're going to do product not purchased, or this is not purchased, whatever, asset not purchased, please purchase it to access. Now we can just do like this. So I'm just going to do return, so I need to download it, right? So I'll do res dot redirect. Okay, so I'm going to do res dot redirect. Inside this I'm going to create a method. So I'm going to do something like to attachment, right, URL, something like that. And here I'm just going to do a string of, so let's do here, for now I'm just going to do asset as any, and what I can do simply here I'm just going to do dot, I think this is, we're doing correct only, right? I think this is correct. So I'm just going to do cloudinary dot secure URL. Okay, and here let's do one thing. I think spelling is wrong. What you can do, right, so let's go to the top and we're just going to use here, so I'm going to do function this, and here I'm just going to, so if you see, right, we're passing what, we're passing the this secure URL. Okay, so this one we're going to receive, so I'm just going to get secure URL, which will be string. Now inside this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to return. So here I'm going to create a helper. Now this is where you need to understand one more thing, that is we are going to use something called as fl underscore attachment. So this is a flag. This is going to change how browser is going to handle your cloudinary URL. So what will happen, whenever you will go to the library page, let's say you buy a product, go to the library page, click on the model, so the model will open all the images, and once you click on download, what you're going to do, you're going to download that image. So it's going to make the URL download file rather than embed in the web page. Okay, because we are doing the download. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. You have to use this what is that called, you have to use that flag fl underscore attachment. So here what I can do, right, so I'm just going to return, so I'm going to do if the secure URL dot includes, so I'm just going to do if this includes upload, right, so here I'm just going to do secure URL dot replace, and I'm going to replace this upload with this slash upload. So you're going to keep the upload, but I'm going to take that flag and I'm going to attach this one. So I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to attach this one here. Okay, or else I'm just going to take secure URL. Okay, I think this should be fine. So now I think with this we have actually completed all the routes. Now this is going to directly download your image, and you're going to see that when you'll be doing the integration. So now only one thing that is left, so we'll go to our app.ts and then just copy this, and I'm just going to do API slash library, and this will be our library router. Save this. I'll see if we are getting any error or not. Okay, so no error. So with this, now we have completed our backend. So now let's start working on the front end side or our creator side. Okay, so we'll do that in the next part. So finally we'll start working on the buyer view or the public view. Okay, so we'll go here. Now we can close all this backend part and then close this. Now we'll go here. First let's go to the components. We have creator, and then we're going to create our main folder, which will be buyer. Now inside this, let's create our common folder. No, this will be a folder, so this will be common, and here I'm just going to create a buyer cell. No, it's not cell, buyer cell.tsx, and I'm also going to create the navvar.tsx. okay, so this will be use client, so this will be buyer navvar. Okay, and for this buyer cell, what you can do export async function let's do buyer cell, and what you can do, you're going to get the children. We'll do export default, so we'll do children, and these children will be what, React node, right? So we'll do React node, and here I'm just going to return, so we'll do div. So let's do a class name, so we'll do mean height screen. I'll do bg of these f5 f5 f2. I'll do text as black, and inside this I'm going to get our buyer never. Okay, so first I'm going to get our me property, so the const me, and this will be await, and we have the get me, which is going to tell me that if the user is authenticated or not, and here you're going to pass the children. So now what you're going to do, right, what we are doing, man, something we are doing wrong, is it? Oh, this spelling is wrong. So children. Okay, so here this is going to receive, so it's going to receive this property. So let's do is user logged in, maybe, right? So do is user logged in, and here this will be is user logged in will be a boolean, and here I'm going to receive this, so I'll do is user logged in, which will be what, me dot okay, or you can also pass me dot user, right? You can also pass this me dot user, this is also fine, but you have to actually change the property there because you are passing boolean, right? So me dot okay is absolutely fine. If that is okay, that means the user is logged in. Okay, so that is the first thing that we are going to do. Now what will be the next step? Next, let's create our same this snap bar first, but before that let's do one thing. Let's go to our app. Inside that we have buyer, right? So inside buyer, first we are going to create our discover page, and here I'm just going to do page dot tsx. Okay, so this will be our function, and I'll do buyer discover page. So let's return a div, save this. So now we'll go here and see if this is working or not. So first I'm going to click, okay, so you're getting buyer discover page. Now we are in the buyer view. Okay, so first what we are going to do, right, in this page we are going to use this buyer cell. Buyer cell is this component. Okay, so that we don't have to rewrite. You can create a layout also, but I'm just going to keep this buyer cell. Okay, and inside this we'll be having all our component. So we'll do discover page. So you can see that we'll be getting the navbar here always. So you're getting the navbar, correct? So navbar you are getting. So first let's what to do. So whatever you, maybe let's do the navbar only first, because navbar is the only thing which I'm really don't like to write the same thing again and again, but we have to do it. So I'll do const, I'll do nav items. We'll do little first, okay, because we have to do main the checkout functionality. So I'm just going to do label. So let's do this one as discover, and I'm just going to do href, which will be /discover. So we'll copy this, and I'm just going to do this will be library, and this also will be same. Okay, so now inside this, first let's take our to state. So I'm going to do open, set open, and this will be use state of false, and then you're going to do const loading, set loading, and this will be use state of false. All right, the first thing, so let's remove this. Okay, inside this we're going to take a class name. So I'm going to do first sticky. Let's do a top of 0, z index of 50. I'll do bg as white. I'll do border bottom and border black. Okay, inside this let's take a div. I'll do class name height of 20. So let's do a large padding left of 8, and I'll do px of 4. What else? For large I'm going to do PR of 0, padding right. I'll do flex item center and justify between. Okay, inside this we'll be having our left side. So I'm going to take the div, and here I'm just going to do class name, so I'll do flex item center and gap of 2, and here I'm going to take the link component, so this will go to the home page, right? So it will go to the home, so this will be your home. Okay, here what I'll do simply, maybe let's take a class name here also, so I'll do flex and item center. Okay, so for now we are going to add an image here. Okay, so for now I'm just going to do Gumroad. We'll change this one later. For now this will look bad because I need to get the URL which we're going to change. Okay, so I think this is done. So after this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to render the desktop view, desktop nav items to render. So here I'm just going to take a div, take a class name, so we'll do hidden, we'll do large flex, we'll do item center, and we'll do height of full. Now inside this we'll take one more div, we'll do class name, flex item center, gap of 1 and px of 6. Now here we're going to map this, so we'll do nav items dot map. So here we'll be getting the item, and we can just return a link component. And what we can render, we can render item dot label, and in href will be item dot href. Okay, also okay, key we need to pass, we'll do item dot href. Alright, so now let's take a class name. So I'm going to do flex, so we'll do flex items center, justify center, I'll do white space, no wrap, text, let's do black, I'll do text base, no underline, border, let's do border transparent, maybe we'll do rounded, full, let's do py of 2, px of 4, and on hover I wanted to give some border, so I'll do border black. Okay, alright, so I think after this what I can do, okay, so after this I'm just going to check is user logged in, so I'm going to render the dashboard and the logout option, or else what are you going to render, we are going to render the link. So I'm going to take a link and I'm just going to do login, right? And here I'm just going to pass href, which will go to where the login page. And here also let's give a class name, so I'm going to do height of full, let's do a flex item center, justify center, I'll do no underline, I'll do bg as black, text let's do white, px of 6, border left, and maybe let's do a hover, we'll do bg, and remember we have used that color, so we'll do ff90, I think it was e8, let me check, e8, so it will be e8, and then I'm just going to do on hover, I'm just going to do text black, and if this is logged in, then we are just going to render the dashboard. So I'm going to take one more link here, and I'm just going to do this one as dashboard. So here this will go to href, so it will go to where dashboard page, and use the same style we can use here also. So save this. Okay, we are not getting these. Okay, maybe we have to give, we have to give here class name. So I'm just going to do height of full, let's do flex, I'll do item center, I'll do border left, and I'll do border black. Okay, fantastic. So now after this, maybe let's render a button, and inside this I'm just going to do a logout, and let's do a class name, so width of 5 and height of 5. And in this button I'm just going to do an on click, which will be, I'm just going to create this, so I'll do handle logout, and also let's do a disable, which will be loading, and what else, also let's give a class name, so I'm just going to do height of full, flex item center. I'll do justify center. What else? So I'll do px of 5 and let's do text as black. Okay, so I think this is done. So let's quickly create this. So I'll do handle logout. So I'll do async function and I'll do handle logout, and I'm just going to do try finally. So I'll do set loading will be false, and I'll just do set loading will be true. And then what we can do, simply we'll do const response will be await, do API client dot post. I think we have already done this logout, right? Let me just search here, man, instead of doing this multiple times. So I'll just search it in the source. So I'll do logout. See, we have, right, this one. This is what I'm talking about. So we'll take this type and let's see where we are using this. See, this is what I need. So I'm just going to copy this part and then you can just paste it here. Okay, so I'll do set loading will be true and this will be finally we can make that set loading is false. Okay, router you can take it directly. So I'm just going to do const router. This will be equal to use router from next navigation. So if you save this, now we are going to get this. Awesome. Refresh this. So it go to this page. Here also we can take a home, right, which will go to the home page. So let's take that. So maybe you can go to the creator common sidebar, and here we have taken this, right? So maybe I'm just going to take this, paste it here, and I'm just going to do this one as home, and it will go to the home page. And here maybe what we can do, home icon, I'm not sure if it is there. Home, it is there. Save this. Awesome, fantastic. So now it will go to the discover page. Here I need to get the icon. Okay, so I'm going to get the icon, but before that we also need to do one more thing. So maybe let's do one thing. We also need to do for the mobile view, which is again boring part, but we have to do it. So let's do one thing here. Maybe let's go to the end. Oh wait, not this one, this snapper. So the link div. Okay, so after this, so here I'm just going to do for mobile view. So here first of all let's take a button, and I'm just going to check if open is true. So I'm going to take a X icon from Lucid React. I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do width, height of 7, width of 7. What else? I'm just going to do here menu icon. So I'll do menu icon and I'll use the same class. So this is the first thing. Okay, so first let's give a type will be button. So class name, very important. For large we're going to make this one hidden. I'll do height of 10, width of 10. I'll do grid and let's do place item center. Okay, so this is what I need, and now I'm just going to do on click. So this will become what? Opposite, right? So this will become set open will be not equal to open. Okay, so you can just paste it. Right? Okay, awesome. So after this what I can do, so after here, so I'm just going to take a div and let's take a class name. So we'll take template literals. So I'm going to do large, this will be hidden, and I'm going to do border black, bg as black, and text as white, and I'm just going to give that if open is true, I'm just going to do block, or else this will be always hidden. Alright, and inside this we'll take a div and do a class name. So we'll do flex column, and we'll do item center. Now here what I'm going to do, so we're going to map the that nav items that we have. So we'll do map, we'll do item, and inside this what we're going to do, so let's return a link, and I'm going to return item dot label, and this will be href. Okay, and also we are going to give the key, so key will be item dot href. So now let's give a class name here also. So I'm just going to do width of full, text as center, so do padding of 4, text as large, we'll do no underline, we'll do border, let's do border transparent, and on hover I'm going to do border black. Okay, so I think this is done. So now after this, so here I'm just going to check is user logged in. So here just do or render the, maybe just will render the dashboard and the logout part. So I'm just going to take the link and let's render the dashboard and href, so it will go to the dashboard page. And also class name, we can use the same class name, let's keep it simple only. Okay, and we can also, okay, let's take the button actually. So save this, let's see how this is looking. And then we're going to take the button. Also for button I'm going to use the same, so we'll take the on click, which will be handle logout, type will be button, and here I'm going to pass the class name, and let's use direct logout. Okay, fantastic. So now if I just click on this, so you're going to the login page, right? And now you try to access dashboard or any other page, so it'll be in the login page. Okay, so that means this is working fine. So now we can start working on this particular page. So I'm going to show you. So let's go here. So okay, now it's going to this home page after login, right? So you can redirect the user to the home page. Sorry, instead of dashboard page you can redirect the user to the home page. Go to login, and here I'm just going to do home page. So now let's log out first. 1 2 3 4 5 6, login. Still it's going to the dashboard page. Something we are doing wrong. Okay, in the login page, oh okay, I got it. So in the auth login form, here actually we are redirecting this, so this we need to change. This would be in the home page. So now log out, let's see once again. See, now it's in the main page, right? Now this page right here also, what we are going to do, we will be using our, so let's do one thing, let's go here in the home main page, right, this page. So here what I can do, you can just close everything, delete all of this, and we can do the same thing just now we have done for the discovered page. So if the buyer discovered, and so okay, directly we can call this buyer cell. So I'm just going to paste it here, and this will be our landing page. And that's it. Save this. Alright, fantastic. I can go to the discover. This is home page, and this will be library, logout, and dashboard. So dashboard, and you can also go to the home. Awesome. So with this is done. Now first I'm going to get the image. Okay, that is the first thing, and then we are going to start working on the discover page UI. Alright, so now let's start with the discover page. But before, I already actually taken all the images and everything. This we are going to use. Okay, so instead of this text, so we are going to use this image. So you can directly copy from the source code also. So let's go to the creator, common, not creator. We have the buyer and navbar, and what you can do, right, we are using the Gumroad label right here. So you can just paste it instead of this. So save this. So we're getting this. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now second, now let's go to our this is our landing page. We need the discover page. So this is what we need. So let's first start with, so we're going to have the type of product. So we need the title, price, slug, and the cover URL. So copy this type, and then we are going to just use it here, paste it. So first thing what we are going to do, we're going to create a type, and also I'm going to create a product response here, and let's do directly okay. This will be boolean, and also I'm going to do products, which will be this product. Okay, so that is the first thing. And second, I'm going to use all these classes directly instead of rewriting. So here we are going to just use this before return. Okay, the first thing what we are going to do will be fetching the list of products. So first we'll do async, and here I'm just going to do const data. Remember, here you don't have to give any protection logic because this is a public route and anyone can access. This will be API server get. Here you're going to pass the product response, and this will be /API, and you can just check it. Go to the backend, go to source, go to app. So you have /API/products, and if you go here, or let's directly go here, product public products. So you can see that you have this. So this will be /API/products. That's it. And then we're going to do const products, and this will be data dot products, or else this will be empty, and you can just log this one just to test. Save. Fantastic. So we're getting right. So these two products, and remember these two products we have actually published, so we are getting only those products that are actually in the published state. Here if you go right, we have the condition, sorry, this visibility condition. Okay, so that means this is done. So now we just have to render the data here. So what I can do, first of all, in this main I'm going to use a class name, and I'm going to use the class name as wrap, this class name. Now here inside this, remove this, and then I'm just going to take a div. We'll take a class name, so I'll do margin bottom of 8, and do space y of 2, and inside this let's take a h1, and I'll do discover. Let's keep discover only, and then we'll give a class name text for Excel. I'll do leading none. I'll do tracking tight, and for MD I'm going to do text 5 Excel. Awesome. So after this, let's just take a simple P. I'm going to do browse digital products or assets. Now let's do products from different theaters. Okay, and here let's give a class name. So do max w to Excel. Let's do text of large, and we'll do text muted foreground. Awesome. Okay, so now here after this, what we'll do, maybe after this div, I'm just going to do if products dot length. So if the product is not present, so in that case we're going to return, or else we're going to return a div. Let's give a class name. So I'll do @container here. Okay, and let's give a class name of rounded none. I'll do border. Let's do border. I'll do bg of card, and I'll do padding of 8. Now inside this I'm going to take a p, and I'm just going to do no published products yet. Okay, so I think this is done. Now inside this we're going to take a div. Here I'm going to do a class name. I'll do grid columns of 2. I'll do gap of, maybe let's do gap of 5, and let's do a Excel. So for Excel I'm going to do grid columns of let's do maybe 3, and I'll do a 3 Excel. No, not XS, 3 Excel, and for this one I'm going to do grid columns of 4. Okay, inside this let's map the products. I'll do products dot map. So get the product, let's do p only, and here first let's take the div. So we'll take the div. Okay, so here first I will take the key, right? So first we're going to take the key, which will be p.id, and here let's pass the class name. So I'm going to pass the class name as card. So this card class name we have already taken here. Okay, so I think this is done. Now inside this, so we're going to take a link. Okay, and here first let's give the href. So this will go to the details page. So we'll go to /discover/ we are going to create this. We haven't created, but this is a normal details concept, right? Dynamic pages concept. So do p.slug, and also let's give a class name of block. Now inside this we're going to take a div. Let's do a class name of relative. I'll do aspect of square, and I'll do bg of muted. Now inside this we are going to simply check if p.cover URL, if this is present. So in that case we're going to render the image. So I'll do image. So source will be p.cover URL, alt will be p.title. Let's do a loading of lazy, and also I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do width of full, height of full, and let's do object cover. Okay, or else I'm just going to render null. Save this. Okay, so we have two images. Fantastic. So now what you're going to do after these, okay, after here I'm just going to take one more div here, and let's take a span and just render preview. And here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'm going to do this one as chip that I've already taken, and I'll take this one as absolute because I've already taken the parent as relative. So we'll do absolute. I'll do left of 3 and top of 3. So on the top side this chip will come. So this is a preview, something like that. Okay, so this is a preview. Now if you want you can also change maybe, okay, let's see in the chip what I have used. So I'll do bg card. If I do bg black, so let's see what is happening here, and I'm going to do text as white. Let's do border black only. See, this is looking better, right? Okay, so I think this is done. Now after this, so let's go to the link, this link here. Okay, after this we're going to render the body. So I'm going to take a div. So we're going to take a class name. So we'll be padding of 5, let's do 4, and here also I'm just going to do a link. This is also go to the same URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a class name of block. Inside this I'm going to take a div. So let's do this on as p.title, and I'm just going to do a class name of, so let's do line clamp of 2 text base, and I'll do font medium, and I'll do a leading snug. Okay, so maybe after these let's okay, here also we are going to render the price also. So I'm just going to take a class name. So let's do margin top of 5, flex, item center, justify between, and gap of 3, and inside this I'm going to take a span, and I'm just going to do p.price, right? So we have the p.price, and here you can also render a rupee icon here. Okay, for now I'm just going to render $. So let's see, but logically we should do a rupee, and here I'm just going to do the price chip. So you have the price chip. Okay, so save this. Let's see what is happening here. I'm going to change this one later. So for now I'll keep this, and then what else? So we have the, okay, let's do here only. I think after this only we're going to take one link, and I'm just going to do something like view, and this will also go to the same page. And here I'm going to use the class name as the pink button. Okay, fantastic. So now I think this is working fine. So if you go here, home page, go discover, this is the page. Refresh this, will be always getting the page, the data here. Okay, so with this page is also completed. Also let's remove that console. I think we have removed that one. Okay, so now this is done. So now what we are going to do, so we will be start working on the details page. So on click of that, it will go to the details page. So this is details page, means here what we are going to do, will be creating one more, which will be our slug. So this is our dynamic page and this will be our details page, right? So here we are going to do export default async function, and I'll do discover details page. Okay, so let's return div, and this is where we're going to start working. Next, save this. So now let's say if I click here, okay, it's going to this page. So this is here also what you're going to do, you're going to use that buyer cell, remember. So what we can do, we can just cut it and just use the buyer cell and then just pass it here. Save this and see, you're going to get the header here. Okay, you don't have to do anything. So discover, click, so it's going to this page. Okay, awesome. And you can see the slug is also changing. So with this is done. Now let's start working on the details page in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with the details page. So what I've done, right, so I've just created some of the types and everything. So this is just to save some time, because we also need to create our landing page, also the library page we are going to implement, and also the sales page. So there are quite a few things we are going to do. So first we'll start with the type. So this is the type or the response that we are going to receive. So this will be our product details response. So let me just copy this and then I will explain that what actually this is doing. So here I'm just going to paste it. So here we are going to get all these details, right? I think you guys already know that what are the properties and everything every product is going to have. So first let's start with creating the structure. So I'm just going to remove this. Let's take a main and I'll do class name and I'll do px of 4 large. Let's do px of 8 vw and I'm just going to do py of 10. Now inside this I'm just going to take one div and we'll take a class name. So we'll do grid columns of 1, and for large I'm going to do grid columns of 2, and let's do gap of 8. And inside this we are going to have the left column and the right column. So in the left column we are going to render the cover image. So I'm just going to do class name, and here I'm just going to do large, and let's do column span of 6. And also first let's take the card. So I'm just going to take a card and we'll take a class name. So I'll do bg as white, border, let's do border black divided by maybe 50, and I'll do rounded 3xl, and then I'll do overflow as hidden. So first let's call the API, right? So we're going to call the API. So first what we'll be getting, we'll be getting the slug, this slug, right? So if I let's say click here, we are going to the details page. So that slug I need, this slug. So these you can easily take from here, right? So you can directly take the params, and these params will be, so I'm just going to take the params and always take this one as a promise, or else you're going to get error. So this will be promise, and here you're going to pass the slug, because this is the slug that we have, right? So I'm just going to do this one slug, which will be a string. And now first of all you're going to get this. So I'll do await and I'll do params, or else you're going to get an error here if you don't use await. Okay, so we'll be getting the slug. Now I'm going to get the so I'll do the data and I'll do await API server get, and I'm just going to pass the product details response. This is the type that we have, and we'll be going to /API/products, right? And then we're going to pass the slug, as simple as that. Okay, let's change this one to template literals. Okay, so this is done, and now what we can do, just give a small check. If not equal to data.ok, right? Or let's say if not equal to data.product, so let's redirect the user to the explore page, discover page. And then I'm just going to do, so get the products, I'll do product info. So this will be data.product, and also let's do the cover URL. So look cover URL, and this will be product info dot cover URL, and this one we're going to render here. So I'm just going to take after this card, so let's take a div. So I'll do a class name, so I'll do a relative, I'll do aspect of square, and let's do a bg of, so I've already taken this, so I'll do ea. Okay, and here I'm just going to take, so if cover URL is present, so I'm just going to render, or else I'm just going to render a div that no cover image yet, and here we're going to pass a class name. So I'll do height of full, width of full, I'll do grid, I'll do place item center, I'll do text as black divided by 60, and here I'm just going to render the image, and I'll just do source, which will be cover URL, alt, I'm just going to do cover image, and let's give a class name. So I'll do height of full, width of full, and object cover. Okay, so let's save this. So let's see what you're getting. Okay, so you see that you're getting the cover image, which is awesome. So go here and let's say click this, so getting this, fantastic. So now you're going to do the right view. So right view will be so you have the large column. Okay, let's close this, and here I'm just going to do one more. So here I'm just going to take the right view, so I'll do class name, and I'll do large column span of 6, and here I'll do div, so I'll do class name, and I'll do large will be sticky, and here I'll do for large, let's do top of 24, and I'll do space y of 5, and inside this I'll take a div, and I'll do class name, so I'll do space y of 3, and here I'm just going to take a h1, and I'll just do product info dot title. Maybe let's give a class name. So here I'm just going to do a text for Excel. For MD I'm going to do text 5 Excel, do leading none, and tracking tight. Now let's do tracking relaxed maybe. No, let's not relax, no, tracking tight. Okay, you're getting this, but this should be something we are doing wrong. Let me just check. For large, this should be, okay, what you're doing here, this should be 12. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now let's go here, click. Okay, so now I think this is fine. Okay, alright, so after this what I can do, so let's render the description. So I'm just going to do p dot description, sorry, not p, the product info dot description if this is present, or else maybe we can just render null, something like that. And here what I'll do, simply let's take a p and just render p dot, sorry, why I'm doing p multiple times. So do product info dot description, and here I'll just do class name. So let's do text large, and I'll do text black divided by 70, and also let's do leading relaxed. Okay, so let's save this. So you're getting the description, awesome. So now after this what we can do, we can take one more card, and here let's use a class name. So I'll do bg as white, I'll do border, let's do black divided by 70, I'll do border, I'll do rounded 3XL with padding of 6, and here I'm just going to take a div, I'll take a class name, I'll do flex items, and let's do justify between, and also let's do gap of 4. Let me just do the mic a little bit. Okay, so I'll do gap of 4. So inside this I'm just going to take one more div, and here I'm just going to take, and let's render the price. So let's take a class name, so I'll do text small and text black divided by 60. Okay, so I think this is fine. After that let's render the price. So I'm just going to do div, and here let's do a class name, so I'll do text 3XL, font medium, and also I'm going to do leading none, and here I'm just going to do INR, and let's render the price. I'll do product info dot price. Fantastic. We can also give some space here. Awesome. I think this would be fine. What else? I think we can render the this product info dot currency also here, right? Let's see how this is looking. That's what. So we can render that. Now after this, what are you going to do? So we have the card. Maybe let's do. Okay. We'll do here maybe. So I'm just going to take one button. So I'll just do a div. So let's do a class name. So the margin top of 5, and inside this, first of all, okay, we need to do one more thing. First I'm going to get my current auth user information, and that we can easily check. So I'll do const me, and this will be await, and I'll do get me. Okay, and here what we can do simply, so first of all you need to give, right, if the user is not authenticated, so they can't buy it, so they need to authenticate first. So you're just going to do if me not equal to okay. So in that case you just render a button. Now let's render the button, and or else here I'm just going to check. Okay, we need to check one more thing, and that is that if this particular user actually the owner of this particular product, if that user is already owner, so they can't buy their own product, and this we can easily check. I'll do is owner, and I'll do if me.okay and me.user, and if me.user.id is equals product info.creator id. If this is same means this is the owner. I hope this is clear. So if this is the owner, so they can't buy. So I'll do if is owner. So I'm just going to do a div, and I'm just going to render that you are the creator, or you. Let's keep this one simple. Let's do you can't buy your own product. I'll do you can't buy your own product, and I'll do a class name here. So let's do rounded Excel. Let's do border. We'll do border black divided by 50. I'll do BG, and let's do here EA, and here I'm just going to do PX of 4, PUI of 3, and let's do text of small and text black. Or else I'm just going to render our buy now button. So we'll go to the components, we'll go to buyer. We have the common, right? So let's do one thing in buyer. What I can do, right? So let's create one more folder. Let's give this one name as discover. So this is coming inside discover, right? So here I'm just going to do buy new button dot tsx. So I'm just going to do use client. So I'll do buy new button. So let's return div now. Later we are going to implement this, and also here we can pass the. So let's get the product ID. So I'll do product ID. So here I'm going to get the product ID, which will be string. So you can just call this, or else I'm just going to do buy new button, and I'm going to pass the product ID, which will be product info. So we'll do product info dot ID. I think this is fine. Also here we are going to, if the user is not logged in, so I'm just going to render a link component, and I'll just do login to buy. Okay, and here href we are going to give this one as /login, and also let's pass this one as child, and also let's give a class name. So I'll do width as full, height of maybe 12, and I'll do rounded Excel. So I think this is fine. Let's save this. We're getting buy new button, but if I just log out, and maybe let's try to go to the discover page, and if you try to click here, we're getting login to buy. Click here. Oh, I have given wrong. This should be login. So if you click here, it will go to login. Now I'm just going to give the, so I just created one more user here, 2 3 4 5 6, and now if I go to discover, go to this page, so getting buy new button. So this is where we're going to create the button. So let's start working on. So first we're going to create the button, and then immediately we'll start working on the which page, which functionality? The payment functionality. And before that, we also need to create one component here, and that will be, so in the app we are going to create a checkout, and also we'll be creating a cancel page. Okay, and this will be our page.tsx. so this we will start working both the pages in the next part. Alright, so now you will start working on the payment feature. Now before that, we need to do quite a few things. The first thing what you need to do, right, in your front end side, you're going to add this next public Razorpay key ID. Now remember, I already mentioned that key ID is the public key ID that you can add, right? You don't have to just expose this, what is that called, the secret. Okay, so this is the first thing you're going to add it. Okay, and if you just go here, you can just see this, right? So this is a environment variable used to securely store your public key, making it accessible on the client side. So this will be your first step. Second thing what you're going to do, right, so let's go to the back end. We need to do one small change here in the checkout. So once we'll confirm, right, if you notice that we are actually returning so not here, okay, someplace we have to return this, what is that called, this key ID we need to return. So let me just think here. We need to return it. ID we are returning, amount, currency. Okay, this is where we are going to return. This is what, so we need to return. So let's return the key ID here. Okay, so this we are going to use this, and this is actually safe. We can send this one. So this is actually similar to this key ID, not the secret. Okay, not secret, the key ID we are going to return. So I'm just going to copy this, and we are going to just return it here. Okay, so these things we are going to return. So this is second change. Next, what we're going to do, right, we will be creating a global type for our Razorpay. So we are going to add all the types, that what are the things that we are going to receive. For example, let's say we are going to receive the payment ID, order ID, signature, all those things, and some other options. Okay, so I already created. So what you can do, right, go to your source in the client side. Inside source, you can create a types folder, and I'm just going to do here, let's do Razorpay .d.ts, and now we will just use this. I already created all this. So here these things we are going to use. So copy this till this to here. Okay, so this is where you're going to create our Razorpay instance, and we are going to trigger the payment. So this is the second thing you're going to do. Now we will start working on the buy new button. So let's go to the buy new button. What is that? Not this one, buy new button. Okay, so now what are the things first we are going to do? So first we will be creating the session, and then we are going to confirm. We have two route in the backend side, right? So first one is what, creating the session, second one is doing the confirmation. So what I can do, right, so I already have the type for that also. So we're going to use this type. So this will be our create session type, where we're going to have the OK, error, Razorpay, all these properties, key ID, order ID, amount, and currency. This is what, and this will be the order ID, title, and description. And you will see your checkout logic, you'll see that we are returning all those things. So I'm just creating the type. So copy this, and then we are going to just create or paste it here. Okay, so this will be the first step. Now let's create the button here. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to take a button, and I'm just going to do, so let's take a loading state here. So I'm just going to do here const. So this will be loading, set loading, and this will be use state of false. And here I'm just going to do loading if this is true. So I'm just going to do starting payment, or else I'm going to do buy now, something like that. Okay, and here let's use a type which will be button. Right, we are going to create, okay, first let's give a disable. So disable will be when this will be loading, and also we're going to give a class name. So I'm just going to do width as full, we'll do rounded none, right? So we're going to do border px of 4, and let's do a text of asm. So when we, I think disable, maybe let's give a opacity, let's do a 60 maybe, or 50, 65 is fine, right? And we are going to do font as medium. Save this. Let's see how this is looking first. What we've done here, px of 4, py of 4 also let's do. Okay, but color, I think we have used that color, man. Where is that color? Let me just check. I think we have in this let's go to the creator view and let's go to any of the component. I think we have created the header, right? There we have this color we need. I'm just going to copy this and then we'll just use it here. Awesome. So now this should be fine, and then I'm just going to do a cursor of pointer. So now we are going to create what? So we'll be creating two things. Now here one very important thing we need to do, or else this is not going to work. So we need to add the script of Razorpay, and then we are going to add it where? In our main layout. So go to your app, okay, inside app you have to go to your layout, which is what? Your main root file. Okay, this is the file. Now here, not this one, this layout. So this is the main layout, the root layout, and here see I already have the placeholder, correct? So this is where we are going to add the script. So I'm just going to import script from next script, and here you're going to pass two things. One will be the source, very important, you have to add this, and we have the script here. So we have checkout.razorpay, this one you're going to use. So copy this and then we're going to paste it here, and I'm just going to give a strategy here, and a strategy I'm just going to do this one as before interactive. So this will be the second change we need to do. Once we'll add that, now what you're going to do, right, you don't have to add it in every place. Whenever you're going to do the checkout logic, you just have to load this and create a Razorpay instance. Okay, so first what I'm going to do, right, first create a type here, and I'm just going to do confirm response. So this will be, so I'm going to do okay, this will be boolean, and here I'm just going to do if error, and this will be string. Now first let's create a function. Okay, so I'm just going to do function, and I'm going to do wait for Razorpay. Alright, so here what I'm going to do, so let's give a timeout of maybe let's do 3000, and this is going to return a promise of void. Okay, so I think this is done. Now first thing, we are going to return a promise, because this is going to return a promise. So we are going to take resolve, and we are also going to take a reject. And here what I'm going to do, simply inside this I'm going to check if window dot Razorpay, right, this is coming, we already created the type, you remember. So if this is present, so you're going to simply return, and we are going to resolve this. Or if this instance not present, so let's create a time. So I'm going to do t0 or whatever you will do, maybe current time will do, right? So I'll do current time, which will be current time. So I'll do date dot now, and after this I'm going to do const, maybe let's do t, and here I'm just going to do set interval. Okay, now inside this what are you going to do, simply, so first I'm going to check here that if window dot Razorpay. Okay, so first I'm just going to do clear interval, and I'm just going to do resolve. Okay, and you have to pass the t here. So let's pass the t. Also else I'm just going to do if. So here I'm just going to check if this, what we are going to check, we are going to check the current time. Now this is the current time, so let's say this current time and the previous time. So let's do, so here let's do this one t0, then it will make sense. So if current time minus t0, if this is greater than the timeout means this timeout that we have, so in that case also we are going to clear the interval with the t, and then we are going to just do what, we are going to reject it, because that means if this is more than time frame means the Razorpay actually not loaded. So we'll do new error, and I'm just going to do Razorpay not loaded. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now what you're going to do, right, simply here I'm just going to give, maybe let's pass what you can do, let's give 25. So the important part here, so this is very simple. If you already have it, you resolve it, or else you're going to create this with the interval, that if you have the instance, clear it, resolve it, or if it is not loaded means if the time frame already exceeded based on the timeout that you have given means it is not loaded. Okay, so this will be our simple function. Now what you can do, right, simply you'll go here and then just add a on click, and I'll do on by, and here I'm just going to create it. So I'll just do async function, and I'll do on by, and inside this, So first what are you going to do? First we need to call the create session. So let's open our, let me close everything else, let's open the backend logic. So we'll go to the backend, so we'll go checkout, and you can see that we have the create session, which will be what? So create session, this endpoint first we are going to call. So here what I'm going to do, right? So let's do const, let's do here first we're going to do await, we'll do API client dot post, and here what we're going to pass, we're going to pass this create session response, right? This type that we have created, this type. So here I'm just going to create response, and this will be slash API slash checkout slash, and then you have the create session. Okay, and now we are going to pass what? So what this is going to receive? Product ID. So you're going to pass the product ID which you're getting here. Makes sense, right? So this will be your product ID, and here I'm just going to do this one as data equal to response. Now what I can do simply, so I'm just going to do if not equal to res.ok, right? Or also you're going to be not equal to res.razorpay, or if not equal to res.order. So in that case we are going to just, maybe for now I'm just going to do alert. Okay, normally you should not do that. What I'll suggest, you should create a state here error, and then you just set it here. But for now I'm just going to do failed to start checkout, something like that. Okay, and I'm just going to return. Or else if this is not the case, so now we are going to load the checkout. So for that one I'm just going to do wait for Razorpay, this method that we have created. Once this is done, so now again you have to give that if not equal to window.razorpay. So in that case what we'll do, maybe throw new error, and we're going to do Razorpay not loaded. Then what I'm going to do, so we are going to open a pop-up. Okay, so we will be opening a pop-up. Now if you notice here, go to this, and you can see that we have a handler, and in the handler we are returning this, or we are taking the response as the success response. Okay, where we'll be getting the payment ID, order ID, signature, and all those things. So now first of all what we are going to do, so I'm just going to create a options. So I'm just going to do options, and this will be Razorpay options. Okay, now these Razorpay options we have already taken here. Okay, the global type that we have taken here, I have to pass the key. So key will be what? So your response, this response will have Razorpay dot, you can see that key ID. And if you go here in the backend, we are returning this key ID here. Where is that? See this key ID. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we are going to take the amount. So this amount will be res.razorpay dot, you have the amount. Next we have the currency, which will be res.razorpay dot currency. Next we are going to pass the name. I'm just going to pass this one as AI Gumroad clone. Then we are going to pass a description, and this will be, let's do description as order, and this will be having the title, right? So title, or maybe a description also you can pass. So let's do description, right? And then we are going to also pass the order ID. Order ID will be res.razorpay, and this is going to have the order ID. So this will be your dot order ID. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So now this will be our options. Now if you should see here, right, go here. So in the options you have this, all these properties, and then you have a handler. Okay, so in this handler what you're going to do, so we will be calling this once the session will be created. So we are going to confirm, right? I hope this is clear. So means if you hover here, right, on this handler, we will be calling that confirm endpoint. If this is confirmed, means what? Purchase is successful. If not, we will be having a model where on dismiss, if it is cancelled, it will be redirecting to the checkout page, which will be checkout cancel page, means you have cancelled your payment. I hope this is clear, right, what I mean. So here what I'm going to do simply, so let's take the handler. Okay, and here take async. So this will be response. Let's do response, and here I'm just going to do, so first I'm going to const confirm response. So this will be await API client dot post, and okay, let's take the confirm response. We have the type, right, and here I'm just going to do slash API slash checkout slash confirm, and confirm is going to take the body will be having what? So here we are going to pass, maybe we are going to pass order ID. Order ID you need to pass, so body dot order ID, and if any other response we have, so that we are going to just spread it. But basically we need this. If you see here, right, so in the body we have all these properties, confirm schema. So you have the Razorpay ID, Razorpay order ID, and Razorpay signature, all those things. So here what I can do, so simply we're going to pass order ID. So order ID will be res.order.id, and here I'm just going to spread this response. Alright, once this is done, then again you have to check here that if confirm response dot okay, now data dot okay, so then I'm just going to take, so const, I will do router, and this will be my use router from next navigation. And before doing that, let's do one more thing. Go to the app, go to buyer, and here I'm just going to create one more folder, and this will be my library, and this will be my page.tsx. So let's create here, so I'll do library page. Okay, so now if this is successful, so we are going to just do router dot push, and you go to the library page. I hope this is clear, right? Else you will do router dot push, so we're going to the checkout / cancel page. So here I'm just going to copy this, and let's go to checkout. Hey, where we have created that checkout, man? We have created here outside, huh? Okay, we have to create I want to create in that only. Delete this and delete this also. Inside buyer only I wanted to create, so here only I will be creating checkout, and then I'm going to create cancel, and then create page.tsx. So here this will be checkout cancel page, so I'll do checkout cancel page. Okay, so it will go to that page. I hope this is clear. So this will be your handler, and then also you're going to take the model, right? If you see, so what do you have? One more. So model you can pass, which is optional, that if this on dismiss means, let's say you don't want to pay, in between you changed your mind that you want to cancel, so in that case you're going to use this model, and here this will take the on dismiss. And what you can do, simply write on dismiss, maybe just do router dot push, and you go to this checkout cancel page. I hope this is clear, right? So this is done. And also always I forgot, right? I also forget for this one also, we are going to take all of this inside try catch. So first of all, here I'm just going to do if loading is true, so I'm going to return, and I'm going to do set loading as true, and then I'm just going to take a try, so I'll do try catch, and also let's take the finally, and I'll do set loading will be false, and here I'm just going to put all this logic inside try. Okay, and I think this is done. So now I think this should be completed. Anything we are missing here? Yeah. So now we created the options, but we need to initialize, we need to create the instance of the Razorpay, right? So here if you go, right, we have to create. So to create this, what we can do, we have to pass this option, because it's going to take the options, Razorpay options, right? These options. So I'm just going to do const Razorpay instance. I'm just going to give this one as instance. You can give any other name you want. So you're going to do new window dot Razorpay, and here you're going to pass the Razorpay options. So you're going to pass the options, and then you're going to do Razorpay options, sorry, instance dot open. Okay, so this is going to open the pop-up. Alright, so now I think almost everything is completed. So let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so we'll go here, refresh this, and now we will open this, go to network, and then click here. So it's going to call the create session endpoint. That's it. Fantastic. Now you have to give your number. I'm not going to give my number here, but I'll give some random number. Okay, 9111. Okay, how many one you get? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so I'll give the number, any number. Now we'll see. So I'm just going to copy any number here, card number. So we'll give here. So I'll do 1 2 3 6 and 1 2 3. I'll do save the card, continue. OTP I'm going to skip. Okay, so we are getting some 400 error. Okay, what is the description may not be greater than, oh, okay, I have done the mistake. So I got it. So this description, let's pass the title. This should be the title. I think now this should work. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, so now I'm just going to do buy now. So I'll do 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so I'm just going to paste it here. So I'll do 1 2 3 6 and I'll do 1 2 3 and now do continue. So I'll do skip. Fantastic. So this is working fine. Now I'll do success. So you see, this is going to call the your endpoint and everything, and if it is done, so it will be successful. See, this is how we usually work, right? And now see that you will be going to the confirm and then you're going to the library page. Fantastic, right? So that means we have successfully completed. Now if you go back, right, and now let's say if you just do buy now, already definitely we need to, if you already bought it, we have to give some condition that you already buy this product, but that is not the thing. I wanted to show you that if you cancel, see, just exit from here, what will happen, this method will be triggered, this on model on dismiss, right? So here what you can do, right, so you'll do exit and see you're going to the checkout cancel page. Fantastic, right? So this is working fine. Means we have successfully implemented our payment logic. It's not that much difficult. Definitely I'm doing little first because I've done already practice multiple times. I've done in other projects. For you can take as much time as needed, check their official documentation and try to experiment, but this is completed. So with this, now let's start working. First we'll create a simple UI for this particular page, and then we are going to implement our library page. Okay, so let's create a very simple UI for this. Okay, so we'll go here, let's go to the cancel page, close everything else. So first I'm going to wrap this with our buyer cell, and inside this let's take a div. So I'll do a class name. So I'm just going to do mx of auto. Let's do a flex. I'll do min height of maybe let's do 60 vh, and I'll do max w large. Okay, and I'll do item center, ex of 4 and py of 16. Now inside this maybe what we can do, we can just render a card right here. Just simply render a card. I'm just going to not add any style or anything, and just I'll do h1 and I'll do payment cancelled. We'll see how this is looking, and then I'm just going to give a class name, and I'll just do text to Excel, font semi-bold, and let's do a tracking tight. Save this. Okay, we will give a class name, so let's do a p of 6 maybe, or let's give some more. Okay, let's give a width of full, and what else, let's do a border bg card, and let's do a padding of 8 maybe, and let's do a shadow sm. Okay, I think this should be fine. And after this, what we'll do, just simply render a link. So I'm just going to take a div, give a class name, do margin top of 6, and here I'm just going to do a link. No, link from next link, and I'll do back to discover, and this will go to the discover page. And let's give some class name for this. So I'll do inline flex, I'll do width of full, let's do item center, justify center, I'll do rounded none, px of 4, py of 3. Okay, let's do a font as medium. Alright, so now let's save this. So let's see how this is looking. So we'll go here. But this is fine. Maybe we can use that. Let's search for as child. We use some place, right? This one. So maybe we can use this. Let's copy this part from here directly. We can use this only. Paste it and import this and just do back to discover, and this will go to discover page. Save this, and also let's do rounded none, and this we can remove. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now next step will be we'll start working on the library page. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so we'll start working on the library page. So first what I'll do, right, so we'll go to the page that we created, this one, and first of all let's wrap this one with our buyer cell, right? So we have the buyer cell. Okay, let's check one thing I wanted to check here. Okay, we're not doing this. So first of all, this page only authenticated user can access, right? So I'm just going to copy this and then just convert this one to async, and we'll paste it here, get this, and then I'm just going to do if not equals me.ok. So I'll just redirect the user to the login page. Okay, so this will be the first step. Awesome. So now first let's get the list of what is that called, data, the library, that whatever you have bought. So I'm just going to do data, I'll do await. Also I created one type, so let me just quickly take it here. Where is that? So this library item, so this is what we need. So I'll copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. So first I'm just going to do API server get, and this will be my library. What is that? Okay, let's create a type here. So I'm just going to do type, and I'm going to do library response, and this will be okay, will be boolean. Items, I'm just going to do this library item, and if there are any error, so which will be optional, so which will be string. So here I'm just going to do library response, and here what is the endpoint name? I think we have API/library. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. That's it. And then we'll do const items, and this will be data dot items, or else this will be empty. I think this is done. So now let's create the structure. So I'm just going to remove this. Let's take a main. Here I'll give a class name. So I'll do px of 4, py of 10, and for large I'm going to do px of, let's do 8, vw. Inside this I'm just going to take one more div. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do margin bottom of 8, and I'll do space y of 2, and here I'm just going to take h1 and I'm going to do library, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do text for excel leading none, and I'm going to do tracking right, and for md I'm going to do text 5 excel. Save this. Okay, and after this what I'll do, right, so let's create a component. So the buyer, and here I'm just going to do library, and I'm going to do library client dot tsx. So this will be a client component, and I'm just going to do library client. Okay, and here for now, so let's start working on this. So what we'll do, right, we are going to keep this one simple. Okay, simple in the sense where you will be keeping the client or the list and the details in the same page. So first what we will do, right, maybe let's create the okay, I'm just going to do a div, and inside this let's take a div, and I'm just going to do class name. I'll do overflow hidden, and I'll do rounded to excel border bg background. Okay, for now save this. This is going to receive the list of items that you have already bought. So here I'm going to receive a prop, and these items will be, so you have the library item, right, this library item that we have, this one. So I'm going to use this. So this will be library item of array. Okay, so this will be the first thing, and then we are going to just call it here. After this we'll be calling the library item, no, not library client, and here we're going to pass the items, which will be these items. Okay, so this will be the first thing. So now let's do one thing. Let's render the basic structure. So here after this what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to enter and I'm going to do div, I'll do class name, so I'll do grid columns of 12, and here I'm just going to do border of bottom, let's do px of 4, py of 3, text XS, font medium, and I'll do text muted foreground. And inside this what I can do, right, so let's do this one as a div, and I'm just going to do here title, and also I'll copy paste, we'll do purchased and we'll do price, we'll do purchased and I'm going to do price. So first let's save this, let's see what is happening. So this is coming, and here let's give a class name, so I'll do column span of 6, and I'm just going to do copy this. For purchase let's do this one as 3, and for price let's do this one as 2, and I'm just going to do text as right. Okay, and then let's give a small here, so I'm just going to take one small, we'll just give some space here, so the column span of 1. Okay, so 6, 3, 9, 11, 12. Alright, so I think this is done. So now after this what I can do, so here I'm just going to take items dot map, so the library item, and here I'm just going to render a button. So first take the key, so this will be library item dot, maybe let's take the product ID as the key, type will be button, and here I'm just going to do class name, so let's do this one as grid width of full, I'll do grid columns of 12, ex of 4, py of 3, I'll do border bottom, and what else, let's do text as left, we'll do transition, and maybe let's give a hover, on hover let's do bg muted divided by 40. So inside this we are going to render the first title, so I'm going to take a div, and here I'm just going to do class name, so do column span of 6 and do mean width of 0, and inside this let's take a div, and then I'm just going to do what is that, library item dot title, and here let's give a class name, so I'm just going to do truncate and font medium. Save this. Okay, we're not getting, that means the data is not coming, is it? Okay, so that part we need to check. So let's see what we're getting in these items. Save this. Alright, so we're getting, okay, now this we need to check why we are getting this. This should be getting saved here, right? So we'll go to library, something we are doing wrong. So first match is correct, buyer ID and status is paid. Okay, let me just check. Lookup. I think this is correct only. Order status paid. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's go here. Refresh this. We'll see what is happening here. Maybe the order is not created. If the order is not created, it's not going to work. And the status also has to be paid. So let's see. So we'll go here. So we have orders. So pending, this is correct, but there has to be one should be paid. This is paid only. This is paid. This is paid. Okay. So buyer ID is there, product ID is there, currency, this is paid. Some mistake we are doing. Status paid, sort, which is okay. Lookup product dot collection dot name, local ID is local field product ID, foreign field ID as P, then we are going to unwind, which is also okay, and then project we are getting product ID, title, price, currency and pay date. Okay, we'll see here now what we are getting in the buyer ID, then only you can see. Save this. So let's go here and then refresh this. Unknown expression to string. Oh, okay, something we are doing wrong here. Array, see, that's why I told, right? To string, the spelling was wrong. Okay, I think now this should work. So now let's see, refresh this. That's what I'm thinking, that why this is not coming. Okay, so now you can see, right, how we have actually see that what is the issue. So this is how we are going to debug. So now what will be the next step? So first, what are the things we have rendered? I think the title. So after title, maybe we can render that when this user actually purchased. So I'm just going to take div and maybe let's do purchased on, and let's do here what we can do, we can create one, let's do a small function. So I'm just going to create a function. I'm going to do function, I'll do format date, something like this. So here I'm just going to do get a input which will be string or null, and I'm just going to do if not equal to input. So I'm going to return like this, or else I'm just going to do return new date of this input, and then I'll do to local date string. Okay, so this is what we're going to use here. So I'm just going to do format date, and what you're going to pass, you'll be passing the library item dot will be having what, the pay date, right? So this is what you need. And also let's give a class name. So I'm going to do text access and text muted foreground. Save this. All right, so I think this is done. Now next thing what we can do, I think these maybe, okay, let's remove this. I think this is more needed. Why? Because we are already showing there, right? We can, why you need that? So we'll paste it here and not this one. So let's create one more div here outside of this, and then I'm going to do column span of 3. I'll do text sm and I'll do text muted foreground. Here only we can render, right? Why we need to do that? So I'll do format date of library item dot pay date. Save this. Okay, so we're going to get this, fantastic. And then we can simply render the what is that called, price. So I'll do class name, so I'll do column span of 2, and I'll do text right side and font semi bold, and inside this I'm just going to do INR, and I'll just do library item dot price. Okay, save this. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, I think this is fine. Maybe let's do if it is 3, how it is coming. I think 2 is fine, or maybe let's do 3 and we can remove these, and let's do this one as 3. Save this. Okay, I think this is fine. I think this should be more than enough. Oh no, I think the reason correct. I think we need to keep it 2 only. We need this space, right? And also I'm going to do 2 only because we need to have one button here, right? Something like view or something. So here what I can do, right, I'm just going to take one more div, and I'm just going to do class name. I'll do column span of 1, and I'll do flex justify end, and here I'm just going to do a span of view, something like this. And here I'm just going to do a class name. I'll do text sm underline and give offset. Also maybe we can give a cursor. Okay, so now this is working fine. Now we can check it, right? Let's go to discover. So we have bought already this particular one, so let's buy this. I'm going to do buy now. So do 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Copy this and we'll paste it 1 2 3 6 1 2 3 and let's do continue. Skip. Success. Fantastic. So this is the updated one, right? So now we can click here, we can open the dialog and implement the download feature. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the details page. So first what I will do, right, so I already created one more type which will be asset. So this we need, so I'm going to copy this and we'll go here and then just paste it. Okay, first thing, and then I'm going to create an asset response, and here I'm just going to do OK, which will be boolean, and also I'm just going to do assets, which will be asset, and also let's take an error which will be string. Alright, so now first of all we are going to fetch the list of, so let's do one thing. First let's take a couple of states. So first we need one to open the dialog, so I'm just going to take one open, set open, which will be use state of false. So this will be the first thing, right? What else we can do? Maybe we can do, okay, we need one more for the to save all the assets. So I'll do set assets and I'll do use state. So here what I can do, we can pass the assets. So we'll do asset of array and this will be empty array. Okay, and then maybe let's take one more which will be loading, set loading, and this will be use state of false. I think this would be fine. Now first of all let's install dialog component. I think we haven't installed dialog components. We'll go here and we'll go to, let's clear this first. We'll go to client folder and maybe you'll do npx shadcn @latest. We'll do add and this will be dialog. So let's wait. I think once this is done, then only we can start working. I think in the meantime, what we can do, right, we can also, okay, let's wait. I think this is almost done. Okay, so first of all, what we'll do, right, so go to the end, maybe here. I think this is the one that, okay, let's check. Okay, so here I'm just going to take a dialog component, not Redux UI. We need to import from components, and here I'm just going to do open, which will be open. So this will be equal to open, and then you have the set. Now on open change, on open change will be set open. Okay, so this is the first thing. Inside this we're going to take a dialog content, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do max width of none, and I'll do width of 96 VW, and I'm just going to do for MD, I'll do width of 92 VW, and also for large let's do width of maybe, let's do 90 VW. Later we can change this if it is so, and padding I'm going to do 0. Inside this I'm going to take a div. Here I'm going to give a class name padding of 6, and here let's render dialog header, and inside this we're going to render dialog title. Okay, what I can do, maybe I'll do list of assets, maybe list of assets. Okay, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So let's do flex items center, and also I'm going to do justify between, and also let's do gap of 3. So this will be the first thing that we are going to do. Now what will be our next step? Now one more thing we need to do, and that is when we are going to open this. So let's do one thing. Whenever I'm going to click on this button, right, because that is the reason I take this one as a button. You can take this on click of this view also. First I'm going to take this on click of that button that we have taken. So this button I'm talking about, this one, right? So here what you can do, you can take a on click, okay, and here I'm just going to do open item. So I'll do open item, and here I'm just going to pass the current library item. So this will be first thing. So let's complete the API call first, because we need to get the list of assets for this particular product. So I'm just going to do async function, and I will do open item, and inside this I'm going to do item, which will be library item. And here, okay, also I'm just going to take one more state here. So let's take a active state. I'll do set active in case we need it, and then I'm just going to do use state. So for active we can take this one as library item, or this will be null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. So first what I'll do, simply here I'm just going to do set active item. Set active item will become the current item. So this is the first thing, and I'm going to make the set asset as empty. So we need to reset it every time we're going to open, and we are going to make set open will be true. So this is the first thing, right? So if you save this, so if you, let's say if I click here, right, it's going to open this. If I click here, it's going to open this. Click here, it's going to close it. So now after this, what you can do, you can take a try catch. So log the error, and here I'm just going to do finally, and I'll do set loading will be false. So inside this I'm just going to do set loading. So let's do true, and here I'm just going to do const. So we'll be getting the data here. So I'm just going to do await API client, and this will be get request, and here I'm just going to do asset response. And if you go here, right, so let's go to the API. So you'll see the library we have, and then we have the product ID and then assets. So this is what we are going to pass. I hope this is clear. So here we are going to simply do, so this will be slash API slash library, and here I'm just going to pass the item dot, so it has the product ID, and then we're going to pass the assets. So I'm going to do assets, okay, and then I'm just going to get the data. Just give a small check that if not equal to data dot okay, so I'm going to throw a new error here. So it failed to load assets. Okay, I think this is done, and then we can simply just set the assets. So this will be data dot assets or else empty. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this, and if you just log these assets. Alright, so now let's go here and we'll see that what we are getting. Okay, so let's refresh this page, and we'll open the network tab. Let's go to the console, and you can see that, let's say maybe if I click here, so you're getting the data. Okay, so this is working fine. So now what we can do, right, so we can just log this or render this. So maybe where we can do this one, maybe after this. So here I'm just going to do a div, and let's do a class name. So let's do px of 6, let's do a pb of 6, I'll do max height of 72 vh, and let's do this one. Maybe what I can do, we'll do overflow y auto, overflow y auto. Okay, and then what you're going to do inside this, so let's take a div, and I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do breed, let's do breed columns of 1, gap of maybe let's do 2, and for md I'm going to do breed columns of 2. Now inside this I'm just going to do assets dot map. So I'm going to do asset, and here let's render. So just take the div, and here I'm just going to take, so we will do a key, and I'm just going to do assets dot id, and here what we can do, okay, let's take a class name here. So I'll do overflow hidden, rounded to excel. So I'll do border bg background, I'll do transition, let's do maybe I think this should be fine. Now inside this we are going to render the preview of that particular image. So you can just take the div, and here I'm just going to give a class name, so I'll do aspect. Let's do 16 divided by 10, and I'll do bg as muted. Now inside this I'm going to take an image, and here I'm just going to do a source, and let's do asset dot secure URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a class name, so let's do this one as height of full, width of full, and object cover. Save this. Fantastic. So we are getting all this. Also let's add a loading, maybe let's do lazy. So this is done. So now after this, so we are going to just render one simple button. So I'm just going to do button, and here I'm just going to do what, so I'll do as child, and also we are going to do a class name, and I'll do margin top of 3, and I'll do width of full, and inside this let's take a and I'm just going to do download. And here how we are going to download, so we'll be taking href. Now see here what I are going to do. So first I will be, so let's take a API base or something like that. Maybe you'll go to the top. Okay, let's take here, so we'll do const, and I'm just going to do let's do this one as maybe API underscore base, and this will be, I'm just going to do process dot env dot, so let's take the API base from here. So I'm going to do next public API base URL. Okay, so this is done. Now we can directly call that download endpoint. So here what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to pass, so I'll pass the API base, and here I'm just going to do slash API slash library, and what I'm going to do, so slash assets, and if you see, go here to the library, and you can see that we have these assets, then asset ID, then the download. So here we have to pass the asset ID, which will be what, so you have the asset dot id slash download. Okay, and now let's save this. So we are getting all this. I think this is coming a little weird, right? Maybe we can do one thing, right? So let's go here. I'm just going to take, let's take a div, and what we can do, right, so I'm just going to take a class name padding of 4, and inside this what we can do, simply maybe let's do a div, one more div, and here I'm just going to do a class name, so I'll do flex, I'll do item as center, I'll do justify between text access, and I'll do text muted foreground. Inside this let's paste it, let's see how this is looking. Okay, so I think this is fine. Now let's open the inspect, and we'll go to the network, and then I'm just going to click download. Okay, we are getting something is going wrong here. It's going to this page. Okay, let's see. I think this is correct only, right? href API base slash API slash library assets asset ID slash download. What we are doing wrong? Okay, let's see these logic ones. So we're taking the buyer ID, asset ID. Okay, so finding the asset based on cloudinary.secure URL, which is 1, which is correct, lean. If not asset not found, then you're checking if this is paid. Okay, this is correct only. I don't not sure if this is calling here or not. Let's see. So let's call the log this. So the buyer ID and extract asset ID. We're going to show some kind of loading also, but we'll see. Let's click on this image. Okay, this is coming here, right? So this is extract, so we're getting new object ID, and this is the asset ID. This is correct only. Then what we are doing wrong? Okay, we'll see here. Security URL dot includes upload. I think we missed this part here. Let's save this. So let's see if this is working or not. Okay, now let's click here. See, I told you, right? This is the thing. So we have to give that slash. So now we are able to download. So here if you see what we are calling the asset download endpoint. Is it, or which endpoint? Okay, let me just, no, not this one. This will be directly download, right? Because we have given the href download. Here href directly we've given the download endpoint. So if you go here, so this will be downloaded. And if you just wanted to test, maybe let's click once again. So this is downloaded. Let's go here, see. Okay, fantastic. So that was the issue. I think that part we missed, this one, this slash. Okay, so with this I think this is done. Let's check for that particular product also, this one. Okay, so I think this is also should work. Maybe let's click. Okay, I think this is working. Yeah. Okay, so I think this library is also implemented, right? So I think you're getting the images now. So with this, now what is left? So the only thing for now is left is our home page. So let's work on this in the next part. Okay, so let's implement our home page. So now we will go to our source app and then page.tsx. Okay, so this is our landing page, right? Okay, so now first of all, let's remove this. And we are going to take, so maybe let's take a header. Okay, now here we need to add couple of more CSS, right? Because this should look good. So I'm just going to do relative and let's do overflow hidden. So I'm just telling that be ready to write CSS for this part. So here I'm just going to do, let's do this one as relative. Now remember this thing I already have created, right, from their UI. So it's not like I'm writing all the CSS live. Some of the things definitely yes, but most of the things I already have written or make it ready so that it will not take much time. The py of 32, again it's up to you. You can skip this part also, right? You can just copy paste from the source code. Now this is only I'm telling who already have good experience on CSS. If not, then you can definitely do it. So I'll do justify syntax. Now inside this I'm just going to take one more div. I'll do a class name. So I'll do z of 10. I'll do max w 3xl. I'll do text as center, and I'm just going to do a flex column, item center, and gap of 6. Inside this I'm just going to do h1, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do leading none, and I'm just going to do tracking tight, and also let's do text 6xl, and I'll do md text 7xl. For large I'm going to do text 8xl. Inside this I'm just going to do go from, and let's take a beer, and here I'm just going to do class name. For sm I'm just going to do this one as hidden, and here after this I'll take a span, and let's do 0 to, let's do $1, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do white space no ref. Okay, so let's see. All right, so this is the first thing. After this h1 let's take a p, and I already have written and kept all this content ready. So we will do maybe, let's, where is this text? Okay, I think that text is, I haven't copied, so let me just take it, right? So, or else we have to write. So I'm just going to copy that. Alright, so I'll just paste it here, and then I'm just going to do class name, and here I'm just going to do text Excel. I'll do large text to Excel. I'll do max WMD, and for large I'm going to do max W 3 Excel. Save this. Okay, so after this, what I can do? Okay, so maybe after this, okay, we'll take one more div. We need to render one button, and then inside this I'm just going to take a button, and I'm just going to do start selling. Okay, something like this. Now we will be writing some CSS for this. So here let's give a class name. So margin top of 2, width of full, let's do max W, and I'm just going to do 384 EX. Inside this I'm going to do for SM max W auto. We'll do flex column. For SM I'm going to do flex row, item center, justify center, gap of 3, and for SM gap of 4. And here after this I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do on hover, I'm going to give BG of that color that we are using, right? So I'll do FF90 E8, and after this I'm just going to do hover. Text should be black, normal text also should be black, and this will be our BG. Okay, what else? Or maybe let's do BG as black, and maybe text we can do white. It will look nice. Let's see first. So if you go here, right? Okay, now you're going to definitely going to add some more CSS, and after this I'm just going to do inline flex. Let's do width of full. For SM I'm going to do width of auto. I'll do item center, justify center, height of 14, px of 8. Let's do text of Excel. For large I'm going to do height of 16, and for large I'm going to do px of 10. Also we'll add some more, maybe for large I'm going to do text of Excel. I'll do rounded none, border black, text white we have already given, and I think this is fine. Let's save this. So many CSS, but okay, you can see, fantastic. So now maybe also you can give a cursor here, pointer. Okay, I think this is done. So after this, so let's go here. After this we are going to take one div. So we'll do a class name, and I'm just going to do pointer events none, absolute, and I'm going to do inset of 0, and inside this will be rendering some images, okay, one by one. So we are going to render 5 images. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and let's do source, and I already have all these images ready. We'll do one by one. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here, and I'm just going to do this one as alt. Let's do home icon 1, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do hidden, MD will be block, I'll do absolute, I'll do width will be 40, let's do a large, width will be 48, top 40, right 10, and for large I'm going to do right of 45. Save this. Save the first icon. So similarly we are going to do 5 times. Okay, so let me just do one thing. I think you can clearly understand this is going to take some time. So I'm going to copy paste these 4 images with icons and the CSS. For CSS, what will be changed? Hidden, MD block, absolute. Okay, all will be same. The only difference will be width and the placement we are going to change, nothing else. So I'm just going to copy paste all those things. Okay, so I just copied and then I'm just going to paste it here directly. Alright, so I think this should be more than enough, right? So we just copy pasted 5 images. So now let's go here and you can see that this is looking pretty nice. Now one thing what you can do, right, maybe just give on click here and then maybe we'll go to the dashboard page. So that is one change we can do. So I'm just going to, let's we can do this one as child, right? And then inside this you can take a link, and here I'm just going to give href, and here I'm just going to do this one as /dashboard. Okay, so on click of this it will go to the dashboard page, and I think this should be more than enough. Now only one thing that is left in the dashboard. First of all, see, we will only have this products page. Now this product, for this particular result there is no product. This dashboard home page actually not needed, this particular page, because we're not going to render anything. We just have to complete our sales page, because this is where we're going to render all the sales for that particular user or for that particular product. Okay, from discover it will go to the discover page, and from library it will go to the library page with the download feature. So I think with this the basic structure and all the other things is completed. So let's finish with the sales page in the next part. Alright, so before we'll start the sales page, right, so one thing we are going to do, so let's say as a user, if you already bought this product, so definitely you can't buy it again, right? So we can easily do it. So let's go to the details page. So first what I'll do, right, so I'm going to do const get bought, or let's do get library items, something like that, for this particular user. So we're going to have it, and we can use this particular response API server, and then we're going to get library response, which will be this. So I'm just going to do export, and here I'll paste it. So let's import this, and then we'll be getting the items, right? So these will be items, and let's do this one, get library response. Okay, so here we are going to paste it. So this will be library response dot items, and here you're going to do library items. Now you can give any other name also, for example, let's say already bought items or whatever. And then what you can do, right, here in this particular part we can simply give a check and directly doing. Okay, so I'll do if these library items dot filter, right, so I'll do item, if this item dot product id, if this is equal to current this product info dot id dot length, right? So in that case this user actually bought this product. Okay, so what I can do, you can just render a button, and then I'm just going to do that you purchased this product. Now if you just do this item, right, I'm just going to show you one more thing. So I'll do item dot, here I'm just giving an example. So if you want to take the current item, what you can do, you can get the current item from here, and you can also render what, you can render the published date of that particular library item. I hope you're getting what I mean, right? Or else let's say we can just simply do like this, right? So I'm just going to copy this part, and you can just paste it here, and I'm just going to do this one as find, and I'm just going to do dot, and I'm just going to do paid at. Okay, I hope you're getting. And also you can do like this, you can see, I know I'm doing directly, but you can do here also. So we'll do new date of this, and you're going to do to local date string. This also you're going to do. Okay, I think here you should be getting some error. Maybe what I can do, right? Okay, let's go here and let's go to the library client, and we are going to use this particular. So I'm just going to do format date, and then we can just use it here. Maybe let's use it direct. Okay, then we're going to copy this, and then we can directly call it here. So directly call this, and then we just have to pass, we don't need this one, remove this, or you can pass null. Okay, so it'll do you purchased this product on this date. So if you save this, let's see, if you refresh this, so you can see that you're getting this, but I'm just going to change the style. So let's go here, and we'll just change this style to this. So I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm just going to pass it here. So I'm just going to paste it, and also if you want you can pass a disable property also, but let's see how this is looking. I think this is fine, right? Or we can make this one as maybe let's do BG as black. Okay, so I think this is fine. Awesome. So if you go here, right, and maybe let's see if you try to click this, so you also purchase this product, both the products. Okay, so this is just one small fix or feature that we need to do. So now we are going to move to the last section, which will be implementing the sales page. Alright, so now we are going to finish this particular video with the sales features. So first we will do this. So let's go to the creator view, and inside this so I'm just going to create a sales page, and this will be page.tsx. okay, so let's close everything else and let's open this products page. Why? Because we are going to use the same header. Okay, first of all let's copy this, and I'm just going to create this. So I'm going to do creator sales page. Okay, so we'll paste it here. Now inside this, first of all we're going to use the same header. Okay, so this will be the first step, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's I think okay, this part button we don't need, right? So we're just going to do sales. So save this, and now we'll go to the sales page. So we're going to get the sales. Fantastic. So first let's convert this one to a async function, and what we will do, so first let's do one thing. Let's get, okay, I already have the type here that I created, so we are going to use the same. So I'm going to copy this. Now remember we already have the sales, right? So this is what we are returning, all this thing. So here for you, what you can do, right, if in case you're getting confused that from where this is coming, you can always go back and check that part, or else just see and do the some of the things by yourselves also. It's going to help you. So here I'm just going to do boolean, and we'll do sales, which will be sell, and also I'm just going to do if error, which will be string. Okay, so I think this is done. Now we will be calling, so I'm just going to do const data, and this will be await API server get, and here I'm just going to do sales response, and this will be my slash API slash sales, and here I'm just going to do const sales, and this will be data dot sales or else empty array. Okay, and you can just log this just to see, because I'm actually logged in with a different user, and the other user actually bought some of the cells. We are getting some 500 here. Okay, let's see the that API that we are using here. API creator. See, that's why. Save this. Fantastic. See, so this is the, we are getting, this is like the email sam@gmail, this is the buyer name, and this is what they have paid, this INR. So this is working fine. Okay, so that's, I'm thinking the URL was different. Okay, so now I think we don't have to do anything else, just simply render the content. So I'm just going to do a section, and let's do a class name. So I'll do padding of 4, and for MD I'll do padding of 8, and inside this what I'm going to do, so simply I'm just going to do if sales.length is equal to 0. So here I'm just going to render no cell. So let's do a div, and I'll do a class name. So I'll do rounded excel, I'll do border, so I'll do border BG of card, and padding of 6. Inside this I'm going to take a P, and here I'm going to do no cells yet, and here we'll do a class name. So I'll do text sm and text muted foreground. Okay, or else we are just going to render the content. So I'm going to take a div. So inside this we're going to take a class name. So I'll do overflow hidden. So I'll do rounded excel border, and I'm going to do BG of card. So maybe let's create a simple header, table. So inside this I'm just going to take a div. So I'll do a class name, so I'll do grid columns of 12. So I'll do border bottom, border px of 4, pi of 3. I'll do text access font medium and text muted foreground. And inside this we are going to render the div. So I'll do product and I'll do a class name of column span of 5. Copy this, and this will be the buyer. So let's do this one as 3. Then we're going to have amount. So let's make this one as 2 and let's do text right, and we'll copy this, and we're going to do one more for paid ad. So these also will be text right. So let's save this. Okay, so now after this what we can do, we can just map this. So I'm going to do sales dot map. So I'll do sale item, and here what I'll do, right, so let's take a div. So first let's pass the key, which will be sale item dot, maybe we can do what to do here. We will do product title, and we can append the index also here. Right, so you can take a template literals and then we can append the index. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So here also let's do grid columns of 12. I'll do item center, px of 4, py of 3, and let's do the same that whatever we have used here. Maybe let's use border, bottom border, this 3 part. Okay, alright, so inside this, so first we'll start with so let's take a class name. So I'm going to do column span of 5, and inside this I'm going to take one more div, and I'm just going to render sales item dot product title, and we'll take a class name, maybe let's do text small and font medium. Awesome, so I think this is done. Now let's copy this. Here I'm going to paste it, so this will become 3, and here we can render the buyer name. So I'll do buyer name. Okay, I think this is fine. What else? Maybe okay, next we have what? I think we can use the same structure. So copy this, and I'm just going to do 2, and this will be text will be right, and I'm just going to do INR, and this will be sales item dot amount. Awesome, and at the end we have what? The format date time. So here also you can do the same thing. So maybe let's create that what is that function that we have created, right? Maybe where we have created in the details page. So let's go to discover here, and then we can use this format date, paste it here, and I'm just going to use this, right? So I'm just going to do inside this. So I'll do format date of sales item dot paid at. So save this. Awesome, so that means with this now we have completed. So whenever you are going to buy any product, let's say other user is buying your product, so that will be rendered here. Okay, and also one more thing I wanted to do, and that is let's search for, so let's go to the components, and I'm just going to do the neighbor, And here if you see, we have this somewhere we are going to the dashboard page, right? So instead of dashboard, I'm just going to do products page, okay, so that it will go to the products. And same thing I wanted to do here also, in the page, not here. This page is actually not needed, we can delete this. This is the dashboard landing page, this is not needed. So you can go here and you can see we are going to this dashboard page, right? Instead we'll go to the dashboard products page. So now if you go here, it will go to the home page, and if you click here, it will go to the products page, okay. And this is your sales page, this is discover, and then you have the library page. Okay. Now here we can render one more thing, that if you okay, let's do here only. So let's go to the library page, right? And what you can do, right, so you can just give one small check here that something like if not equal to items dot length. So in that case we can just render one that means you haven't buy any product yet. So to do this, what you can do, you can just go to the checkout cancel page, and I'm just going to use this structure only. Maybe let's use copy this and then paste it here, okay, and then import this, and we can also use the same logic. And I'm going to do you haven't buy any product yet, okay. Oh, why? Okay, we are doing here, not here, so we have to cut it here. And maybe let's do one thing. So here we can give, if this is the case, let's remove this. So if this is the case, we are going to render, or else we'll be rendering this. Okay, so you can go to the discover, but if you go log out and try to log in with the different user, 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. So now you can see that if you go to library, you'll be getting the data. But if you go to dashboard and go to sales, you see that you don't have any sales yet, means this is done. So with this, now we have completed the entire project. I hope that you have learned a lot of things. So with this, now I'm going to see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.